blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, vroom vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body get better on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, vroom vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body get better on me. Oh, scared of my life, green pet flavor. Take all the vice, right side center, pesky side, I need to spin it. Flying with a face spin relay on us like we gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel, I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel, I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 危险将我包围。Renegade， 浓雾自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, vroom vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body get better on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. Let him move blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, vroom vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 the move, get lifted by the new bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body get better on me. Oh, double nine.
If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek bole gare. Sare mere bantar bawe, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane, palatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu chabe. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and attack. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. I said हम खड़े फिर यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन खुशी हो या गमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं We work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. All we do is improvise and attack.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you, take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你比胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你比胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你一看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。Go go， 我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough。一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和盐酸奶直接出了那战斗舞台。Great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排 想载货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败的你也都没办法，你的安排像载货，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受。Stand tall to the test， 咱们值得 respect。Stand tall to the test， 咱们值得 respect。精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败的你也都没办法，你的安排像载货，在我看来你帮着无奈。And now we still go ape， hey。Stand tall to the test。咱们值得 respect。 Stand tall through the test。
I'm gone.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at this sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you.
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat at tayo na narito na naman muli sa VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia Split 2. Kami nga pala ang inyong casters na tagapaghatid sa inyo ng aksyon para sa hapon na to hanggang mamayang gabi. Mochi and Sunbi nga pala. How are you, Sunbi? It's been a while.
It's been years. It's been a minute, Mochi. It's great to be back here. Casting with you na naman. Talagang excited ko talaga for this matchup today. Jade Lions versus Boom Esports. Dami tayong masasabi dito. It's gonna be quite an intense match considering these two teams we've seen them play naman before.
Yep, for sure. And especially that we have quite of a really good mix coming in here. We got some teams here from Indonesia. Of course, here, no? Our very own Philippines from Thailand and even an international team mamaya sa ating third series. Pero bago pa man yun, no? Kung kayo ay interesado na check out lahat ng ating mga social media platforms ng Valorant Esports PH, check out nyo lang lahat ng mga nandyan sa ating babang lower thirds, no? You can see it on Facebook, YouTube, IG, lahat-lahat na. And ang tanging nag-iiba lamang dyan yung sa ating Twitch, which is Valorant_PH. But you can readily access whatever your favorite pro stream, no? Pagdating sa ating mga serya dito sa Valorant.
Absolutely. And other than that, no, like just a little bit of a historical context dito sa JL and BME. Alam na natin that si Boom Esports that they've been in intense matchups, especially sa qualifiers natin. And for JL, it's gonna be a new team we've seen before for this type of series. So nakita natin talaga yung dominance sa Boom Esports. However, but JL will definitely not go down without a fight. So talaga excited talaga ako dito for this matchup. Mochi, ano mga gusto mo sasabi dito for this one?
Well, I couldn't agree more what you have mentioned first and foremost. And this is gonna be quite of a really interesting one kasi biro mo, Boom Esports as the powerhouse ng ating Indonesian people out there versus Jade Lions who are, despite like we have mentioned, being quite of a new team here, will be quite thick in terms of individual CVs. Kasi biro mo, nandyan si Tuge. Biro mo, anong history niya? Nandyan siya sa Team Secret, RRQG, Azil Esports, even sa mga galing pang Extreme Elite, sa mga nakakaalala, no? Nako po, baby pa ang Valorant during that time. Si Georgie nandyan din. We got Oasis, Velocity, Big Galaxy experience from that one. So, hindi rin talaga to be underestimated itong ating mga members from Jade Lions. Pero ito nga, ang ating groups.
Absolutely. Mga group passes that dito is 555. You know, nakita talaga natin. You can just see it sa Facebook page just online. Then here's for the split 2, Group C and D, Oasis, Fancy United, and Home. So, daming matchups dito ngayon. But for now, for this day, we're gonna be facing 3, which is BME versus JL, Oasis versus Fancy United, then XLB versus 555. It's gonna be a long day, mga viewers natin ngayon. So, sit back and relax lang tayo, mag-enjoy throughout the entire ride.
Yep, for sure. Especially that there's already some glimpses of power din dito, no, from BME. Parang ano na lang yan no. For Jade Lions, ang kanilang task dito ay talagang pahirapan itong si BME. Pero ito nga ang ating schedule for today, no. We're gonna be starting off with our BME versus Jade Lions. As we have mentioned earlier, we also have, kung meron Pampangas Best, meron tayong Oasis and as well as Fancy from PH Best and Vietnam's Best, no, for our second series. And we also have Shalongbao and as well as 555, which pretty much it's gonna be pretty interesting, no, from Rosie and as well as Thailand.
Absolutely. Now going back, no, for today's matchup sa BME and JL, dami tayong masasabi dito kasi since you mentioned about JL here, let's talk about Boom Esports. So grabe, dami masasabi dito.
Yep, and especially here for Boom Esports, I feel like we're already quite aware of some of their very, very important players, not just there, no? Parang dati lang nakikita natin siya on Sentinel role, but right now, on certain locations, nagpapalit-palit na siya in being a duelist, no? But we also need to mention itong ating player dito, that is Defo, no? Nung siya ay nailapag dito, sometimes playing the Cypher, the Omen as well, these two always on the top in terms of fragging. So I feel like this definitely yung biggest obstacle maliban sa mga best maps na maaaring paglaruan dito against Jade Lions.
Yes, and adding to that, si Defo, he is like a Valorant Masters Berlin champion. So that's a name to put out there with your team, especially with your teammates as well. Because si Defo, he's like one of the most accomplished players na sa entire VCTC split two field. So especially sa Masters Berlin as 2021 winner. So it might be pressuring for the side of Jade Lights. Pero alam naman natin na si JL, I know they can handle through pressure kasi talaga nakita natin that they are very dominant, and we can see that they can cook under pressure.
For sure, for sure. And given that bino mo, Gambit Esports MT champions, dude, it's been also gonna be quite hectic din dito for Jade Lions, do. And again, nabanggit na rin naman natin na naging history dito ng ilan ng ating mga members here. Itong si Georgie, itong si Tuge, already been there from the start. And talagang pinagpapatuloy lang nila dito, no? Pero yun nga lang in terms of the synergy and as well as yung ang kina-experience dito as an entire team, I feel like dito talaga sila mahihirapan. Not to mention that when it comes to our percentage in terms of maps, hindi pa ata natatalo ang Boom Esports sa mapa ng Haven. So, alongside with Lotus, I believe. So, I feel like this is gonna be pretty difficult here. And not to mention that for Jade Lions, that is also their worst map, itong Haven natin. But let's see kung hahayaan ba nilang ma-let go ito. And I do think that we will also see some of our players din dito, possibly a head-to-head later on. But I guess we are gonna be seeing this right now. In terms of the lineups, I feel like we've already said our piece din dito earlier on.
Absolutely. For Boom Esports, andito si Defo, Nakia, Natsi, NC Slasher, and Shiro with their game faces on. I'm pretty sure they're ready for this matchup. So, I just want to go back to what you said about si Georgie. That I agree. Kasi if Georgie gets clean early round race entries, it will definitely disrupt Boom's passive, structured defense nila. So it's like this is a name that Boom Esports gotta look out for. Right? And si 2GE pa rin.
Yes, of course. And really looking forward that they can shut down yung mga early fraggers nila dito, because that would definitely give them a lot more options to work with and a bit more confidence, as they head into mid-round occasions. Pero I feel like that's also worthy to mention here is itong si NC Slasher for sure, because it's been quite some time that we've been able to see him na being the one of the members dito na talagang stable, kumbaga, in terms of tumabaho, even using feed and at certain times itong Omen depende sa map. Pero ito nga, Jade Lions, na-highlight na natin si Georgie, na-highlight na rin natin si Tuge, i-highlight naman natin itong si Wild Oreo and as well as si Nexi. Nexi, usually babad din natin yan dito, from all of our qualifiers, and now they are finally here. Wild Oreo actually taking that experience din, way back nung Oasis din pa siya.
Absolutely. I mean, si Wild Oreo, he's known for, sa mga defensive setup. Siya yung specialist kapag ganun when it comes to defensive. And very critical talaga siya for post-plant and site anchor rounds. So definitely it's gonna be a player to look out for, especially sa mga agent picks niya. So Killjoy, Cypher. So imagine that, especially with their, with their maps that they're gonna be familiar with, in which we're gonna be talking about later.
Yes, and I feel like this is gonna be the biggest thing to prove then dito for Jade Lions, Kasi kahit nasabihin nila na gusto nila to focus on their internal operations dito, it is really important for them to prove a point, make it a bit more harder, or at least make it a bit challenging dito for Boom Esports din, Not na ini-claim ko na matatalo sila, but at the same time, the statistics don't lie. It's not that we're playing favorites here, it's just that we're stating the obvious in terms of the experience na meron din dito ang Boom Esports ngayon. And again, the map veto plays a huge part dito sa ating serye.
Absolutely. I mean, we can start over with Boom Esports, map pool at yung tendencies nila. So, of course, alam natin that their strong picks is definitely Lotus kasi nakita natin yung mga consistency and consistent dominance. We've seen them play throughout yung sa mga qualifiers nila for Boom Esports. Imagine 13-2, 13-4, tapos 13-6. So, I can imagine na parang mapapressure siguro silang JL. But then again, this is JL's first debut or appearance dito. So it's, very exciting to see, and I'm looking forward to what will happen sa mga map vetoes nila. Because, for example, if, let's say, JL does pick a map na hindi familiar ni BME, for example, maybe that would be Split. Let's say, or Pearl. Kasi usually that's frequently banned by Boom Esports. So imagine if they do ban that, meron silang upper hand advantage. So then again, at the end of the day, it matters what map you pick for your team.
Exactly. And I really do hope that we can see a bind or a split perhaps dito no sa ating serye. That would be giving a lot more leeway dito for Jade Lions to move around no since ito yung mga tipo ng mapa na kabisado nila. And I remember them losing kahit against Fortune Pua, which is not a good sight at all. They got 3-13s, 5-13s, which is parang mahirap to lalo-lalo na yun yung mapa na kinatalo nila, which is yung Haven. So really do hope that we can see that in a bit. And as I am saying that, no, hopefully na maganda ang inyong hapon dito. Time check, it is gonna be about 4 p.m. in 8 minutes, no? So yun yung sure ball na nagsisimula ang ating mga laruan. And for now, tambay lang muna kayo dyan. Samahan nyo kami, may pagkwentuhan tayo. We'll be checking out some of your comments along the way. We'll be jumping from one platform to platform para lang makita namin at makakausap or makachikahan namin kayo when we have the time.
Absolutely. If you see me lagging, then that means daming kong tabs open dito.
Exactly.
Oh man, but going back no sa map details here, like we'll be going that in a few seconds anyways. But if we're gonna talk about the keys to victory, see JL, they could win if JL bans Lotus and Heaven. And for example, it would force it would force to go with Bind or Siguro Fracture. And we know that those maps kay Georgie's Raze is like the most impactful. And BME, nakita natin yung mga less dominant history nila. Pero then again, it might change. Who knows? And there you have it. We've got the maps today. Fracture and Haven. BME picking Fracture. Tapos si JL nagpick ng Haven. Tapos ang decider map natin is Lotus. Lotus, it's gonna be quite risky if we do actually go for a 3-round game.
Yes,
So,
this is quite of a challenge indeed. Yeah, very, very interesting. We have just mentioned kung ano yung mga mapa na hindi dapat mapili dito, no? At mapanatiling open ng Jade Lions. Pero I feel like they're up for the challenge. They want to make this work out. Hence, the pick dito sa ating Haven and as well as a Lotus map. And here for Fracture, this is gonna be pretty interesting as well. Because kung magkakaroon tayo ng bind on steroids, ito nga yun, no? Yung mapa ng Fracture na kahit ako hindi ko pa rin maintindihan kung paano laruin at hindi ko trip, but all that matters here, as long as you are on the attacking side, it is really important to apply pressure from both points of entries para ma-ensure mo na mahirapan ninyong mga katapat in order to pin you down and as well as take space control.
Bind on steroids is crazy way to describe Fracture. Kasi I agree. It's like, what is going on? Pero ayun na nga, like, we've seen BME play with Fracture and nakita natin yung 13-4 sweeps nila sa qualifiers. So it's gonna be very interesting for the first map pick today. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of explosive plays talaga for BME. Or no, for JL. While for Fracture, for Boom Esports, maybe we're gonna be expecting, again, passive plays. Kasi yun yung playstyle nila. They're passive and they're strongly like defensive in terms of, their strategy together.
Yeah, that is kung hahayaan nga ito ng BME, no? Especially in the map of Fracture. Very unpredictable when it comes to pacing as well. And here are our predictions. And again, as much as we hate to admit it, no, as much as gusto naming piliin ang Jade Lions, sadyang kumbaga sa records natin na pagbabasihan, yun talaga ang nakalathala dito, no? Boom Esports kung Boom Esports na talaga. So for Jade Lions, pretty excited. Prove us wrong, please, no? Kasi gusto rin naman namin na makita ang ating mga kapapilipino makapag-advance dito sa susunod na stage natin. Pero for now, BME muna kami ni Sandy.
Absolutely. It might change. Who knows? Like, sometimes you just take us by surprise. So it's not... Yes. But you know what? It makes, statistics don't lie, like what you say. Like what you said kanina. Because the thing is about Boom Esports, their team dynamic kasi, they have a lot of carry options dito. Because they can play individually well and on any given map. As long as, like, this map veto is what I'm like, number one topic here. Kasi timing, Fracture yung first pick nila. and especially sa decider map nila is Lotus. So imagine those two, you have the upper advantage na already in terms of map veto. So it's up to Jade Lions, paano nila mag-a-adjust para sa, like, as long as they know how to break the defensive setups kay Boom Esports, then I think JL has an upper advantage for that.
Yep, indeed. And I really do hope that they can find a way in order to break apart itong ating members from Boom Esports. As you have mentioned, it all boils down to their capacity to actually create their pick-offs individually, especially in the map such as Fracture. And for now, I really do hope that we can see some very, very powerful plays, especially with the likes of Wild Oreo. Itong si Corona na up and coming din, here dito sa ating stage. Kasi biro mo, when we contrasted out of all of our teams dito sa ating APAC standing, number 22. Ito si Jade Lions, and we don't want to let them be that way, no? And I feel like this is such a really good opportunity for them to actually introduce kung ano nga ba ang kanilang magiging capacity dito, no, sa ating liga ngayon, despite just being a newly formed team and individually sufficient nga naman on their own right.
Absolutely. I mean, despite sa pressure na JL might experience throughout the entire game, kasi what I believe is that upset psychology, it's real. Once masira yung momentum nyo, it can affect the dynamic within your team. So with knowing Jade Lions, if they keep up their strong mental game, then they can push through. Absolutely. Like hands down. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I really do hope, no, na yung ating unang mapa ay mapunta rin dito kay Jade Lions. Kasi when it comes to actually being a bit more chaotic, I feel like they got a chance, no? Especially against BME. I feel like it is really, really important for them to be a bit more quick then when doing their executes. Being a bit more slow can make them predictable in some sort of way, since there's just little times and moments na kaya mo pin down din dito sa mapa ng Fracture natin, no? But again, really, really interesting that Boom Esports chose the Fracture, and for Jade Lions, malamang sa malamang this is unexpected, pero para sa atin, nagulat din tayo talaga sa mga mapang pinili nila. And I feel like may isa tayong nalilimutan na point out when it comes to their resilience in actually powering through a lower bracket run. Doon talaga nag-excel itong si Jade Lions, no? So I feel like we can capitalize on that in this specific series alone.
Absolutely. I mean, with Georgie's, explosive entries, I think for sure, not I think, but for sure, it can catch the Boom Esports by surprise. Because then again, it goes back sa, map predictions nila. It's like the map veto. It's like Fracture. They have the upper hand, but Jade Lions, they can catch them by surprise.
Indeed. And really excited, no? Once start na rin tayo, no? Kung ano kaya yung magiging pangunahing priorities in terms of positioning din dito ng both of our teams, because I'm also wondering how some of our teams that originally uses Neon in their lineup will be operating this time around. Idagdag na rin natin yung ating patch in terms of the most recent rotation sa ating mga mapa, no? So, nakaraan, may bind pa tayo, and right now it's gonna be quite different now. So we will see if there will be some adjustments along the way, and if that would be affecting our team's operations. Kasi I believe na si Fancy lang ata yung nakalaro doon sa most recent na patch na meron tayo ngayon. So that might indeed be an advantage for them later on sa susunod nating serye. Pero again, focus muna tayo dito ngayon. We're just definitely waiting na din na magsimula ang ating laro.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm very excited, or like, I'm looking for mga agent picks nila, actually, for JL. I think, honestly, the double duelist play is still in meta right now. But imagine if we're gonna be seeing, Georgie with the Rays, and maybe see another duelist, or I think it's because they're gonna be explosive. That's the thing about Jade Lions. They're explosive. Habang si Boom Esports, they are more meticulous, or let's say mechanical in terms of defense or setups nila. So either if we see Boom Esports with the typical maybe dual duelists, or maybe a double controller, but I doubt it kasi Fracture yung first map natin eh. I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a different story if dalawang controller tapos Boom Esports is your team we're going up against. So it
Yeah.
makes sense that, we're gonna be expecting fast gameplays, a little bit of setups here and there from Boom Esports, pero again na naman, we're gonna be expecting some quick plays, especially sa early rounds and anti-ecos nila. So it's just gonna be very, very exciting talaga. It's like, there's so much things to predict on, but it's also unpredictable at the same time.
Yep, and we'll see, of course, no, if that would be the case as well. And I really do hope that you guys are just chilling there, no? Pasensya na kung medyo natatagal kayo, pero mukhang meron na akong naririnig. May bumubulong na sa aking tenga at magsisimula na nga raw tayo with our agent selection. And right now, it seems like we'll be heading on with a couple of really interesting picks din dito, no, for Jade Lions na talagang naka-priority tayo with all of the crowd control na maaaring may offer dito ng isang breach and as well as Teho. Kasi naman mo pa ng Wele, this is a recipe for disaster.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, expected for Boomies for double duelist. But for J Lions, tama naman. We got a Wele, one duelist lang, and double initiator. So, as expected, it's gonna be, maybe not as expected, but it's gonna be very different actually. Because of course, we got Shira with the typical Brimstone, tapos si Georgie with the Brimstone, tapos si Wele, Coruna. Okay, it's an interesting matchups here. Especially we've got Teho in play for Jade Lions. And I think that's one of the things I'm really looking forward to, considering this is a fracture map. A
Parang
lot of
marami-marami.
rotates.
Marami-rami
Daming
yung patatalsikin dito ng JL and of course, no, parang binanggit mo na nga rin dito, pagalingan, makiramdam at bumilang na mga abilidad na meron dito sa take side ng JL because honestly, just by looking at this one, this is looking very, very good dito for Jade Lions, no. Talagang magkakatalunan nga lang dito pagdating sa barilan in its own with the individual duels na magkakaroon tayo, and I feel like this is also quite of a good way in order to set expectations against BME dahil sila ang magsisimula dito sa ating defender side.
Absolutely. And now with BME, they're going to be starting as the attacking side. So, of course, in terms of defense, that's going to be out of the table right now. Pero yun na nga, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting with the match.
And here we are, Defo. Already good for a one here, but Jade Lions sinusubukan pa rin talaga rumisponde dito sa ating B-site ngayon na yun nga lang nga, no, dalawa na agad ang bawas sa kanila. Still lots of utilities to work with dito. Hatid ni Wild Oreo, pero isa lang ata nakuha ni Don. Defo already taking down ito si Tuge. Georgie magagaling sa ating main area, pero yun nga lang nga mabilis din ang palitan dito. Wild Oreo, ikaw na lang, at basadong-basado ka pa nga ata ni Nakia dito, trying to just free-fire in this area. But it seems like kahit na gusto yun niya na ubusin yung tatlong to, medyo magiging mahirap i-clear lahat ng espasyo meron sila dito. And hence the first round going for BME.
Stay alive.
That is already a big push already for BME. Especially winning the first round, giving them the advantage. I mean, nakita natin yung replay, grabe yung dominance nila. Early aggression, super fast. They easily flood in and push. But of course, it's still the early round. This is still round 2. There are some things that Jade Lions can try to set things differently for them in terms of defense. Because so you know, dalawang initiator, they have enough things to get information from and basically delay Boom Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like the risk here din, no, na pagka nawala na maaga itong si Coruna and as well as itong si Wild Oreo, they have no choice but to play for contact, no. It's either na merong magandang setup ng rendezvous itong si Nexi or itong si Tuge ang magsisetup para dito sa mga member natin dito for BMT. Ito, and si Slasher already taking a lot of information after that encounter, pero gusto ko yung ginagawa ng Jade Lions dito na making it a bit more proactive on their end na makakuha ng additional kills dito the moment that they go together. Nakia in a really aggressive possession, getting one, madadagdagan ba? Naku po, ang daing inihawan na sinunog. Defo taking 3. That is not looking good at all. Tuge, ano magagawa ni Tuge? Tuge actually getting 2. Naku po, Tuge. Oy! People remain here, pero yun nga lang nga. Isang bala lang from that Marshall, Nazi would be able to take him down. Sayang yun, ah. Sayang yun. Ang lapit na sana nun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what I noticed, no, I think it was almost a perfect play kay Jade, that he was in a rope or a door. I think it was a good call for him to stay there habang the rest of his team, they were going towards A drop. Tapos when nakita nila dami nila para sila sa A site, they ran back sa attacking side bridge. Pero I think it was a good call din na si Jade. Nandyan lang siya sa A hall or A rope. Just basically taking them by surprise. Almost winnable. Almost talaga. Pero of course, with Boom Esports, with quick with their and made the perfect decision to deny that.
Oh, but Defo though, run it back, being utilized. Yun nga lang nga natin, napakaganda na kanyang pagsuporta dito kay Defo. Already 3 down here for Jade Lions. It seems like they're just being a bit too predictable in terms of their interactions dito, no? Pero yun nga lang nga, Nexi and as well as Georgie, they have a lot of responsibilities in their hands. Their plate is full, and I guess the call here is to just save itong ating mga baril dito, which is correct, of course. Pero for Natsi though, iba ang kanyang bala. Ayaw niyang pag-save ito. Ating mga membro! 4K na kaagad ang kanyang nakuha dito. This is
Oh my gosh! Grabe! I mean, they started off strong, and they're starting off consistently strong. And I think this puts a pressure no on Jade Lions' plate. Pero ayun na nga, if maybe I think yung mga rotates nila, I think that's one of the things that catches them by surprise. And because of that, it gives Boom Esports the upper hand to win. Kasi kapag si Jade Lions, it seems like they like to cluster themselves up rather than scatter and getting enough intel before making the right decision. Pero nakita natin, look where the smoke is placed. Denying that vision. Giving them that opportunity to gather everything what's needed. Ayon.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
The feels for the
Oh, that's also quite a fun error here for Georgie as well, no? Defo being able to target down and take down itong si Wild Oreo in the process as well, and all that's left here is si Nexi all alone, taking one. Would he get another? I guess not. Well, honestly, when it comes down into their bodies dito sa ating mapa, no? Like how they were being eliminated one by one, masyado naman sila magkakahiwalay ngayon. I mean, granted, it is an eco round, but unfortunately, yun nga lang no, they haven't been able to actually support each other from the last 3 rounds na meron tayo dito. And I feel like I have to agree with what you have mentioned earlier on, no? As much as the body system is present for our members here in Jade Lions, unfortunately, they weren't occupying all of the angles necessary na maaaring panggalingan ng mga member natin dito for Boom Esports. And in terms of positioning, they have a better setup for now, no? I wonder if this will be improving as time goes by dito sa ating mapa ng Fracture, and their lineup is made for attacking after all. Pero for now, Nakia will be picking up a Wild Oreo. Bilis palitan dito. Def already taking 2 to get sumasagot din. Would you get another? I guess not. Shiro taking him down, and all they have to do is to put the spike down. Pero Shiro has other plans instead. Still 1 minute on the clock.
Tingnan natin si Natsi. Nandyan siya.
Ito na naman siya.
On their way to A-Link, and they don't know nasaan si Natsi. Look at where Nexi and Georgie is. Nandyan na sila sa B-side. Kasi they thought they would be planting, but no, I think they should have an idea that Shiro is actually rotating. And ayun na nga, nakita natin sa map that they're gonna make their way down, and they don't know Nats is waiting for that kill. And nakita niya.
One enemy remaining.
Shiro? Maganda ka na, Shiro. Charot. Di mo sure. Ayaw natin batiin yan. But he actually has a pretty decent angle here. But I really do hope that it's not gonna be quite a collateral. Na-segregate pa nga niya.
Some things you just can't
Hindi
teach.
nga siya collateral.
Right here.
But they got segregated so bad, and Shiro is more than prepared after all of the sound cues na narinig rin dito from Jade Lions. And as much as it hurts, wala tayong choice kundi tanggapin ko ano yung nangyayari dito ngayon because evidently naman, nakikita na natin sa ating mga mata kung paano nga ba nag-oopera itong Boom Esports sa mapa ng Fracture and they are really confident. I'd say that.
Yeah, for sure, confidence. Like, I mean, speaking from the map Vita already, like with Fracture, yung first map natin, they have the upper advantage talaga. But Jade Lions, from that recent match, like, if only naka-rotate sila agad, like, the few minutes they realize, oh, Shiro is not planting in B, let's run to A. But unfortunately, yung delay, just that enough seconds of delay gave them that lower chances of winning na talaga. I mean, they had, pwede naman, it was a 2v1. But unfortunately lang, yung angle, unfortunately for Jade Lions, rather, yung angle ni Shiro where he was hiding behind that box A site, it was a giveaway already yung spot nila, like where they were running towards to, like from A link to the entry point. Narinig niya yung footsteps and with the, you know, making sounds silang guns, and that's a giveaway for already for where they were. So alam na ni Shiro, two of them are in entrance. I could just take them down easily. So and maybe for Jade Lions, if I think delay is a biggest option talaga when it comes to defense. Time matters. Seconds even.
Time matters, and the way that they were able to allocate their aim down sites. Kasi, biro mo, okay na sana eh. Okay na magkadikit sila, magkasama sila so they can support each other. Yun nga lang yung some sort of way. Kinakayanan pa rin sila ng isang membro dito from Boom Esports. But seems like A-Site is now ready for the taking here. Deco actually pinning down lots of the members here galing sa ating spawn at papuntang link. Pero si Nazi, ito na naman tayo when it comes to pressure and the lurks. Talagang siya ang maasahan dito for Depo. The really good position. Yun nga lang mas maganda yung Blind Tugedon as they try to locate our remaining members from BME. Yun nga lang wala pa nagpapakita. Rolling Thunder already being used. Corona dashing in. Nazi taking out the point. The front. Area dito. Good drop area. Being taken by Nasia himself.
What? Oh my gosh! Grabe yung the replay. There were so many things ready. I mean, we've got the Rolling Thunder basically taking them by surprise, disorienting them. Tapos, you know, look at that, Mochi. Like, they didn't know that Nakia was already behind in that same spot in the box. Yeah, I think this just goes back talaga. Like, even a millisecond can be either a good thing or a bad thing. Ayun na nga. Like, it's like, the delays that we've been seeing for Jade Lions, it's not good for the team so far. So if only what JL can do is just make that decision under pressure, like as fast as they can. Because so far, Boom Esports have been taking them by surprise, being overly aggressive. And I think Jade Lions is kind of struggling on that. Maybe they need to push on with the initiator and with their
oh my gosh
controller. What?
Tsaka biro mo, nabanggit na rin natin to kanina sa Anvino. They need to be quick. They need to quickly decide. They need to quickly move. Pero yun nga lang mas mabilis ka lang gumalaw. Ito si BME dito. Nang babastos pa si Nazi. Kita mo yun, no? Ibig sabihin, ganun na talaga sila ka-pumped up against Jade Lions. They are well aware of their tendencies. The reads are often accurate. And for Nazi, ewan ko kung anong klaseng game sense yung merong tong cipher na to sa katawan, no? Pero alam niya kung saan magagaling mga membro natin dito from Jade Lions, even all the way here sa kabilang dulo ng mapa. Nakia will just stop it all off and hence the 7-0 sa ating Fracture map. Shoutout sa'yo, Andre Rivera. Sabi payag ka, malakas ka mag-Valorant. Kaso lahat ng instant pansit canton sa mundo mismo.
Ayan.
Ikaw, Sandy, payag ka ba doon? Siguro kung sweet and spicy, doable yan, no? Parang depende lang talaga sa luto ng miswa. Pero parang medyo ewan ko, hindi ko alam. Siguro, problema na lang natin pag nandyan na.
You want to play? Let's
now going back to the game, we've got a lot of ultimates already. Gonna be looking out for Nexi's ultimate here, especially sa mga long distance. What? Ayan.
Ooh, I like this. I like what we're seeing right now. Again, be quick. Being quick is the priority here, and hopefully that we get the last 5 rounds here for Jade Lions going because everything seems so good right now. Shiro. Last man standing, they're already quite aware of where he is. All they have to do is to keep themselves together. Georgie arriving at the best time possible. Finally, breaking the streak here dito sa ating mga rounds from BME. 7-1.
Now, that's what we're talking about. Making quick decisions under pressure. And because of that, they finally got a point on the board. I think that's what JL needs. They need that momentum, and if they keep this up, we're gonna be seeing consistent wins here. Like, just taking them by surprise. Kasi so far, si Boom Esports, it seems like alam nila saan sila pupunta. Like, it seems like JL has been predictable. But right now, ever since that timeout, parang naiba na yung strategy ng JL. Look how they're positioned right now. Instead of clustering up together, they are ready sa mga mid in case of quick rotates here. So it's gonna be, you know, it's a good thing to see how JL quickly adapts to that.
And I really do hope that we can see those transpire dito no, before our first half ends. And meron nagtatanong, PH team po ba si Jade Lions? Yes po. Pinagsanib puwersang lakas ng ilang dekada ng Valorant. Charot. Quite a long history basically. No? Pero wait lang. Deco, NC Slasher, 141. Georgie and Nexi would be answering back in the process. But you know what, Depo? Last two remaining people standing. Pero we know then, there's the moment where Jade Lions shouldn't be that complacent at all. Especially, they've got a lot of utilities in the bag that they can use in order to delay them forward. But Georgie is planning something else. Molly not actually connecting. Georgie mahuhuli. They'll be pushing forward to get already got for one. Depo, ipapush yung run it back. Nagsayang siya ng kanyang ulti. Pero what matters is they got the round here for Jade Lions.
Yan.
Really like their action.
Yeah, like JL, like that's good to see. Na si JL nag-a-adjust and making that, you know, quick like change sa strategy nila, because we've seen that like what I said kanina, if they're consistent with this, they're gonna be consistent with their wins. And despite that open plant kay Boom Esports, it's a win or lose situation. Kasi look, we've seen two of them, si JL, naghihintay habang nag-defuse ng spike, while one of their teammates naghihintay lang dyan just to protect him. And it was a good decision for them to make that.
And seems like we're currently seeing that here right now. And look at what Nexi is doing. Seems like he's trying to be unpredictable the most that they can. Trying to move their way in dito patungo sa ating A site ngayon. Na bakante. I feel like they're definitely strengthening the odds here of their positioning, applying pressure from both ends, which is very, very much a nice thing to do. But kailangan mag-ingat ni Georgie dito kasi naka-off lang naman si Nakia at yun na nga, no? Agad. But our Magnum being used here, not only connecting to any member. And seems like NC Slasher in a really good position here. Oh, the crossfire here for Conan, as well as Nexi will be doing wonders for the team. Jade Lions, buhay na buhay! And 3 rounds in a row.
No one's gonna give you what you want.
Consistent so far. And oh my gosh. I mean, yung replay natin, like, once the, like si Nakia, he got the operator. Medyo risky lang ang ginawa ni Georgie. Pero while he's there lurking, the rest of his team nandyan na sa site. And it was already enough. Pagkapag when they flood in immediately and taking those angles that they think saan si Boom Esports, that gave them that win. Because so far, nakita natin, kapag they do that, like they flood in, spread out, and one of them diffuses, habang they're just looking at the opening angles where Boom Esports can, you know, go to, they have an upper advantage. Kasi ang dami nila dyan. So it's sure, either clustering up together as a team habang mapupunta sila sa site can be a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing. For we've seen them how they played that during when they were still struggling. But when they adjusted, it became a good thing for them. Kasi ang bilis nila nag-adapt. And we've seen that they've been doing so well so far in terms of pressure, in terms of aggression kay Boom Esports.
And for sure that they can just replicate din, no? Like, one of them can replicate yung ginagawa din dito ni Nazi, no? Try to bite them back in return with their own tricks. Kasi ito yung malaking sakit ng ulo nila dito kanina pa when it comes to the lurking and taking additional pickups on their end. But other than that, here, Nakia and Defo are definitely on the zone here, making the most out of this attacking round as duelists should. Pero right now, 3 people from BME navigating their way patungo dito sa ating B site ngayon. Bakante pa man din ang ating drop area. Yun nga lang nga, they got other plans instead. A site already being taken by them. Nexi with a real great pick up. Baka umisa pa. Yun nga lang, hindi. 25 HP for NC Slasher pero tumatrabaho pa rin siya. Nakakuha pa ng 3. Pupush pa rin ata siya dito. Naku po, bakit nag-audition ang Jade Lions ngayon, Georgie? Well, sabi taken down by NC Slasher.
Last
A
round
very
before the
unfortunate side.
It was a close call, actually. Once they took their controller down to Shiro, they have that upper advantage now. Pero it seems like that moment when nandyan sila sa rope, I think things went down. Kasi kapag one of them went down and the other soon follows, and then they go down and another follows. Where in that case, it gave them that loss. Pero sige lang, it's still round 12, 8-3. Kaya pa to. Like, this is literally nothing to JL. They didn't catch up. If ever.
And what also hurts during that round is yung fact na low na yung mga VME members natin na remaining. But at least Nexi still trying his best, no, in order to take all the early pickups dito, in order to disable them. And maganda na napipitas siya dito yung mga duelist pa. Pero yun nga lang oras na merong mawalang isa. Nazi is already there in order napunan yung nawala for BME, which is still the challenge at hand. They're just gonna be manning down their possessions. Orbital strike being used. Wadorio Cardona already closing into the site. Shiro and as well as NC Slasher nakagawa kasi ng malayo at handang-handa si Nexi para sa kanila. Shiro, wala kang choice, kailangan mo mag-push, pero sabi ni Corona, we'll try to do that as well. Yun nga lang nga, Shiro, dahil mong kailangan i-priority, matatimingan ka pa ba? Actually taking Nexi, pero Wildorio, nakasangguni din naman.
Switching sides.
Despite that first neural theft na nakita natin, that was a giveaway na sa where they could be. But despite that, JL made a quick decision to just immediately spread out and do the usual strategy they've been using in order to win. Like that, for example, like habang nag-defuse sila, one of their teammates back them up with either a high-low or at least just backing them up habang naglalurk si who's the Nexi? Yes, those chamber. So it was a good play talaga for JL. Like, they immediately caught on. Ayan. Yan ang masasabi ko for JL. They caught on, and now Boom Esports would have to adjust on their playstyle. So if they could have like a meeting sa anong gagawin nila next, kapag maybe they could try to make things differently instead of being overly aggressive, they can go back to what they've been doing in the past before. In, let's say, mga mechanical plays nila, and, not just immediately flood in, maybe they can play time. Ayan. If they play time, baka siguro si JL, they might like, what's going on? Why are they not pushing in? They're giving them that thought, that mental thought. I mean, at the end of the day, mental play is what truly matters.
At
if you're not mentally ready,
importante na i-on na ng Jade Lions ang kanilang monitor. Kasi feeling ko hindi pa naka-on for other members. Then, lock-in yan. Magla-lock-in yan. Especially attacking na sila ngayon, no? Pero, again, nabanggit mo na rin, no, for BME, I feel like they'll be a bit more early in all of their aggressive executes, especially that's what a Phoenix and a Neon is good for. And here for Nazi, he must keep himself safe all the time kasi sobrang laki ng papel niya. even from the start until the end of a round, no? Na maaari niyang baliktarin yung mga sitwasyon dito. Oras na mahirapan sila, pero parang hindi na nga ata kailangan yun kasi mid-grinder lang naman ang mangyayari dito para sa ating unang round ng second half.
That's the thing about Boom Esports. The chances of winning sa first round pa lang, especially pistol round, it's enough to give them the momentum that Boom Esports needs. Now the thing is, Boom Esports in defense, they can be at their scariest din. Kasi that's where their mechanical plays finally shine in terms of defense. Because alam natin si Nats, ready naman yung setups niya. And habang si Nakia as their duelist, and si Defo pa rin. So imagine that combo, that dual combo. It's, of course, you're gonna be expecting quick backups. Habang si Shiro, yung controller, just denying visual. And si Natsin, bigyan ng mga information that they can use as a team. Ayan.
Yep. And unfortunately here, I mean, we read it right in terms of being a bit more quick in terms of their executes and securing yung mga early pickups natin, no? Nag-activate agad ang BME. And Spark trying to answer back. It seems like for BME, they will be adding more dito sa mga steps na tinitake dito ng Jade Lions. Defo will just be with the team, hunting down ang ating remaining na si Georgie. And thus, 10-4 ang ating scoreline ngayon.
Oh man, medyo dangerous na to for Jade Lions. I mean, statistically speaking already, Fracture is one of BME's most picked map, second other than Haven. And Lotus, rather. So, medyo challenging na to for the JL's part para nila magka-catch up dito. Kasi round 15 na tayo, 10-4. Medyo malayo, pero it's still possible, honestly. At this point, it's possible. It doesn't matter how far how far the gap is. But right now, Jade, parang nasa struggle sila in terms of attacking or paano nila push through sa site. Ayan na nga. Taking their duelist down, giving an advantage. Pero Defo is still alive and well. They're gonna look out for that, especially with his flashes.
Tsaka medyo ipit din si Nexi dito. Buti na lang. Buti na lang may pa-zipline dito sa Fracture, no? Tamang lipat na lang muna at regroup sa kanyang mga kasama, which is great. And so far, they can definitely brute force this B side for all we know. If and only if they got the information as well that it is definitely empty. Kasi they exhausted a lot of abilities. Galing sa kanila, TP out, malolocate. Itong si Defo, really good positioning here for Georgie alongside with Tuge. It is just two more people. And si Slashan as well as itong si Natsi. Tamang abang, tamang timing, susubukan, natapatan. Itong limang naiiwan at kumpletong-kumpleto pa sa Jade Lions ngayon. And the time begins. Hunting down. Tuge taking out. And si Slasher at si Nexi. Abay, prepare lang dito kay Natsi.
Ayan. I mean, that would be a difficult win pa rin on the side of Boom Esports considering si Natsi. Very low na siya actually. Habang si Slasher, he's just alone there. And walang pang enough information. So this goes to obviously for Jade Lions' win. I think it was a good play that they didn't easily push or tried like the aggression style kasi nakita natin that sometimes it doesn't work well, especially against Boom Esports defensive structure nila. So maybe right now JL,
oh my gosh!
My gosh! What?
Nakia! I'm sorry, I know that you want to point it out, pero sabi ni Nakia, alam nyo guys, hindi nyo na kailangang i-analyze to kasi ganito lang naman yung ipapakita ko, no? Dalawang nakulit isang bala ng operator lang kanyang kailangan dun in order to take the entirety of Jade Lions ngayon. At si Tuge at si Nexi pa naiwan, walang pang entry. They gotta play for picks here, but the question is, hahayaan ba sila? Natsi, yes, 4-1, but that is also bonus information for BME. So, what is there left to do but to try and divert themselves dito sa dalawang site na meron tayo? Make it a bit more possible for them. Nexi.
Oh man.
Baka sumakto ka pa sa muntikan ka pa matawaan. Kinakabahan ako sa'yo. Nakia, Additional info pa nga to sa kanya ngayon. Nexie, nakaisa, makakapitas pa kaya ng isa pa. Mukhang hindi na kaya immediate trade para sa kanyang kasamang na mayapa. Tugi na lang ang natitira.
It's just you. Tuge. Just 3v1.
Spike planted.
Kaya to. Just, I mean, meron naman siyang yung skills ready pa rin. And I think he doesn't have a lot of information. Saan sila? Silang tatlo. I mean, he got literally the aftershock, flashpoint, and fault line ready na naman just to back him up. Pero tingnan yung position nila. Saan sila? They're gonna go through A rope. They're gonna go down, and they're gonna peek through A site. And just the two of them, at least one of them, naghihintay lang dyan sa A drop. Ayan nga. Yan ang sinabi ko. Once the two of them just went down through A rope, then just peek from A to A site. Habang yung isa naghihintay lang dyan sa A drop just to go down. Then, they got that advantage. We're now at a 5-11. Mochi, ang lapit na for Boom Esports. Pero sige lang, this is a best of 3. Makabawi pa to for the next map natin. If Boom Esports does have this win, but then again, it doesn't, wala pa tayong conclusion, wala pa tayong therefore, you know. It's still possible for JL kapag just as long as they can stay consistent with how they execute in terms of, you know, pushing into sites, you know, and setting things up ready for them.
And honestly, this is quite of a copium for us, no? Kasi biro mo.
Yeah.
They got 6 rounds to go, and the next 2 maps are 100% win rate in favor for Boom Esports. That is, honestly, just putting it out there, that is a death wish here for Jade Lions. Pero let's see. No, give it the benefit of the doubt. Pagbigyan natin. Pero so ngayon, 1 round away from match point na lang itong BME. Poro na. Susubukan na sumilip dito sa ating Sands area. Lots of people here from BME already rotating patungo dito sa A-site natin ngayon. At dito na rin talaga matatatak ng maigi, no? To take better, be a bit more quicker. Pero next week, really good job here from taking that pick point. Pero itong si Defo kaya, mamamata nila. Tugi, saktong-sakto na naman sa crosshair ni Nakia. 3 more people remaining dito. Koro na isa-isa. Ito ang mga membro natin dito from BM. Nancy trying to answer back. This is quite chaotic for both of our teams. Pero ngayon, ang dahil ng impormasyon na nag-gather dito. Itong si Natzi. Oh, they were able to man it down.
Oh my gosh. That wasn't... Okay, the thing is dito, like for this round, it's quite interesting kasi nakita nila natin how pressured Jade was. Especially kapag there were 2 of them left na lang in the team. But what I noticed is that si Natsi, naghintay lang siya dyan sa B side. Of course, nandyan yung mga setups nila. So, but imagine if they actually have the time to rotate. But I don't think they have enough information. Yan yung problema. They don't have enough information to gather na saan sila. And that took them by surprise. So imagine if Jade Lions, like, you know what? It's kind of risky. We're out here. It's risky that dami tayo dito. A-rope, yes, we got that 1 kill. And the other follows. Pero is it enough for, like, sure, if we're, how do I say this, outnumbered, is it enough for them to win? So imagine if Jade Lions pupunta sila sa B side, it might be a different, it might be a different story to tell. Pero right now, si Boom Esports, they're at a 12. Isa na lang para mananalo dito sila for the first map, which is Fracture. I think the odds are quite high, Mochi.
Yep. And it's higher than ever. One mistake can end it all dito sa mapa ng Fracture natin, no? And they got a lot of ultimates to work with here. We have the Tour de Force and as well as yung convergent paths natin sa kamay ni Corona, but they really need to be tactical and timely sa paglapag nito.
Yep.
Lalong na may madaling ang answer back itong si Shiro na orbital strike kung kakailanganin nila, no? Pero sa ngayon, yung operator natin, ilang round na ba yan? Nasa kamay ni Nakia at single digit death pa rin siya. Naka 20 kills na pa, no? Hindi sila makahanap ng way para ma-disable itong si Nakia as much as they want to because he's always taking really good off angles like what we're seeing right now. Pinangunahan pa nga Depo in the process, patluman lang sila dito sa ating RD. Pinaglalaroan na maigi itong mga members natin dito sa Jade Lions trying to finish every single one. Nexie, nasa likuran mo, MC Slasher.
Ikaw
At
na.
aware ata siya. They got the info. But at least Nex has been able to take 1, but he can take 4 of our members here from BME. 1 pixel lang ang kailangan ni Nakia in order to end it all. First map of Fracture goes to Boom Esports.
Ayan. That's already a first win for today's matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Boom Esports for that win. Pero the day still hasn't ended for these teams yet. Meron pa tayong next map dito. But wow, Mochi, dami kong masasabi dito for this matchup ngayon. That's Boom Esports started off strong and started off the last part of the game too. Started off strong and started off and at the end of the game. I mean, yes, Jade Lions, they have an upper hand at most time. Meron silang higher win rate per round. Pero then again, I think it still doesn't match against Boom Esports. Familiarity, familiarity sa map. I mean, this was their map pick. They have that higher chances of winning. I mean, we've seen how Jade Lions, break that momentum for Boom Esports. It's very effective. Like breaking their, taking down their duelist first, then their controller. So, with that kind of strategy na ginawa nila, they've gotten wins from that. But siguro, we just gotta give this to Boom Esports for that crazy match. It was quite close for Jade Lions too. So congratulations to both teams. Pero Boom Esports, dang.
Yep. Unfortunately, yun nga no, parang wala talaga silang although there are some rounds no na they've been able to finally figure out, especially nung unang half natin. Yun nga lang a bit too late. There is quite of a download time para makapag-adjust ng maigi itong mga miyembro natin from Jade Lions, and fortunately hindi siya sumapat. Because ganun lang talaga ka-versed, ganun lang talaga komportable, ganun lang talaga kabisado ng Boom Esports itong mapa ng Fracture natin, no? At kitang-kita naman kung gaano katindi yung tinrabaho dito ni Nakia, no? 23-8 ang kanyang KD. Neon with an operator, by the way.
Yep,
and
by the way.
Also love yung suporta na binibigay dito ni Defo sa kanya, no? Always being worthy kung bakit lagi din natin na kinukol etong si Defo as one of the players to look out for. Kasi if Nakia wasn't there, si Nats and as well as itong si Defo, mabilis silang susuporta dito kaagad-agad, which is unfortunately hindi natin nakita dito kay Jade Lions. There are some moments where Nexi has been able to get very good pickoffs na very vital, no? Biro mo, napipitas niyan si Nats, napipitas niya si Nakia. Unfortunately, the follow-up after that, yun yung question. Hindi nasasagot ito ng kanya mga kasama. And despite that we want them to win badly, unfortunately, hindi nila ito na-deliver.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I can definitely agree, no, kay BME that they played individually well. I mean, kita talaga natin yung first skills for Boom Esports at yung post plans sila at yung mga clutches. So, I think statistically speaking that they performed individually well in terms of support, kills, assists. And that alone speaks for their dynamic as a team. Habang si Jade naman, it seems like nagsastruggle sila in terms of the not really the agent picks, but maybe in terms of execution. Ayan, I think execution, and parang napapressure sila talaga. I think it's just, I just wanna go back and say mental game really truly matters. You can be good individually, but is your mental game strong enough with the team and individually? Pero ayun na nga, with our Boom Esports MVP, si Nakia with that crazy up as Neon.
Ang lala rin ng ACS niya, no? 300 average. I mean, si Nats nagkaroon siya ng 36-15-8, no? Na serye. Pero I feel like this is the highest that we have so far dito, no?
Yeah.
In just the map alone. Nasa kamay ito ni Nakia, definitely just feeling himself at talagang ipinakita niya kung ano pa nga ba ang meron sa isang Neon despite yung mga napag-uusapan dito in the community so far about the Neon pick as well, no? Na parang hindi naman talaga niya inalintana, and they pass through itong ating mapa ng Fracture with flying colors naman talaga, no? And feeling ko, ito na yung part na magkapit-bisig tayong lahat kasi yung susunod na mga mapa natin, perfect win rate maps ng Boom Esports.
Yeah.
Ewan ko ba't nila pinili.
Nervous. Yeah, that's what I'm nervous about too. Because especially, let's say Jade Lions does win the next map. But their decider map is Lotus. And
Yeah.
they weren't able to ban that. So imagine if pupunta sila sa decider, it's gonna be like painful.
Yep, it is hateful. And hopefully, they can mend yung mga sugat ni Neon dito. At malalaman natin yan kung meron pa nga bang bawi dito ang Jade Lions after this quick short break. back everyone. Dito na tayo muli dito sa ating ikalawang mapa for this series. Again, it is still Boom Esports from Indonesia versus Jade Lions ng sariling atin. And fortunately, earlier on, no, there's already a 1-0 na pabor dito sa Boom Esports sa mapa pa ng Fracture.
And a quick recap from that last match. It was Fracture and BME winning that map alone. So, just a quick recap, Boom Esports started off strong, habang si Jade Lions parang nasa struggle sa mid-round, but they eventually caught up. Then for the next match, when they're switching sides, they also caught up, but I think Boom Esports was still showing off their skills, their mechanical skills. Pero ngayon, it's gonna be the new map, which is Haven.
Yeah,
And it was Haven, so it's gonna be nerve-wracking.
Gonna be nerve-wracking. I feel like that is quite of an understatement, no? Lalong-lalo na meron tayong background na from the past 3 games na nalaro ito ng Boom Esports. I believe they've been able to take that 100% na win rate, no? And 4 times din silang nanalo sa Lotus. Wala pang bakas ng pagkatalo ang Boom Esports sa dalawang mapang iyon. At yun ang paglalaroan natin ngayon, no? Haven. At kung makaisa man ang Jade Lions dito, dadayo naman tayo sa mapa ng Lotus. And after that break, no, parang medyo na-realize din natin, we are wondering if this is quite of an uncomfortable pick na meron dito, no, for Georgie and as well as kay Wild Oreo. What do you think, Sunbi?
Yeah, I think I agree. Kasi based on their statistics alone from that recent match, that si Georgie, nagpick siya ng Brimstone, habang si Wild Oreo, he was picking Tejo. It seems like they're not quite comfortable with, they're familiar with it.
And we'll see if Georgie can be a bit more comfortable kung magkakaroon siya ng chance na gamitin ang ating Phoenix pick, no? Pero again, no, just a quick rundown sa nga nangyari dito sa ating map veto and results, no? Nawala ang Pearl Split, Breeze, as well as itong Ascent, pero inopen nila ang dalawang top 2 maps ng Boom Esports here for Jade Lions, and here for Boom Esports is just another day sa mapa ng Fracture natin. That is pretty much, I cannot say that it is a stop kasi derong signs of life, signs of hope, especially during the first half na pabor dito kay Jade Lions. Unfortunately, hindi nila napag-igtingan yung ganitong momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, what I'm quite nervous now for Jade Lions is that Boom Esports picked as the defense for the first one. And nakita natin how they performed well as, the defending team for Boom Esports. They are strong and they're quite resilient in terms of that. So maybe if Jade, speaking of agent picks, it's gonna be quite different. Hopefully, it's like maybe some agents na mas mafamiliar nila so that the history won't repeat itself from the recent match that we've seen a while ago. So maybe we're gonna be expecting like a double duelist again or a double initiator. Maybe it might be a different story to tell for Jade. As long as they just familiar with their agent selection and more comfortable. I think comfort speaks for itself in terms of, execution.
Exactly. But that is also the caveat for Boom Esports as well, no? Na dito sa mapa ng Haven, both the meta and the comfort ang kanilang ginagamit dito. Regardless sa kung sino ang mga ating mga miyembro so far. Well, certain occasions, no, definitely it is a double duelist and a double initiator setup, no, and the map of Haven. But we will see if ito nga ang same lineup na kanilang gagamitin dito ngayon. Especially na kanina na semento na ni Nakia yung standard and as well as ang kanilang feel sa kanilang mga laruan. Sino ba namang hindi magkakaroon ng additional confidence boost na mahahawa't talaga ang kanilang mga kasama?
Absolutely. I think confidence as well for Boom Esports. They won that first map and they have that drive already. Meron silang drive, but that doesn't mean that JL doesn't have a drive. Their drive gets stronger. They need to win this one. Because even if they win this one, their drive should be stronger than ever kasi yung decider map natin is a Lotus, which is a BME strong pick. So, then again, it's just a matter of your mental strength game with your team and individually, because it just goes back sa mga strengths in terms of si Jade Lions. They're they are aggressive. Yes, nakita natin how aggressive they are when it comes to attacking side. But sometimes those aggression can make some unnecessary picks or rash decisions. I mean, nakita natin that in terms of like, sometimes they get too pressured to the point that they might be blinded as to saan sila pupunta or saan sila like, where the enemies are. But it's just really needs, I think they would need to adjust in terms of that. Habang si Boom Esports, it seems like they're like confident. They're confident enough to win this game. And I think that's something JL needs to look out for.
And I feel like dito na rin merong kahirapan dito ang Jade Lions is yung fact na talagang when it comes to behaving na sila ang nasa tuktok ng food chain natin, talagang ginagawa yon ng Boom Esports. Kasi biro mo naman, dun lang sa kanilang pagbasa ng mga lokasyon dito, lalong-lalo na dahil kay Nats kanina sa mapa ng fracture natin, dun pa lang sapat na. Paano pa kaya pag sinamahan pa ng Defo at ng isang Nakia na talagang matinding sakit ng ulo ng Jade Lions dito sa ating serye. And as much as I don't want to say this, sana hindi madagdagan lalo, hindi sana maging migraine yung sakit ng ulo nila ngayon sa mapa ng Haven natin. Kasi hindi rin talaga biro ang kanilang pamamaraan for Boom Esports right now, especially that when it comes to first contact setups, talagang doon nagkakaroon ng ideya itong si Boom Esports ng magandang read for the whole duration of the round. Parang meron na agad silang idea kung ano yung pinaplanong gawin ng Jade Lions just by basing on the players, locations, and the roles that they are catering. Pero ngayon, balik tayo sa OG setup again here for our members ng Boom Esports, and for Jade Lions, they have a couple of sentinels.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, no? Kasi the Haven is a tri-site map and we need some quick rotates or yung mga delays. Especially sa Sage. Sage is a good agent to pick kapag you need to let your enemies delay themselves to push or to even like at least hold the ground. So, I feel like si Jade Lions, there are more with the double sentinel, double initiator. And there's that one duelist. Habang si Boom Esports, dalawang duelist pa rin. Very same, almost same map, agent picks from their last one. And especially the only change lang is that Shiro went from a controller now to a different agent, which is si Sova, yes, initiator. So it's a quick jump from this agent selection. Very interesting din sa mga how this will play out for this tri-site map, and starting with Boom Esports on the defending side. Baka siguro we're gonna be expecting some strongholds or maybe some quick pushes even on the defending. So I think Boom Esports would need to Jade Lions would need to look out for that.
Yes, and sana magkaroon tayo ng magandang estado dito para sa ating Jade Lions ng magandang simula. Pakiramdaman nila na maigi. Total, when it comes to setting up, doon mahilig si Boom Esports na mag-take ng kanilang time. They can make advantage from that, especially na pagdating naman kay Nexy, biro mo na papasimulan niya rin naman, So, and as well as dito kay Tuge, for sure, Parang walang kupas naman tong si Tuge. And yun nga, yung ating expectations, and hopefully, magawa ng paraan ng Jade Lions ang kanilang sitwasyon ngayon dito sa mapa ng Haven. And by the way, shoutout kay Boss Ferting,
Hello.
Shoutout po sa inyo at maraming salamat nandito. At nagulat din siguro siya na nandito ako. Pero yun, thank you, galing sa kabilang bangbang. Pero ayun na nga guys, simula na ang ating laban sa mapa ng Haven muli. This is a mountain to Haikon, Parang Mount Tarak. Ito ating kailangan i-address for Jade Lions. Kumbaga sa Mount Tarak, bumabagyo pa habang nag-hike sila.
Absolutely. I think this is a life and death type situation for Jade Lions. They need to win this para makapunta sila sa next map nito. And for Boom Esports, it's just one map away to end this series. So, it's gonna be pressure on both sides talaga. And what I do notice, Mochi, is that si Tuge, from initiator role to controller role, daming mga agent differences from the past map rather. So maybe it's gonna be very different talaga for Jade Lions. It seems like they're really adjusting, and I think it's like a lesson they've learned from the last map. Maybe things will be different, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and actually magandang pamamaraan din to no kay Jade Lions na magkaroon ng magandang footing kasi starting on the attacking side pala sila pero yun nga lang nga na pag-iwanan itong si Tuge and Nakia is willing to take the cake for free in the process, no? Grass area. Ang the rest of the members dito na Jade Lions, no? Pero si NC Slasher, napakaganda lang din naman talaga ng kanyang mga posisyon alongside with Nakia. And the quick run para dito for BME.
Very quick run. Hindi nila na-notice nandyan pala si, naghihintay lang dyan sa mid-window, below the mid-window. I think the starting off with getting kills from mid, that area, look at where NC Slasher. That was a great window of opportunity to get those free kills. Almost free kills kasi, of course, na-distracted sila. Nandyan, like yung ibang Boom Esports, nandyan sa B-side opening. Habang si NC Slasher, naghihintay pala siya dyan sa mid-window. So it was just, maybe playing mid was quite risky for Jade. Maybe it's gonna be different for this round.
And we'll see, for sure, no? Pero dito kay Koro na, parang medyo naging mapangasa ata siya sa pag-push dito ngayon kasi simpleng wall bang lang naman nakita.
Oh my gosh!
Na Marshall as well! Nexie, paano ka aalis dyan?
Gagawin ikaw na lang isa.
Mataliko, saktong-sakto, pero mabilis lang din naman masusundan ni Shiro ito ngayon. And the second round, mabilis lang naman na kinuha din ng BME. Even na rin ang ating mga guns, for sure.
Didn't know the Shiro was hiding behind that box. Look at that! Oh my gosh, imagine if he waited long enough. He would have gotten those 2 kills. Pero grabe, what was that? I mean, I think, typical Valorant moment, sometimes we missed out on certain...
Pero yun nga lang nga, medyo na wala ata ang kasama. Pero ako na magtutuloy ng kanya sinasabi dito, no? Yun nga lang nga, when it comes to Nakia on those sniper rifles, talagang siya ang nagpapanimula, nakakuha ng mga pick-ups natin. Pero meron ng aksyon nangyayari dito ngayon. Depo already taking 2 in the process while the reserving Koro is already down. Nakia sinusundan lamang at dinadagdagan pa yung ating liability dito sa Jade Lions ngayon. Tuge already cornered, trying to fight for his life, trying to get an advantage kahit sa timing man lang. Pero ang dami yata niyang kailangang i-address. 5 bullets. At mag-free fire pa nga siya dito ni Nats. 3-0 already being taken by Boom Esports. At wala pang kasagutan ang Jade Lions so far. And despite the fact that they're trying to secure itong mga early spots natin dito sa ating mid area in order to take mid control, mas mabilis gumalaw, mas confident, mas agresibo ang Boom Esports. And yun din yung nakakatakot dito, no, na kahit nasabihin natin na agresibo yung kanilang galawan dito, you might think that they are careless, but hindi. Ganon ang nakikita natin ngayon. And for Jade, for JL, wala silang choice. Balik tayo dito sa ating broken or eco round. Georgie, susubukan niyang tamaan itong si Nakia and he would be able to successfully do so, which is great. Pero hindi dyan natatapos ang ating trabaho. We got 4 more people anchoring down our locations dito sa mapa ng Haven. At unti-unti nilang susundan. Ingat-ingat sa ating tripwire kasi merong nakalatag. And now, despite being commenced dito sa B-site natin ngayon, tamang abang, nasunog pa si Koro na alaman lang sumuporta sa kanya, which is quite sad. Pero, Nexie, really good positioning and anticipation dito kay Nazi, no? Tuge, already taking itong si NC Slasher as well. 2 more people remaining at dyan lang naman yan naglalagay sa ating B-site ngayon. While Dorio, inihintay lamang na makapag-swing itong si Shiro. Beacon bolt detecting a couple, a bit too many for them to handle. Shiro ay mahuhulog na sa kamay ni Georgie ngayon. First round natin on the hands of Jade Lions. Really good start para sa kanila, no? And finally, nakakasagot naman sila. And all I could say doon sa kanilang atake dito, pretty standard, if I may say, when it came down into being able to get the necessary pickups, no? Sometimes all they have to do here is to wait na maging masyadong complacent at komportable etong si BME na makapag-push despite being on the defender's side. Which is a good effort galing dito kay George. Pero ngayon, Nakia, hawak niya ngayon, hindi tatama. Ang kanyang shot here against Tugen will be able to take him down. Instead, a sight. Okupado ng dalawa, Shiro and NC Slasher ang nagbabantay. Pero they might be waiting for any lurks na manggagaling dito, no, kay Nats. Pero, hindi niya ata ito gagawin. It's a bit too risky. And despite that they want that pick-off so bad in order to equalize itong ating manpower ngayon, it is really important for them to keep their patience intact. Corona, nakaabang si Shiro sa'yo, pero one tap lang ang kailangan niya dito at makukuha niya na ito agad. Hindi nila alam na yung C-site natin available para sa kanila, no? Pero, okay lang yan. A-site, already here. Corona taking another. Sometimes pickups lang ang kakailangan nila dito, no, in order to set the mad advantage para sa side nila. I really like kung ano ang nakikita natin dito ngayon. Defo and Natsi
Found my wire.
are just waiting for them to take a move on, pero most likely they will be saving. Natsi will just be waiting.
My eyes
Kung
are
meron
better
magpipick
than
at
yours.
meron nga, medyo natuwa masyado si Coronado. And unfortunately, this is gonna be done and dusted around here for BME. And for Jade Lions, seems like they're already taking a hold or getting a hold dito sa ating mapa ng Haven. Which made me realize na baka ito nga rin yung reason na pinili at finorce nila yung best maps dito ng Boom Esports, no? Kasi they're well aware of their tendencies, lots of VODs to review, lots of information sa mga galawan din dito, no, from Boom. And the reason as to why they were able to actually do these tactical moves na meron tayo dito ngayon, no, sa ating last 2 rounds na meron.
Watch this.
And for now, 6 round na. Hold down lang uli tayo dito, no? Pero, 3 people are manning down itong ating A-site ngayon. Seems like they want the chaotic route, pero unfortunately, that shot would not be connecting. Dagdag na impormasyon that Corona is definitely holding that operator as well. Antabayanan lang nila ito ng maigi. Tamang shock dart to disable ang ating tripwire. Nats taking one. Georgie for the trade. Nakia, parang masyado kang natutuwa. Dahil sa iyo, B-push alongside ang iyong mga kasama. At ngayon, round natin muli for Jade Lions. All tie. Tayo dito ngayon. And it does seem like that when it came down to things not being in favor here for being Boom Esports, they're being a bit too pressured and desperate na gumawa ng ganong mga high-risk plays that unfortunately hindi sila nakakapag-yield at nakakaroon ng reward. And thus the technical pause being present. Taman chill lang muna tayo dito ngayon, but I really like the look dito for Jade Lions so far. And here though, we have a lot of ultimates available. We got the From the Shadows, the Resurrection, and as well as ang ating Hunter's Fury sa kamay ng ni Wild Warrior Georgie and Tugeno. And on the other side, they can actually do really quick push pagdating sa ating mga post-plan situations. But it appears that they have quite of a different setup going on dito sa ating A-site ngayon. So, we'll just gonna be waiting until na makapaghanda ang ating mga players. Seems like a technical pause has finally been lifted. And by the looks of Jade Lions positioning, they might be heading dito sa ating C-site ngayon, no? open na open, bakanteng-bakante. But they better be careful din dito kay Knots. Be careful not to give him some information, a pick-off. Pero nakikita natin ngayon, dahil mga damage na take etong si Georgie and some of the other members here, but not too much, no? And for now, tamang passive play lamang sila ngayon. Oh.
Grabe yung PC ko, nawala yung wifi. Pero sige lang, I had to lock in as quick as possible. And I wish I saw what. Ano ba nangyayari?
No, na makapag-adjust dito. Ay, tsaka binanggit ko rin dito kanina, no, na baka yung reason nga na pinili nila itong hidden map natin and as well as itong Lotus. Kabisado na nila yung galawan ng DMP, which is yun yung pinapakita nila dito ngayon. But right now, seems like something else is happening. And despite the spike being down dito sa B-site natin ngayon, para nauubos ata kung sino yung mga member natin dito from JADE Lions. Yun nga lang nga, parang nabati ata agad.
I see. I think I caught up on that. I mean, nakita, like, I think we're at round 7 already. And it's close calls for both sides. It's like they're 1 point away from each other already. Grabe. Let's take a quick replay here and paano nila nag-execute dito sa map ito. BME starting off strong as always in terms of defense. But right now, in terms of individual points dito, si Nakia on top as usual, almost as usual na habang si J2Ge go with a 5-4-1 already. I think they're supporting each other pretty well as of now.
And so far, when it came down to utilizing yung ating ultimate dito for the Hunter's Fury, no, meron namang ROI na naibalik dito kay Shiro, pero parang tabla lang ang naging outcome after that momentarily chaos na nangyari dito sa ating A-site sewers area. Pero 3 people back here for Boom Esports scrambling over. Nilolocate. Asan nga ba ang Jade Lions ngayon? Pero ngayon may ideya na sila. Spike being put down. They gotta be careful.
I know exactly where
they still have lots of utilities to use. Neural Tech, all information being accessed here by BME. Shiro sinimulan na nagawa ng aksyon ng impormasyon na kanyang nakuha. And madedelay lang din sila dito further with the lockdown. Wild Oreo parang medyo mapangahas ata. Ang pinaplano mong angulo. Basado ka dito ni Shiro. Okay na sana, doable na sana, pero parang pinapahirapan niyo ata yung sarili niyo. Round na naman uli for BME.
Grabe! It's like, that's the thing, yung Boom Esports, kapag sila yung defending side, grabe yung upper hand nila. They know where to put their setups. Alam nila paano how to get that fight again. Quick on their feet. Ganun yung strategy ni Boom Esports. They're quick on their feet. Magaling sila mag-create ng rash decisions under pressure. But si Jade, so far, sure, 3-5 tayo dito for this map. And it seems like in terms of getting information, it's been showing up pretty well naman. Si Wild Oreo bumigay siya ng relevant information, especially through quick rotates or mga mid-rounds, ganun. But right now, it seems like they're quite stuck sometimes.
And for now, it seems like they're taking a really, really decisive approach dito sa ating A-site ngayon, no? Kasama silang apat, pero ang kailangan lang din nila pagkakita na yung operator dito dinakyan. Panandalian lamang kinuha ni Georgie, no? Shiro already being protected here as well with the nice use of the paranoia. A-site natin, kanila na ngayon. Dinagdagan pa na maganda posisyon dito ni Tuge, pero that might be a bit too predictable, especially na may idea ata
Last player standing.
At nakapag-TP siya, pero si Georgie, naku po, abaya nakuha na agad itong si Nats agad. And it's all up to NC / baka mapasave na lang siya.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the odds are quite low for NC right now. Habang nandyan sila lahat, si Jade, I think it was a good call that they clustered up together. They stayed and anchor yung mga areas nila sa site, giving them the advantage against Boom Esports. Good call for Jade, no? That for making that quick decision, like, okay, if this doesn't work out, punta tayo sa ibang site. Or if this doesn't work out, pwede tayo mag-push, but stay cautious. Ayun. I think caution is a big factor in terms of the attacking side. If you're up against a very strongly defensive team.
And it seems like when it came down to decisive approaches and pushes lang naman din dito, no? I feel like mabilis naman na itong nagagawa ng Jade Lions when it comes to being standard sa mga galawan by G naman din talaga sila dito. And it's very nice to see na kahit na may kalamangan ng Boom Esports, at least sobrang close ng ating diferensya, no? And for now, Georgie, well, on fire, if I may say, pagdating sa mga duels niya dito. NC Slasher, saktong pwesto pa sa crosser ni Corona. Corona taking 2 already. Maganda. Pag-support na dito ni Waldo Mayon. Some information being leaked. Naki already being taken down as well. And it's all up to Nats.
Oh my gosh. Grabe, ang bilis nila nag-make ng it's just Nats all alone. It's a matter of seconds. I think that's the best way to describe it now. Once they have that momentum for Jade, they can keep up. They can be consistent. Ayan yung scary part when it comes to Jade Lions. If they keep winning and winning, magiging consistent sila. And consistency is obviously the key, one of the keys to victory. And right now, yung consistency nakita talaga natin for Jade Lions has been quite low-key intimidating now for Boom Esports, unless they keep their mental game strong naman for Boom Esports. Like, okay, sure, it doesn't matter if they keep winning. We're just gonna stay on keep on our, just gonna be ready for whatever happens for the next round. Ayan. I think Jade Lions, they are reactive. I think yun ang masasabi ko. They are reactive per round. If this happens to them, then they react to it and keeps going and going and going and going. Because ito yung one of their strategies, no? Yes, they are reactive, but sometimes it's enough for the consistency they need. They don't stick to one strategy all the time, compared from Boom Esports, that how, of course, they put the setups, they put the with the smokes ready in case, especially sa mid. But for Jade Lions, they can adjust quickly per round, not for the entire match, for this map rather.
Which is great from what we're seeing here so far. I really do hope na madala nila ito, especially kapag nag-defense na sila, no? They're keeping it close, pero at the same time, I also understand how defending in the map of Haven can be quite of a hefty task. Pero if you can get power positions quite early, like kung ano ang meron dito sa NC Slasher, and not make it overused na to the point na mababasa ka agad, I feel like that can also be their strength later on. Pero sa ngayon, what matters for them is to take these last 2 maps na meron tayo dito sa ating unang half natin and just keep on doing the reads and the pickoffs na talagang successful sila na kung turingin na nakukuha nila so far. At yung C-site natin, abay bakanteng-bakante pa for them, no? Corona also trying to catch some people rotating, pero yung kanan mo, Koro, nakitang-kita ata yung kanan mo. Sasasakin ka pa ni Jesus Lager dito. And in the process of that, everyone would be scrambling, getting themselves into a better position they think would be better. Pero parang baliktad pa ata yung kanilang nakukuha. Ang nangyayari dito ngayon, Nakia. Yung ball na natin hindi kumukonekta. Shiro and Devil trying to catch up, and hence the retake as taken by BME.
Ayan. Sure, meron silang upper hand from that, from that round, no? Open talaga yung site C. They have that site to themselves. Pero because si Boom Esports, that knife was nasty too. Ang madali nila mag-adjust at mag-rotate for that. I think it was great timing that most of them were in mid. So therefore, ang bilis talaga nila magpupunta towards C site. So, that's the thing. We're at round 12 already. And look at the gaps sa score. It's 6-5. It's not like crazy on both ends yet. Because they can match up each other's differences and their strengths pa rin. So it's like hard for both teams how they're gonna take them by surprise or paano nila get more wins.
And even for now, I feel like yung naging issue lang nila doon is parang lahat sila nung wala sa focus nung nasaksak itong si Corona eh. Pero other than that, okay na sana yung binabalak nilang pang-reset para sa pag-prepare nila for our post-plan situation, no? Pero ngayon, side take, sobrang bilis, sobrang ganda, sobrang linis sa kanila pagpasok dito, and I really do hope that they can maintain this until the end. Corona taking really proactive angles. I just also hope din na meron nagkikater ng kanyang heaven area kasi medyo delikadong kanyang angulo dito. Corona taking one. Magkakaroon pa nga ba ng isa? Blind connecting. Oh, it is already being returned. Kratos actually being present, active, living. Anti-slasher against Nexi. Aware na kung nasan si Nexi dito ngayon. Nexi, yung barrel mo, hawakan mo na maigi. Kasi pipik sa'yo. At mukhang maayos yung tinarbaho ito. First half natin, all tie para sa parehong koponan.
Ayan. Now, the game is definitely on for this match actually. Akala natin it's gonna be like an upper advantage for BME, but nah. They can catch up. It's like they know, like sure, Jade Lions might know like, oh no, this is BME's one of their good maps. Pero they proved them wrong. Because right now, we're at a close tie. Like, I mean, we're at the tie right now. So, like, imagine if Boom Esports win next round, tapos CJ Lights win next round. So it's gonna be very close actually, Mochi. Because so far, with how BME is executing some sa defending side, it's like, yes, they keep their angles strong, they keep their setups ready pa rin, but it's nothing compared, well, it's something. But compared kay Jade Lions, isang duelist lang sila. Tapos attacking side pa rin. But they rely on their information giver. I think that's one of the biggest factors. That they rely on information. Tapos meron silang double initiator too. So that's a bigger factor too. And with their Omen as their controller, denying that information and denying the visual that BME needs, parang na-prevent for that area, for that specific, play.
And when it came down din, no, sa last few moments natin for Jade Lions, parang imposibleng walang balik o pagkasagutan itong si Boom Esports, no. And despite some or majority of the reads dito, no, sa kanilang galawan, napaprocess ng maigi ng Jade Lions at nape-predict na action na nila kaagad, mayroon pa rin mabilis na adaptation itong si Boom Esports, lalong-lalo na siguro ngayon. Pero ito rin ginagawa nila dito ngayon, taking these really early interactions and encounters. Pero yun nga lang, Boom Esports sila ang merong kalamangan. Pero doable pa rin naman ito para sa ating dalawang naiiwang Sentinels, no? It's a 2v3 after all.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. Look at their positioning right now. Like si Jade, nandyan sila sa
enemy remaining.
Mid, habang si the rest of Boom Esports, Jade Lions rather, they're just waiting for that right moment. Like, look at that. Instead of dedicating to plant sa A, they say, nah, let's make the crazy decision to just go to a different site. Because look, nandyan si Nexi, either nag-save siya or he's actually gonna take that risk. But I don't think he has enough information to know where they are. Like, that's the beauty of Valorant. It's like basically taking your enemies by surprise or not, like, be sneaky and stuff.
30 seconds left.
And I feel like they got no other choice na rin din dito, no? For Nexi.
Spike planted.
Well, despite the effort na subukan niya to, it's gonna be a bit difficult to practically segregate itong mga member natin from Boom Esports, though. We'll see if there is gonna be a good chance. Pero for now, seems like the time pressure against 3 people is just gonna be a bit too much para sa kanya. Ganda pa ng dark covers na inilatag dito. Good kill. And si Slasher, And as well as itong si Shiro, matatimingan ba ng magandang swing at pagbunot ng baril dito? Yung Nexi ngayon, double swing pa.
Ayan. Another point goes to Boom Esports, 7-6. I mean, that open plant was already, the typical way for competitive plays like these. And but that double swing too was insane. I think it was like the chances were quite low in terms of that. Pero then again, this is the next round. Look, I'll bet that JL will win this round and the next PME. It's like parang pattern na eh.
Let's see if that would be the case. Pero ang maganda din naman sa ginagawa dito ng Jade Lions ngayon is they're openly making early set plays para magkaroon agad ng early advantage sa mga pickups natin. Pero yan nga lang mabilis itong nababasa ng Boom Esports. Kasi ito rin yung ginagawa nila nung first half natin, honestly. No? But again, when it comes down into being a bit more proper sa mga lumating nila dito, no, Nazi, nakadalawa pa in that situation. Georgie, bubulag at mauubos lang rin naman ang Jade Lions dito.
Yep. Okay. So, Boom Esports does win this round. Because, I mean, kung tingnan natin yung position nila from that round, it's, yes, nag-scatter sila for Jade as the defending team. But, and then, Boom Esports took that as an opportunity. Like, yes, they're scattered. And as a defense, that'd be quite hard for them to, gather again as a team or to defend kapag saan sila. But right now, Boom Esports on the attacking side, it's scary kasi like, of course, dalawang duelist compared sa Boom for Jade, just double initiator and one duelist and not enough the flashes that they need. But then again, Boom Esports knows how to execute in terms of offense.
For sure, there's their map after all. Pero Nakia, masyadong natuwa sa pagpasok sa ating B-side ngayon. Nagalamit grinder ang ating mga miyembro dito sa Jade Lions as they weren't been able to actually cover up para sa isa't isa, no? Hindi sila masyado nakapagsabay-sabay. Ang daing na iwan, ang daing na una. At ngayon si Nazi is on the latter part of that. And for now, mabilis lang din naman niyang makukuha itong si Nats. Flawless round pa nga, no? Sobrang lapit ng ating ng Haven.
Absolutely. I mean, like 8-7 already. And at round 16 na tayo, Mochi. It's quite far. It seems like long game talaga to for this map. I mean, it's, of course, desperation calls for JL. But it seems like same goes to Boom Esports pa rin. As like, oh no, they're catching up. We need to execute things strongly. Habang si Jade, like, look at that positioning with a one-way smoke, denying that information, and, determining where they could be. Habang si Boom Esports, okay, we're gonna make a quick rotate para lang tayo makapunta sa A site, but they don't know that Jade, nandyan na naman yung mga, for Nexi, nandyan yung mga setups nila. So it's quite risky for both ends.
In terms of risk, nasampulan na itong si Defo ngayon. We also have the run it back na maaaring magamit sana nila kanina, no? Pero that's already quite done in terms of parts dito for Defo. Pang kinakakaba ko lang pinipilit ng BME itong kanilang push sa C-site natin, pero hindi pa rin umaakto. Itong mga membro natin from Jade Lions ngayon, because of their late reactions, because of their late rotation papunta sa C-site natin, they're suffering so bad. Pero still a 2v3 after all.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, meron silang upper hand, no? Like, kita natin that Nakia, si NC Slasher is quite low. Habang si Waldoria at si Nexi, they're just anchoring on certain areas. They have that upper ground.
One enemy remaining.
And Nakia. Yup! They've been able to take it down as well. Really good methodical approach dito sa ating C-site, no? Well done, well put. All time na naman tayo muli. Hindi naghihiwalay yung scorelines natin. And as much as possible that they can answer back, they will do so. Parang tug of war lang ang nilalaro sa sports fest eh. We also have the neural theft and the run it back still available here for Nuts and Defo. And George even have the resurrection as well. And this could mean a lot of things para dito, no, for Boom Esports. Pero yun na kung matatahak ba nila itong kanilang problema awaiting at hindi pa nila didiscuss, which is itong si Koro na. At nabigyan na nga itong si Nakia ngayon, no, but walang nag-occupy, walang nagbabantay dito sa ating garage area. Great war here from Georgie. Georgie actually taking and catering our garage area still in the process. Great space management ang nakikita natin dito ngayon for Jade Lions, no, na si sobrang low pa. Pero ngayon, spike being planted dito sa B-site ngayon. Bit too much for them to handle, pero NC Slasher is trying to make and do the impossible, and the impossible will remain that way.
Thanks.
Jade Lions, kanila uli ang ating round. And it appears na despite our members here from Boom Esports actually taking some very good approaches dito sa mga sites na gusto nilang pagkumitan, they haven't been able to be a bit careful sa pag-check at pagkuha ng impormasyon. For one, a really quick jump peek would be useful dito sa C-site natin, no? Pero props na props si Corona in terms of power pick-up potential and trade-offs na rin, no? Na kanina pa natin nakikitang buhay na buhay para sa kanya. Corona being predicted, pushed out of that position and pushed out of the map alongside with Tuge. Wala pa man din balik, wala pa man din sagot, pero there's still a lot of time para kay Jade Lions na makapag-acto dito at bawi. Pero ngayon, Resurrection active, Tuge, buhay na buhay. And now, Nakia and Nuts still here, trying to offer the counter. And it's all up to Tuge.
No more meddling.
Ayan.
Taking one.
Oh my gosh. Nawala din naman ko. Oh my gosh, there's something wrong with my Wi-Fi talaga. Pero sige lang. Let's make do what we have. I mean, wow, 8 to 9 already. Tapos si Tuge na lang, siya na lang isa. I mean, he has no choice but to either take that risk against Boom Esports or just save it up and just maybe give this to Boom Esports. Pero grabe, Mochi. I think the road to victory here for both teams they are hungry for that win, especially for Jade Lions. I know that they really need this win because it can be either an end for them or it can be, they can proceed with the next map, which is Lotus, which is going to be a very dangerous game pa rin. But, I mean, taking a look at the replay, we've seen how Boom Esports as the attacking side, na ang bilis nila they really move fast. I think timeout din, it's a good call for Jade. I think Jade is calling for a timeout. And they need that because it's crazy. I mean, watching 9 to 9. Like, it's like, we don't see a huge gap that's like, oh, for sure, they might win. But no, it's not. It's like ano lang sila. Yun ang dangerous parts in terms of this, no? Kapag mag-catch up yung kalaban mo, and you guys are like tight in terms of like, points, daming risk. Sometimes you either make risky plays or strong plays not to take them by to disrupt that momentum that JL has or Boom Esports has. Because right now, what we have been observing lately for this map, it's hard to disrupt their momentum because they keep like their points keeps one-upping each other. It's like a matter of either luck or a matter of changing things suddenly. It's like nag-react lang sila like in terms like in for per round. I mean, we've seen Oreo already getting that Odin and Karuna with that operator. Ooh, they gotta look out for that. I mean, Odin is a wrath to begin with.
Taking one.
And now, Jade Lions, they have a lot of time. 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 They have a lot of time
Yep, and bilis lang din ang palitan din dito for Wild Oreo, no, making sure na malakas ang Odi na hawak niya compared sa binabato ditong firepower ng mga katapat niya. Defo, drawn it back, locating multiple members being taken up momentarily, but that's more than enough information here. Yun nga lang Cornacia, parang hindi absolute yung crosshair placement niya. And instead, not to be able to afford the trade, huhulaan pa nga ata ni Wild Oreo kung saan napunta itong si Nuts. Pero ang maganda is that their positioning right now quite shattered. Defo, sinisira ang ating wall. Shiro right beside him. Really great side-by-side positioning here for BME. Pero Wild Oreo, hanggang saan aabot ang heavy firepower weapon mo? Dahil naubos na ang oras, mararapat si Depo, pero saktong-sakto rin ang Hunter's Fury sa pagmumukha mo.
Oh my gosh. Grabe, like, I think mga mid plays, like for both teams, like I'm speaking for both teams, kapag nandyan sila sa mid, or mag-execute sila mag-plant sa mid, a lot of things can happen. Dami kasi, of course, you have to look out some, 3 entry points. Actually, 3 entry points and 1 area sa B side to look out for. That's the risky part. Kasi yung B side, it's so small at the same time and risky. You don't have enough areas na you have to, set up or to look out for. Pero meron naman yung advantage din for B-site maps. Like, you can use your smoke, utilize it a lot, and you have to rely on yung mga flashes nila. But right now, it seems like Boom Esports, they either might commit na naman mag-plant sa B-site or maybe switch it up a little.
And in terms of switching it up, I feel like nagagawa yun ng Jade Lions, no, kanina.
Yep.
Medyo natuwa lang si Corona na mag-updraft dito sa B-site natin, pero mabilis din naman itong nababawi. Sometimes it all boils down to the duels na nagkakaroon sila dito. Pero for now, Nuts already out of this round. Great thing here for Jade Lions, no? Sobrang laki ng breathing room na naibibigay kapag wala na si Nuts. But now, A-site taken na rin ng BME.
Absolutely. Nag-dominate sila, grabe. They have that, like, look at saan yung position nila. Nandyan sila sa A-site. The spike is already down. Now, it's up to Jade. Paano na gumagawa? Like, what are they gonna do next? And they're getting kills after kills, denying that information, giving them kills from left to right. Ayan, that lockdown already is an upper advantage. Sinira yung lockdown. It is just Shiro at si Slasher na lang against Wild Oreo at si Tuge. Nandyan na naman yung From the Shadows ultimate ready for Tuge just to make the quick decision. Habang na Wild Oreo nagde-defuse. Ayan.
Wow!
Oh my gosh. Yan ang sinabi ko. I think the lockdown was such a good play. Kasi like, it's like, they gotta act fast. Oh, we're gonna make rash decisions. And sometimes, it might be blinding. But then again, the lockdown was a really good play to put that pressure kay Boom Esports.
I really love kung ano yung naging pagbawi dito, no, ng Jade Lions in the last few moments na meron din tayo in this map. And as you have mentioned, it's just a matter of how good their reaction will be, no? Sometimes when you're a bit too lucky, hindi mo naiisipin if their execute will be working or not. What matters is what is the task at hand. At yun ang nakikita natin ditong pagbawi ng Jade Lions. Pero again, there's a bit too close for comfort. Pasalit-salit lang sila ng rounds ay binibigay at kinukuha dito. And they shouldn't be settling sa ganitong sitwasyon. And even so, we already have a couple of ultis na naman na available dito for BME, no? Yung paborito nilang run it back and as well as itong neural tip na pagdating naman talaga sa mga moments where it's already post-land situation or where they think that they're losing yung ating round, well, yun ang kanilang inaasahan ng mga abilities. Pero quick exchange lang din dito sa ating garage area.
Absolutely. I mean, tingnan natin yung position sila. They're gonna execute to B and plant, but it's gonna be dangerous kasi nandyan yung mga setups ni Nexi. So, everything is literally cornered for Boom Esports. Alam nila saan sila
One
pupunta.
enemy
Like literally, Nakia is just
Strike
only
down
one
mid.
from the shadows like activate. Pupunta siguro siya sa A or actually defender side
30
spawn.
seconds left.
But now it's Nakia really low on health, 19. I think the chances are quite low for Nakia's side unless he's gonna take us by surprise. Ayan, actually yeah. I was surprised from that kill. May just 2 na lang. Time is running low.
Yeah,
10
mag-save na
seconds
lang
left.
siya. Tsaka yung spike naman sobrang layo sa kanya.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's already more than enough information na yun. What? Hintayin na lang natin siya kung talagang isusugal niya to, no? Pero better yet na hindi na lang. It's a bit too much of a gamble to take. And hence, an advantage for Jade Lions again. Wow! They're really looking good, no? Dito sa mapa ng Haven. Seems like, kung baga sa mga board review, talagang inaral nila ito na maigi. Pero again, kahit na inaral nila, and they did their assignment, sobrang lapit pa rin ang ating laban.
Literally, I think, it's map familiarity, map awareness is like one of the biggest factors pa rin when you're selecting a map. Either it can be an advantage or a disadvantage on your end. Because right now, we're at a 10 to 11, 20-second round, by the way. And Boom Esports, they're clustering up together, going together as a team. Baka siguro mag-commit sila towards A site, or unless they make a quick decision na let's not plant to A, maybe we might rotate. I mean, they're actually committing.
Ooh, looking good! Talagang lumakad lang sila dito sa patibong, no? Oh my! Survival instincts at a minimum dito sa specific round na ito, which is pretty bad for BME. And it is good para sa ating mga Filipino believers dyan, no? Nexi is popping off dito sa ating A site at tamang-tamang linis lamang dito sa ating 22nd round. And the flawless to serve as the cherry on top.
Absolutely.
One enemy
Flawless victory. I mean, yeah, like, it's just 1 point away na lang kay Jade. A good call pa rin for Boom Esports to have that timeout. They need the timeout. Because it's just 1 point away na lang for Jade. I think they were taken by surprise talaga. I mean, it's an upper advantage kasi. Especially for this type of tri-site map that you have double initiator, isang controller, and dalawang sentinel rather. And because of Sage, nakita natin how significant she can be as an agent. Kasi her barrier wall denies that. They give them that delay that they need. Especially kapag nandyan na sila as the defending team. They can block entry points or basically block the spike. And Boom Esports would have to waste their time to break that wall or even try to find another route. So, nakita talaga natin paano nilang gumagawa in terms of like delaying their enemies and slowing things down. Compared for Boom Esports that they have a double duelist. Sure, it's a meta, yes. Pero is it enough for them to execute that for this map?
And based from what we're seeing so far, no, sobrang doable nito for Jade Lions. Abay, dinagdagan pa ang kanilang advantages for the victory. Really good positioning dito, galing kay Tuge. Lahat ng pwede nilang gamitin dito in terms of advantageous individual positioning, meron na agad. At pinapakita na dito ng Jade Lions ngayon, walang choice ang BME, kundi umatras. Pero, paano nga ba nila may equalize ang ating numero ngayon na 3 na lang ang naiwan sa kanila? They still got some utilities to use, but every single entry point is being blocked. If not by a utility, it's either some members galing dito sa Jade Lions, no? Pero, 55 seconds on the clock. And it seems like Seaside ang kanilang pinupunteriya dito.
Absolutely. I think this just goes back to what I said kanina, Mochi. Like the delays for the wall. I mean, look what happened a while ago. That they had to knife the wall down, just know where they are, and then making that decision to commit sila towards C. And now they have the upper hand. They have that side to themselves. Habang si Jade Lions, 5 of them alive. Their health is up and about.
Pero, wala na. Bigay info na rin yun, no? I feel like BME didn't expect for them to lose things like this. But all I could say, when it came down to the sheer adjustment and reads galing dito from Jade Lions, they did it wonderfully. And hence, our win, the boys.
Yep.
Look at the smile
Yes.
sa mukha ni Waldorio and as well as ni Coronano, and kung paano nakapag celebrate ang ilan sa kanila dito. Si Toge nag-freeze yung cam, so sobrang saya siguro niya yan. No? Pero, congratulations for taking our Haven map, and despite us actually doubting nung umpisa, no, they proved us wrong, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. I mean, like, we've seen throughout the game that, of course, si Boom Esports winning round after round early. Tapos, si Jade Lions, nagbabawi sila. And that it became a close tie from both sides. Then, from the last part of the rounds, they got 2 consistent wins. And the third one, which leads them to the victory for this map alone. Pero grabe yung journey map nito actually. Kasi
For sure.
we thought that Boom Esports would win this map, pero they proved us wrong. And that's great to see. To prove the casters wrong.
Tsaka, ang hapdi nito for BME, no? Kasi biro mo,
Oo.
yung tanging team na nakasugat sa kanilang 100% win rate dito sa mapa ng Haven, ang top 2 natin so far here sa PH. Which is a massive W para sa kanila, no? Although, I am wondering if this can be carried over sa ating decider map. Kasi again, this is another map dito for Boom Esports, and we don't want na for this to just be a one-time thing para sa Jade Lions, especially being able to be until here, na makaabot sila ng gantong punto. Pero let us see ang kanilang stats.
Grabe si Wild Oreo. 18-13. I mean, look at how they individually play. Tapos si Toge, si Coruna, si Georgie at si Nexi. They all contributed pretty well for the entirety of this map. And si Boom Esports naman, despite that loss, nakita talaga natin yung mga individual contributions din nila. We've got Nakia with a 21-16. Tapos si Defo pa rin with that backup as their duelist. And of course, just going back to JL, that initiator role was a really good play. I mean, coming from doing using Breach from that last map, tapos they're using Sova. I think it was a really good call for him to do that. I think talaga yan ang sinabi ko from that last map. I think they were just quite not familiar lang siguro sa agent. They have to make this decision na lang. Pero right now, they are very familiar sa agents nila, and it's refreshing to see that they played comfortably, even though na parang close matches lang for this map. So it's really exciting to see how this played out.
And in these types of occasions, parang dito mo rin masasabi na hindi naman natin kailangang i-pick part yung mga proseso, no? Questionin. Ang importante ay yung resulta. At nagawa yun ng Jade Lions ng maganda. Ito nga ang ating MVP of our map, ACS with a 229. Wild Oreo nga pala.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen him play as Sova. Especially sa mga Hunter's Fury ultimates niya, especially when someone is defusing the spike, and especially, you know, giving that information that they need para sa team nila. It was a really good thing to see how supportive sa mga teams niya. Okay, here's some information. Kasi usually, si Boom Esports, magko-commit sila from either they go to mid, tapos they just make it quick rotate. So, it's a really good call na they have a double sentinel and an initiator. So I think it's just at the end of the day, it's the agents. They're the agent picks at map familiarity.
And as well as how our members here from Jade Lions have been able to do their assignments very, very well. At titingnan natin kung nagawa din ba nila ang kanilang assignment sa mapa ng Lotus. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. nagbabalik dito, no, is still the series of Boom Esports and as well as etong ating Jade Lions. Na kung kanina nakita natin sa mapa ng Fracture na pinili ng Boom Esports, sila ay nanalo kontra sa Jade Lions with an astounding 13-5. Iniba nila ang ating istorya sa mapa ng Haven. Kasi biro mo, 13-11, 13-10 ata ang ating naging scoreline dito. No? And now, our decider map brings us to the map of Lotus.
Absolutely. And Lotus is a map that Boom Esports has been, statistically speaking, has been very dominating in terms of that one. So this is a win or lose situation already for both teams. It's gonna be intense. I mean, y'all, this is still the first game for the first series of today. So it's gonna be a long day for everyone here. So sit back and relax again while we just play everything out. But right now, going back to the map picks, is that Lotus is a wrath for both teams. Dalawang teams that desperate for that win, really, really bad, and one of them will take the win so that makaproceed tayo for the next series. Pero ayun na nga, it was a crazy matchup from the recent game. It was Haven and the agent selection. It was a lot of things that has happened. I mean, look at that score. 13-10. Grabe. It's like a lot of things that happened. Very, very close match rather.
And all we can say, kung ngayon ka lang tumambay dito, sa ating stream out of all of our platforms, well, our game in the map of Haven is so close, no? Biro mo, umabot sila ng 10-10, ganun kadikit. Pero talagang parang naubusan na ata ng pwedeng gawin pa itong si Boom Esports. Every single thing they do became a bit more predictable kontra dito sa Jade Lions, and their positioning on the defense is very pristine and very well thought of, to the point na pipilas itong BME isa-isa. And unfortunately, the picture of victory can no longer be painted dahil sa kulang ng mga pyesa dito from BME. And the question still prevails, kaya bang isara ito ng ating Jade Lions? Malalaman natin yan sa oras na makatapak tayo sa mapa ng Lotus. Kasi binabanggit na namin to kanina pa, it is 100% win rate. 4 times na nakalaro ang BME dito. And if our Jade Lions were able to actually break their streak dito sa mapa ng Haven, bakit hindi dito sa mapa ng Lotus natin?
Absolutely. And the thing about Lotus kasi, yes, 100% win rate, it's because sa mga agent selection nila, they would go for the typical double duelist play, tapos isang controller or dalawang controller, actually one controller. So the map Lotus is another tri-site map. So, same style pa rin sa Haven. Except, the thing about Lotus is, it's kind of small, but in a way na daming entry points na dapat i-look out for. So, I think that's one of the risky plays din pa rin for both teams. Like, BME may be more familiar compared kay JL. But it's honestly just picking the right agents. Maybe they might go for a double initiator again for JL. Hindi natin alam. Kasi right now, it's gonna be very risky pa rin for JL. Because like what you said kanina, Mochi, that this is a 100% win rate for this. I mean, they've won this map 4 times in a row. So that's crazy to go up against pa rin. But let's see if JL actually studied.
Yes, and we will see na rin natin paano pa ito didiktahin further as we head on to our agent selection. Makikita natin kung sino-sino nga ba ang mga gagamitin dito ng ating mga players, and it seems like si Georgie, abay naranasan niya na mag-pop up sa ating Sage. Abay, bakit hindi siya magwewele ngayon? We also have Race in the hands of Corona here, and a double controller setup which is favorable para kay Nexi and as well as kay Tugeno, and Wild Oreo as our initiator. Medyo magiging risky siguro ang ating mga galawan na kailangan gawin dito ni Georgie. Ang importante lang naman is meron siyang mabilis na kamay para makapag-TP out at maiging backup, which would most likely be supplemented dito for Corona. But how about for Boom Esports?
Boom Esports, wow! They're opting for a dual controller. Tapos isang Duelist. I think it's, they removed that narrative na yung mga double duelist sila. They're gonna go for a double controller. I mean, makes sense naman kasi this is Lotus we're talking about. A tri-site map, daming opening areas, daming areas to look out for. And with JL naman, they're opting for a double duelist play. So, considering that Boom Esports are gonna be in the defending side, I think that they can have that really big advantage, honestly. But then again, baka we're wrong. Like, maybe JL, in their play, they're gonna be opting for aggressive plays, strategies nila. I mean, then again, nakita naman natin how Boom Esports started off on the defending side, but JL won that recent match, which was Haven. So maybe either is it gonna be the same history or will it be something different?
And I feel like another thing din that would be very, very important para dito sa dalawang teams natin is yung fact na yung space gatekeeping natin, no? Especially on the defense. Kailangan nila gatekeep yung ating rubble and as well as their pathway na makapag-easy rotate patungo sa B-side. Pero for now, C-side ang balak dito ng Jade Lions trying to set up. There's 4 of them here. Georgie, sinimula na ito. Pero yun nga lang nga, masyado siya natawa. Shiro already getting 2. 3 already? The support is a bit too late na Shiro's been able to take all that time in his hands and take 3.
Oh my gosh! Wild Oreo na lang at si Nexi, your initiator and controller on their hands. Habang si Boom Esports, all of them are alive and well, but we gotta look out for Shiro's HP and Nexi making that way through mid. Then NC Slash naghihintay lang siya, pero nakita niya with that sheriff. One tap. It's up to you, Wild Oreo.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna notice ko din that Shiro and that smoke placement is the usual thing we see in competitive plays in BCE. And there you have it. First win again for Boom Esports, because usually they always win the first round. Even if it's like switching side, they do win that, giving them that advantage that they have. Yeah.
Their pistol win rate is so high para dito, no, for Boom Esports, which is every single time, no, walang kupas talaga. And heroics nga, no, ni Shiro, nasaksihan natin dito sa ating seaside area. Unfortunately, ang dae ata nga nabuksan, nabutas dito ng Jade Lions the moment that they decided to push into seaside. Hindi nila masyadong supportahan at isa't isa. And hence, our first round was taken by BME. Pero ngayon, ito na. Jade Lions, their target is to take a site, and Boom Esports is willing to do extra efforts to prevent that from happening. Pero si Tuge, nako po, napakaganda ng posisyon. Nakala nila hindi pa nakakatawid, nandun na pala siya. Bonus na outlaw ata ang kanyang hawak. Oh, never mind, sa Marshall.
Oh. I mean, look at those kills already. Ang aggressive nila, but it's smoke just denying that visual information. Tapos they're just all scattered here for Boom Esports. But now, narinig nila yung door. So they're gonna make their way to A site, ready for what threat they're about to face.
One enemy remaining.
And Shiro, parang kanyang-kanya tong mapang to, just by how he's been able to anticipate ang ating mga membro dito, no, from Jade Lions na kaya topping it all off as well. I mean, when it comes dito sa ating una at kalawang round sa isang mapa, no, parang granted na ito para kay Boom Esports. That is their strength after all. Ensuring that the early advantage is on their hands. Pero sa ngayon, we'll see, no, kung ano nga ba ang magiging reaction dito ng Jade Lions ngayon, especially that they need that retribution round. It's a buy round para sa kanila.
Absolutely. We're at 2-0 already. And the usual smoke plays dito, oh my gosh, like it just covers the entirety of a rubble. Denying that information, but giving them that little peek from that opening area nandyan sa A site. But then again, it's a matter of smoke placement. Early round pa lang, it's all up and about. I think that's a good, din, kay BME with a double controller, especially with big areas like this. para mag-deny ng mga information na that JL needs.
Kaya lang kasi walang nakatoka doon. Aware sila. Merong possible exploit doon pero si Koro na sumasagot. I mean, we got 3 more people, no? Nahalo-halo ang klase ng baril, no? Pero titignan natin if they will be quite aware of that possible lurk. Hindi pala possible. Ginagawa na, no? Delivery underway na by yours truly na si Defo. But we will see if this would be benefiting them or would it be the latter, no? Lalong-lalo na nag-rotate pa sila dito sa ating A-site ngayon. They'll be
they don't
trying to
know.
put they don't know. I feel like this is gonna be a bit risky para sa kanila.
Ayan.
Some information being leaked with the poison cloud. Pwedeng nakapag-push pa nga ata dito si Shiro ngayon. Saktong-sakto sa ulo ni Corona. And it's just one more next dito in the heaven area. Tuluyan na nga ata siyang mapapadala doon.
Grabe. I mean, by that time, naglalurk sila si JL. They were like sneaking. Yes, hindi narinig. But like, Boom Esports, despite hindi nila alam saan sila pupunta, once that poison cloud was down, it was a huge giveaway na sila. Okay, so they are definitely right above there. A-top. Nandiyan na sila sa A-top. And I think, yes, the good placement naman yung poison cloud. Para, you know, they have to worry about one angle na lang. But of course, Shiro, that crazy crosshair placement pa rin. It was just insane to see how mechanical plays can be a big factor pa rin in terms of, you know, VCT or Valorant in general. Pero now we're at 3-0. Grabe sa Boom Esports, nagiging consistent sila, but JL needs to catch up. Paano nila gagawin to? Paano sila mag-execute, mag-plant ng spike from different sites?
Ooh, and we're already seeing some early pickups here and trade-offs sa ating area. Pero, Corona, nakaabang lamang, inaantay ang kanyang mga kasama. Really good crossfire positioning ang meron dito for Boom Esports na again, might be a trap set for them. Corona being spotted, lupaman din siya, tamang swing, ay muntikan pa atang mag-audition ang tatlo. Pero, it's a 2v3, doable to. We have a stinger in as well as a Bucky sa kamay ni Jordan Way, which might be a bit too difficult for them to handle. Eh, sabi ni Depo, nung chance, wala nang chance yan.
Oh my gosh, I think, you know, yun din yung JL needs to look out for. It's literally defo. Especially sa mga long-range weapons. I mean, by that play na nandyan sila, lahat sila sa C, that they're trying to execute the plant C, it's just quite hard for them. Kasi si Boom Esports, the smokes are up. That's the thing. Like, kapag dalawang controller dito, especially for a map like this, it gives them that big advantage talaga for Boom Esports on the defending side. Because once C, if magplant sila sa C, nandyan na sila lahat. But if magplant sila sa B, they can play time and they can delay. But when it comes to A, that's where things kind of struggle pa rin for JL. Because first, let's say, pupunta sila sa B, then they go behind, then maglalurk sila habang si Boom Esports, they're just waiting in mid, making quick rotates if ever mag-change ng planting sa site. But then again, nakita talaga natin paano nila mag-execute for Boom Esports. Kapag yung spike is down, they know where to defuse it, they know how to back their teammates up.
And that is definitely something na ginagawa dito ng BME, no? Unfortunately, para sa Jade Lions, hindi pa natin nakikita so far. They might have done their assignment here in Haven, but here in Lotus, it is gonna be quite of the opposite. And si Slasher and as well as tong si Nakia, tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-ronda patungo dito sa ating A area. Abay, despite the fact na medyo nagkanda-untog at natisod yung ilang mga miyembro, nakalamang pa sila from that occasion. And hindi man lang nagamit ni Nakia ang kanyang, never mind, nagamit pala ni Koro na yun, which is quite sad, no? Pero Tuge, Oy,
Ooh,
saktong-sakto
timing.
ang pagbaba ng toxic
Oo.
wall. That is also what I love in a Viper's pet as well, no? As a Viper user myself, you can time yung paglapag nung wall mo awkwardly and then catch
Literally.
your opponents off guard. Definitely evident from that. Pero ngayon,
Hala,
Nexi
hala,
and
hala.
Wild
Enemy
Dorio
remaining.
will try to peek kills.
Oh my God.
Shiro would just take them away.
Grabe. I think of course, smokes are very important, when it comes to entry points. Like, especially for the
One
toxic wall
enemy
play.
remaining.
Like, okay, I'm gonna turn this off just at the right moment and get that kill. Like what you said, Viper is, in a way, beautiful in terms of using that agent. Because it's just timing. Making the right calls with your team. And because of that, another point na naman for Boom Esports. JL hoping that their momentum doesn't die down. But sure, they've been consistently losing round after round. But hopefully, yung mental game nila is still strong than ever. It's still not the end of the game. They can still, pwede pa sila mag-catch up. They just need to change a bit of strategy. Because just so you know, isa na lang sila makapwede mag-call ng timeout. So they just can keep executing the way that they can. Or they can try with their usual reactive play nila. Because right now, it seems like parang nako-corner lagi sila si JL.
And obvious na nahihirapan sila, no? Na makapag-trade off ng kanilang mga kasama. Kasi sobrang bilis lang ng pagtakas dito or sa makapag-pick up yung isa, mabilis lang din siya makaka-atras, specifically itong si Defo. Which is pain na hindi natin nakikita yung chamber sa kamay ni Nexi, no? Kasi magaling din siya mag-chamber. And instead Viper ang kanyang ginagawa, which is also good. But unfortunately, the ROI isn't what we needed it to be or expected it to be. Pero sa ngayon, it seems like they're doing what is necessary para ma-equalize at may pantay, make it a bit more doable para sa ating laban. Pero again, Georgie, naiwan na naman sa gitna ng kawalan.
Absolutely. At tapos ko si Defo, grabe when it comes to... Oh. Well, that's okay. But si Defo, when it comes to playing as Chamber, grabe yung mga ano niya. He's our wrath when it comes to operators. But this goes to another point win for Boom Esports. Ooh, 6-0. It's quite risky na. I mean, this just goes back much, na sinabi natin yung win rate sa map nito. But who knows? We can be proved wrong. But I think statistics kind of also speak for themselves. But right now, maybe JL needs to try something differently. Because, ano naman, like what I noticed so far from the entirety of this round, like, they get cornered up pretty fast. And by that, parang sila like the BME, a pack of wolves surrounding their prey with nowhere to go even if they try to escape. Parang ganun.
Let's see. The covers natin activated pa. Saktong-sakto. Napakaganda ng posisyon dito ni Nakia. Sinuportal pa na showstopper na hawak niya. At sa isang iglap, ewan ko kung napapikit ka. Pero tapos na ang round natin dito. At talagang kitang-kita, ready, all primed up, well expected that they will be heading and attempting that sea push. And they've handled that flawlessly, ika nga, sa ating round. Pero, yun din yung mahirap dito, no? Paano mo nga ba ma-maintain yung mindset na kailangan mo para makabawi kung sunod-sunod na whenever you try to cook up something new, mabilis ka rin na siya shutdown ng mga katapat natin dito from BME. And still, Nakia is being Nakia, Shiro is being Shiro. Every single one of them is just making the most na kaya nilang i-offer para sa kanilang team. At sinisigurado nila na malaki ang kanilang kalamangan. Pero ngayon, bilis na palitan, some people hovering patungo sa A-site naman.
Absolutely. I mean, dami ko masasabi from that round, no? But focusing on with what's going on, parang nahihirapan na naman sila from that area. Like, that long, that sea long, that mound is quite risky pa rin. But good play that JL decided to like, okay, sea is so risky, we can't go there. But with A, it's still scary naman. But they have smokes to cover that up. Meron din yung mga from the shadows. Meron silang nightfall. At, they have Viper Spit. So, dami silang ultimates na pwede nilang gamitin. If they don't use it, then, oh my gosh, it's gonna be Very different. So hopefully, ginamit nila yung mga ultimates nila. So that's coming up with advantage on winning. Oh, never mind. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think wala. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. A bit too impossible to set up that quick, especially na kulang-kulang sila dito. And on the contrary, no, walang kinailangan na util itong si BME. All they needed is the ones that came from NC Slasher or sa kanilang fade, and that is more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these type of situation, like, grabe na yung gap nito, like 7-0. Desperation calls for desperate measures. For example, imagine if Nexi does pull out the Viper Spit, or si 2G mag-make ng rash decision to just transfer from A side to C side para magka-plant. Maybe things would be different. Maybe if they did pull their ultimates, they might have higher chances of winning because 8-0 is grabe na yung gap natin to.
That is for sure. And as of now, no, mabilis ang pag-shutdown dito kay Jade Lions. At ngayon, kamuntikan pang ang makulateral. Ang ilan natin mga miyembro dito, pero sabi ni Defo, okay lang na hindi magkulat kasi yung pangalawang bala tatama din yun. 10 HP here for Shiro with the Viper Spit as well in order to delay them further. Counter Viper Spit also present dito sa ating A-site ngayon. And a couple of members opting for the flank is to get aware of this possibility. Hindi, as Nats takes him down. Nexi and Waldorio na lang here for Jade Lions. A bit too far from reality, but the spray down will almost make it here for Waldorio, but would not be enough to win the round.
Grabe, I think yung yung double Viper Spit, yung nakita ko yung vision nila. They have more space to take over, especially with yung spike. It's down already. But Boom Esports, I noticed that they were scattered and they came in together from different angles sa Viper Spit, even in the enemy's Viper Spit. I mean, look at that. They're just spraying, trying to find that kill. Pero ayun na nga, it was all of them were desperate, especially kay JL. They're desperate for at least a single win lang because it seems like parang nadadown yung momentum nila at yung dynamic. I mean, if we take a look at their kills right now, it's not doing pretty well, especially sa economy. Maliit na yung pera nila. They have to force buy it out. And imagine if they do lose this round. Oh my gosh.
And I hope that they won't make us say it, no? Kung ano yung ginagawa ng BME sa kanila dito ngayon. Kasi so far, well, when it comes to trying to answer back, parang wala silang bira, wala silang rebat, no? Kumbaga, right now, this is not a GL and a Poison 13 situation kung nakikinig kayo sa flip top. Pero ngayon, Nats and as well as NC Slasher na lang ang naiiwan. Finally, ito na ata yung bira na kinakailangan ng Jade Lions ngayon. Ano ba ang gagawin ni NC Slasher? Na sobrang layo. Information secured here by BME. More than aware, more than prepared. The hunt is on, and NC Slasher will be hunted.
Absolutely. Ayan. Yan ang sinasabi ko. Like, they needed to win that round. And that's enough already to keep it up. They need that momentum. Kasi nakita natin yung replay, how they were being picked off one by one. Not as not as together. Kasi na-notice ko, kapag Jade does kill them all at once, or at least try to make that chaos, it's gonna be difficult for them. But right now, from that recent round, notice how they've been picking off picking off their enemies one by one, giving them an advantage.
And yan ay masasakyan natin ngayon, no? Tugi, maganda na ang naging simula niya rito. Well, we still have 4 more people, which might make the difference for them. Again, just a few more. Kaunti pa. Sanang pagbasa dito para dito kay Shiro. Madali lang naman ang kanyang pagkasagot. As they now try and witness what would be the next step. 3v3 lang naman ang sitwasyon ngayon. Yung Nightfall natin as well as yung Tour de Force, available para kay NC Slash at Defo.
Grabe. I think that showstopper being interrupted was one of the highlights here for this round. A kill was about to happen but na-deny na naman. Pero right now, I don't think they know where JL should be. Noise already.
One enemy
Like,
remaining.
distract them with that four.
Spike
Oh my
down
gosh,
A.
4K kay Shiro. Nexi, ikaw na lang. Hindi nila alam saan ka. And the
30
spike
seconds
is
left.
far from your grasp. Paano mo? How are you gonna reach that? Knowing that they are heavily defending that spike. Oh my gosh, I've been proven wrong. Denying the place.
Face your fear!
Nightfall. Know where you are, but he was just behind you the entire time. Therefore, when it comes to
Last round
snipers,
before the switch.
it's the end for you. Grabe. Oh my gosh. Look at that showstopper. Na-interrupted. Imagine if hindi pala na-interrupt. They would have been down already.
One enemy remaining.
But,
Grabe, no?
whew, that lurk was a good call. Pa rin.
Yeah. Definitely a good call. Pero, not good. Not good ito with the Lions kasi 10-1. 10-1. Sabi nila pagka daw 10-2, merong ano daw yun eh, may kahulugan din daw. Parang yun daw yung bagong version ng 9-3. Pero let's see kung yun nga talaga, no? At yung ba ay makakaabot doon, no? Kasi balita ko yun, sinasabi ng damod dati. Pero ngayon, ewan ko lang, no? Especially with how everything is looking squeaky clean. Ika nga nila sa Ingles, no? Para dito kay BME, parang bahay ata nila itong Lotus.
Oo naman. Because like, it's crazy to see how it seems like a breeze for them. Not the map breeze, or a breeze. Like, it's like, they're so familiar. And that's, ano eh, pinaka-dangerous. If your enemy is super familiar with that map, what you can do na lang is just make up for what's lost.
And here, for Defo though. Ooh, look at the positioning of this dude.
Grabe.
Time and time again, no? Pakalalim na siya dito sa ating rubble area. And all he has to do is to accord this area down. Kasi sa oras na mayroong sumulit dyan, delikado na talaga. Pero, siya ay madedetect agad ng ating matcher. Mapufor siyang umatras, no casualty. Pero sabi ni Lakia, don't worry bro, I got you. Georgie, sabi niya, nung I got you, mabilis kong masasagot yan. 4v4, ang ating labanan ngayon, in A site, is open than ever before.
Once they have this to themselves, DME might have that lower chances of winning kasi look at where they are right now. Tingnan natin yung positioning kay Jade. All covered in different angles. Habang si Natsi, oh my gosh, I think it was a good call din. Yung smoke placement, is covering that so that he has one area to worry about. Pero si NC, Slasher, ikaw na lang against Tuge at si Corona. Dilam saan ka. Actually, they know the noise has been made. It's a 10-2. I think you're right about this one.
Switching sides.
10-2. Parang 9-3 na dito.
Diba, no? May something talaga eh. Laging napuputa sa garon. Pero, what's really nice here is the way that they've been able to cover up for each other despite it being shaky. Pero, again, no? They cannot rely, no? Hindi sila pwedeng mag-rely sa gantong mga sitwasyon na pagdating sa mid-round, subukan na lang nilang daanin sa reactions. I feel like other than the set plays, it's also important for them to weigh their chances and opt for pick-offs. Take information sa kung ilan yung mga naka-operator kasi kanina dalawa eh, no? Kala natin isa lang, nung pala pareho sila ni Nakia. Both of them ni Defo and naka-operator. And that is something that they shouldn't leave into uncertainty. Na kailangan nilang i-sure, kailangan nilang magawan kaagad ng rebat the moment na makitaan na merong operator, atras agad, try to rotate, fight something else, make it a bit more safer for them, no? Especially na malayo-layo ang kailangan nilang tahakin para ma-equalize ang ating mga numero.
Especially sa ni Natsi and with Chambers sniper. I think that's the kasi dalawang operators, imagine that. And so far we've been seeing them pop off kapag yung mga sniper plays nila, like long distance weaponry going up against double duelist, it's like it's hard, especially when you have, you know, for Jade side, yes, dalawang controller at isang initiator. But one thing for sure is that they don't have enough information to get what they need. Kasi, of course, I mean, obviously, Fane has been used multiple times when it comes to Lotus. But it's enough though compared kay Boom Esports agent selection here.
I mean, when it comes to the agent selection, I feel like that is a bit of a really good strength din dito for Boom Esports when it comes down to their flexibility, no? Because they can always switch up depending on the match. Pero here for Defo, iniisa-isa lang naman. Literal naman talagang ginagawa niyang headhunter ang kanyang headhunter, no? Pero, and si Slasher, nako po, nakatalikod pa. Pero buti na lang si Jordy nandyan, no? Taking that third kill dito kay si Slasher. 10-3 ang ating scoreline ngayon.
I mean, because of that, like, they finally got another win for JL. Dahil lang that they managed to just pick them off one by one. And parang, like, there was someone lurking already. There was someone flanking, rather. And they got their back. Like, literally, their back. So, I think because of that, now, if they can keep this strategy, this play up, they can win more rounds. Because right now, the gap is literally gapping.
Minsan, no, sabi nga nila, good things come to those who wait. Sometimes all they have to do is to hold down specific positions, no? Especially na nasa depensa naman sila ngayon. And dito naman para kay Shiro, parang nagmimistulang bata naghahanap ng kanyang magulang. Pero Shiro, sabi niya, kaya ko to. Strong, independent ako. Pero Nexi, well aware kung nasan siya.
Now they have another win. Take nilang yung momentum, winning momentum. And because of that, they got another 2 consistent wins actually. I mean, right now, the Lotus ko, it's like under pressure. They don't know what's going on anymore. Parang na taken by surprise si Boom Esports. I think mid is what they're currently at, like let's say struggling for Boom Esports. Because, you know, the sides has been switched, and Boom Esports isang duelist. So it's gonna be quite challenging on their end pa rin.
Yes, and I feel like that's also the issue in being on the attacking side, no? It's a bit difficult to brainstorm. Hindi naman pwede na palipat-lipat at rotate lang kayo ng rotate because that can enable lots of spaces being left unchecked. Pero ngayon, Jade Lions are trying something different in terms of how they're looking right now. Pero si Shiro, okay na sana ang game sense, pero yun nga lang hindi tumrigger ang kanyang barrel. Sabi ni Defo, okay lang man, I got you. Tuge, and as well as Corona, being able to take Defo as well. In fact, he doesn't got one all. Corona taking another Nakia. Sumasagot pabalik. And it's all up to Tuge. Tuge.
High-low.
Okay, tama din ito si Tuge, Edo. Pagdating lang naman din at moments in terms of clutches, kaya niya sana, pero yun nga lang, wala sa timing.
Actually, yung one-way smoke that he placed there, si Toge, I thought that would result getting him a kill. Pero hindi naman, kasi like, of course, na-deny yung visuals for Boom Esports. And then, of course, they would make that up by just rotating from that area para lang pagkuha ng kill. Pero, they managed to get a kill against Tuge, despite that one-way smoke. So, honestly, 11-4 is so far already kay JL Mochi. I mean, unless makabawi sila, then that's a very huge surprise.
For sure. But based from what we are seeing here right now, I really like how Jade Lions just waiting for them to actually move, no? Hayaan na lang natin silang lumapit, hayaan na lang natin sila gumalaw. Hanggat maaari na makapag-angkor at tamang suporta lang tayo sa isa't isa, bakit hindi natin gawin yon? At yun na nga nakikita natin dito ngayon, more revolving sa ating body system. Wonderful retake para dito si Jade Lions.
I think it was just because nagsusupport sila each other just in case, like, you know, making quick trades and all that. Like, yes, wala na silang duelist at that time, but they managed to keep up. I mean, without the flashes or without the explosive plays, nandyan naman sila yung control and initiator. Like, look how they executed based on that replay. No? Like, they pushed despite defending team sila. Like, parang, it's like, overwhelming your enemies can be making, will, you know, be forced for Boom Esports to make sudden decisions under pressure. At nakita talaga natin paano nilang ginagawa yan. Like, they've been winning a lot already. 5-11. It's good for JL if they keep this up. And especially, you know, in a psychological state. If we're talking about that. But so far, they've been executing their plays pretty well. Yan.
Hindi ko alam anong sinusubukan gawin ni Nakia doon, pero nag-put pa rin siya, no?
Yeah.
Yung mga micro errors natin dito, pero Wild Oreo will be possibly taking some hunches and information, no, that there might be someone there. Aware na rin sila. Pero parang medyo delikado ata yung posisyon dito ng BME ngayon. Yup, definitely. That area became a choke point and eventually cementerio para sa kanila. Unti-unting bumabangon ang ating JADE Lions. 5 more rounds to go.
Absolutely. I mean, they're catching up. It is so great great for JL. But right now, si Boom Esports good call mag-timeout sila because what happened? Because so far, this is 100% win rate kay Boom Esports. They're so close to winning. Just 2 more. But right now, with JL's sudden aggression and sudden surprises from every site they go to, it's like Boom Esports parang naku-corner na sila. I think that's a great way to describe it. It's like, by the time they get cornered, they don't know where to look out to anymore. Kasi it's like, yes, let's say Boom Esports, they try to escape. But JL, they deny that. Because someone is already waiting. Nandyan na sila. One of them, naghihintay lang sila para makukuha ng kill. And because of that, Boom Esports doesn't have a way to escape, or at least try to find a way.
And I also like what I'm seeing here in terms of their ultimates, no? Almost complete in attendance. It's gonna be pretty explosive para dito sa ating teams so far. Especially na ang labanan dito is yung stability sa ating economy, no? One more wrong round, wrong mistake here for BME. Nako po, medyo delikado to, pero yun nga lang, masyado silang natuwa sa kanilang setup dito. Well expected by BME ang kanilang niluluto dito sa ating seaside area. Buti na lang, bilis din nagawa na paraan nito ni Tugean as well as the Nexi. Definitely, nakikita natin, dalawang controllers doing the dirty work para dito for the entirety of the team, pero Nats from nowhere, A site already available for them. All they have to do is to rotate. But the question is, makikita kaya nila si Nats?
I don't think, but they heard him running.
Enemy remaining.
Ayan, get that free kill. Alam nila, parang na-predict niya saan siya. But now the spike is down. Look where Toge is. Just an A stairs. Si Natsi nandyan din. Footsteps by the way. And that results to a 12-6. I think it was a good call pa. Kapag nag-plant na yung spike and he hid in A stairs, because it seems like na-predict niya saan siya pupunta, saan siya mag-appear. In result, that he gives his team 1 point on the board at isa na lang para endgame.
And speaking of endgame, na-stabilize lang naman ng BM ang kanilang economy at maliban doon, match point secured pa sila, no? And despite JADE Lions taking ang ating map for Haven, it is still quite of a question if mapoprolong pa nga ba nila ang ating laban dito for Lotus, especially with all of the chaos going on, 1-for-1 exchange. Corona actually taking out ito si Nakia, which is great, but until when would they be able to hold out? Nuts! Very ballsy movement. Oh my! Pero ngayon,
Too slow.
Defo would be able to take down itong si Wadorio as well, and as much as they want to delay them, Atlanta. Naku po, mamamataan, makikita, mapapatay pa nga ni Corona with 3K in his hands. Shiro, tingin sa harap, likod at gilid mo. Ikaw rin, Corona. Sa likod! Kabutikan pa kayong malamangan nito. Pero buti na lang talaga.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, wow. Buti na lang talaga.
It was a close call. Actually, it was a really close call for Boom Esports. They could have won that. And the crazy thing, like Corona took that risk. Like by the time nandyan yung Vipers, it was just he took that risk to get 2K and result with a 3K. But oh my gosh, 12-7. I feel like they're gonna catch up, Mochi. Grabe.
Grabe, indeed, grabe si Corona. Buti na lang nag-online siya at buti na lang, no, naging complacent na hindi i-check yung ating drop, no. Ito ng ating mga membro dahil nakampante sila, naglapag na sila ng snakebite dito from Shiro. And little do they know na hindi absolute yung placement ng util na yun. Pero B-site natin already here next year. Really good kill. Yun nga lang nga. Medyo na paso siya doon. Buti na lang andito si Tugen as well as si Waldorio to the rescue. And our spike is in no man's land. Shiro being pushed back and Tugen taking the kill onto him. The dream is still alive for Jade Lions.
Imagine 11. They were catching up. They were at the top. And JL caught up. And that became scary for Boom Esports. Look at guys, look at the score. 12-8. Isa na lang for Boom Esports. Their map pick there was a decider map, by the way, and their strongest map. Pero si JL took everyone by surprise. And just a few more so that they can win this. So talaga they're desperate for this win. So they have to make the right and proper decisions para lang mananalo sila dito kasi just a few more rounds to win, and that's endgame for JL. But that doesn't mean that it's already winnable kasi si Boom Esports isa na lang pa rin. So, you know, desperate times calls for desperate measure for both teams.
And speaking of measures, masusukat na kaya natin yung possibility na makakuha ito ni Jade Lion. So, ito kaya ang tuldok for BME to take this series once and for all. Next, he said, as much as possible, ipoprolong namin to. Pero it seems like that hope is already slipping through Jade Lion's fingers. Away from them, Corona. Bibitaw na. And Boom Esports will be taking the cake.
Congratulations to Boom Esports. GG's kay JL. We've seen them play through pressure. I mean, it's their debut, and they left a great mark in history, and left an impression for everyone here watching us live. Pero grabe, the way they've executed yung journey kay JL was a long journey.
For sure. And, I mean, we definitely acknowledge yung effort na inilatag dito ng Jade Lions, no? Pero again, when it comes down to the synergy, overall coordination and experience as an entire team, doon talaga magkakaroon ng kakulangan. And despite having quite of a really thick CV or resume individually para dito for Jade Lions, yun nga lang nga, no? Ito yung pinopoint out natin simula umpisa pa lang, mahirap na dumepende sila sa ganitong mga bagay na especially in terms of mechanical framework present na present dito for BME. Congratulations and nice try para sa sariling atin na si Jade Lions.
Absolutely, especially sa mga sa highlights na nashino natin. It's like they're really heavy on utility usage, especially sa mga ultimate. I forgot to mention this from this round, but that moment they got an easy kill kasi dahil sa convergent paths from that C mound, making them all slow down, then the showstopper mix. It was just cherry on top, chef's kiss round. But dang, and then again, congratulations to a Boom Esports. It was an insane series right now. I mean, look at the statistics we see for Boom Esports. Si Shiro, I mean, individually, grabe yung mga consistency tapos yung contribution sila. Habang si JL naman, they did the same as well. Yung mga teammates nila, they've been individually helping each other in terms of, as a team and individuals. But of course, Boom Esports gets that upper hand despite ng isang duelist nila at dalawang isang controller, they managed to make things work.
True. And it just shows how BME is really firm standing their ground dito sa mapa ng Lotus natin, no? Making that 4-map win streak in Lotus 5 already kontra dito sa Jade Lions. And ito rin yung nakakatakot sa kanila, no, na kahit na may mga moments na nahihirapan sila with the likes of the maps of Pearl or Split, they always ensure that the series will be won by them. Kaya congratulations dito, no, for Boom Esports kasi talagang pinakita na kayang-kaya nila ito. And again, Jade Lions, nice try, no? And kita na naman, diferensya natin when it comes to our numbers of first kills for BME. Malaki-laki ang kanilang nakuhang advantage dito.
Super huge, especially sa pistol rounds. Like, getting that big advantage already gives enough space for them to win round after round. It's like, I think nakita natin how the psychological state for JL has been quite affecting the team, but some in a good way and in a good way as well. But then again, this goes back to Boom Esports. Yung MVP natin, si Shiro, with a 245 ACS. Wow, that is insane.
Insane indeed.
Literally.
I mean, yeah, Shiro on that Viper pick is no joke, no? And that's also the beauty of having Shiro as a person to rely on. Kasi biro mo kanina, Sova gamit niya. Ngayon Viper naman. Parang multifaceted ba, no, ang kanilang galawan dito for Boom Esports na whenever merong ma-open na rule, kayang-kayang punan ng bawat isa yan. And that ends, no, ang ating serye for today of Boom Esports versus Jade Lions. And pansamansaglitang shoutout lang, no? Shoutout kay Agent Blue Gaming Station. It's been a while nga po, no? And I'm glad na nanonood kayo dito ngayon. And as well as kay Jonathan Repana, no? Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta dito sa ating stream. And kahit na medyo magulo rin ang ating TikTok stream, no? Sana okay lang kayo dyan, no? At chillings lang kayo. Kasi meron pa kayong dapat abangan. Kasi ang susunod na laban natin will be Oasis versus Fancy.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to that. Grabe. I mean, there was just so many things to look out for kasi these are two teams na very familiar natin, Fancy and Oasis. So, I think the comments are gonna go wild for that.
For sure.
For that series. I can imagine yung mga comments nagfla-flood in sa Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, everywhere. So, look out for that next series. And this series, again, congratulations to Boom Esports for that 5 winning streak for Lotus, by the way. So, maybe next few matches for the future opponents kay Boom Esports, either they can keep up the streak or maybe they might lose that streak. It's just very exciting to see how this will what will happen.
Yes, and I heard na meron din tayong kaunting interview dito, no? So pakinggan na natin kung ano nga ba ang kanilang pinag-uusapan.
Oh,
hello.
Good evening. How are you guys doing? Congratulations on the win, and congratulations on making it to the playoffs. So first things first, just gotta ask you, how does it feel to make it to the playoffs this time around?
I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, I guess. Nothing much.
I love that. I love the energy, Defo. I do want to ask, what do you think is the biggest difference from Split 1 Boom Esports to Split 2 Boom Esports?
For me, it's mainly mental issues. Like, we struggle with our mental, and with the fix, we became better. Also,
I
we
guess-
changed comps and we found our way how to play.
And it's good to hear you guys have really synced on up. Well, gotta ask you about the series. You know, it looked really strong on Fracture, then coming into Haven, ended up dropping the map. How did you guys think about moving from Haven into Lotus? Were there any words, any kind of comments you guys had for one another to try and really bounce back and get that good win on Lotus there to seal the deal?
I mean, honestly, nothing much. We just, I feel like we lost our map. We lost lots of clutch situations. Also, lots of anti-kills on attack side. And that's why we struggled. But props to them, they played well. Like, we couldn't adapt like faster as we should.
I see. Yeah, it was definitely quite the close match, but nonetheless, it was a 2-1 victory. I gotta ask, because this is my favorite question to ask teams, especially you guys have qualified to playoffs. Which team are you guys excited to face if you were to make any predictions, even for grand finals? You versus what team?
I think Shakhtar Esports, the best team in the playoffs. I mean, in RCA. For me, it's Shakhtar Esports.
I mean, many people are expecting that potential matchup as well. And Defo, thank you for your time. Just gotta ask you real quick, any shout-outs you have here as you guys have finally made it to the playoffs in this year, in this split? Anything you want to say to the community?
Just thank you for support, guys. Keep supporting our team. And see ya, I guess.
There you go. Thank you, Defo. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And I guess you can definitely see how nonchalant itong si Defo, no?
Yeah.
Sobrang chill lang nila, no? Sobrang tahimik niya lang. Pero I feel like that is also quite some part na there might be a possibility that baka hindi sila masyado naging kontento sa naging place nandito. Kasi kumbaga sa pagiging perfectionist, may intindihan natin yun here for the side of Boom Esports. But what matters is nanalo naman nga sila. And the same thing goes here for Jade Lions, no? I feel like they took quite of a blow against BME, but at the same time, their map sa mapa ng Heathen is definitely no joke. And I do think that we're also gonna be looking out for our next series later on. Again, it is going to be Oasis Gaming versus Fancy United Esports. Kaya for now, kami magbabalik. Chillax lang kayo dyan. And after a few minutes, we'll be back into our action. Welcome back dito no sa ating serye. It is still going to be one of our own. So meron tayong Pampanga's Best. Abay, isipin nyo, meron tayong Vietnam's Best, which is Fancy United Sports as well as Oasis. And later on, we'll be seeing what will be happening dito sa ating dalawang teams. Ako pa rin yung kasama dito habang naantay ko ang katuwang na si Sunby. No? For now, ako muna ang makakapag-kwento sa inyo in terms of our history at mga makakain nangyari dito sa ating serye ngayon. At kung kanina, no, hindi nyo nasaksihan kung ano ang meron sa laban ng Boom Esports and as well as Jade Lions, it is a 2-1 na pabor dito sa mapa ng Boom Esports. No? Sayang kasi biro mo nakuha na ng Jade Lions kanina ang mapa ng Haven natin. Unfortunately, hindi nila yon nagawa. The same thing didn't happen dito sa mapa ng Lotus. And she's back. Kamusta naman?
PC! Pero sige lang, going back to what's going on, there was intense matchup talaga from the last match with Boom Esports and JADE. It was nerve-wracking for everyone. We were all sweating. Pero ngayon, it's gonna be a new match with Fancy United Esports and Oasis. Very familiar with
Bienvenidos a Madrid.
For sure. And I'm really excited to talk about what they can offer as well kasi makikilala na natin kung sino nga ba ang mga nandito sa ating mga teams na natin yan dito kay Oasis Gaming. Well, mayo-mayo, kung paano tayo again, we already saw kung ano yung mga heroes dito ng isang president, capacity ng isang marquee, and ang experience na isang up-and-coming prodigy like White Cat, no? And as well as the GOATs pa rin, which is itong si Slatom and as well as si Zinda, na lagi nating nakikita, no? Na talagang pinapatunayan nila na isa talaga sila sa pinakamalakas dito sa Pinas at going international pa.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very exciting to see how this will play out talaga for Oasis, because of course we've got some very familiar rosters here. Habang si Fancy United Esports, we have Yes I Can, Fishio, Twilight, Buckcute, and Nia, some prominent names that we've seen before.
Yep, and for Buckcute, no, syempre, andyan na rin yung experience niya from Team Flash, no, itong si Jessica, all the way back, andito na yan, no, siya pa rin, and even playing for Division X dati pa, no, and these two, always the people to look out for din dito, no, lalong-lalo na nung, as much as I don't want to say it, pero nung, regional final nila na talagang tinalo nila ang si Roy, no, na here for Buckcute, the chamber pick has been able to move mountains for them with it very, very well played for them. And as well as etong si Jessica na when it comes to taking those supportive roles and being an omen, a breach na offer niya rin yon for the team. And I am really looking forward to learning more about din dito sa ibang mga miyembro natin dito, no, for the side of Fancy United as well. Pero at the same time, we all know sino ang ating binavouch dito sa angking galing, angking experience, kahit sa ang mga tournament, mapatier A, B, or S man yan, present lagi ang Oasis Gaming dyan.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the notes na like I would mention here, no, it's like the lore kay White Cat, like he was like, you know, Boom Esports before, pero ngayon, hindi na siya sa Oasis. It's just, you know, he's arguably the best player at like 17 years old. Like, what? At a young age, ganyan na kayong, like, you have been this far already with your team. And grabe yung experience niya din. And you know, with Fancy United, like yung roster depth nila, it's like very flexible yung composition. So, of course, we can't like, parang like we're gonna be see something differently map per map. And, you know, they can't stick to one agent or whatever they're specialized in. Pero, you know, they're very flexible. So, depende ano yung map makikita natin. It's very gonna be different per map.
And when we talk about the maps here as well, I feel like here for Fancy United, they really move great in the maps with mid control. Nandiyan na yung split, nandiyan na yung Haven, make it a bit more doable for them. Pero dito, kay Oasis, magaling din sila sa Haven, magaling din sila sa Pearl, sa Lotus, you know, pretty much still when it comes to space management is a really important thing, and as well as when pick-offs and where the bullets count the most. Dito, nag-excel din ang Oasis Gaming, no? And I really wondering, no, kaya ang ating magiging mga map pool dito this time around, because I feel like if same drill, no, sa kung kanina, for Boom Esports, if they let Haven and Lotus open, this would not mean good para dito for Fancy United. But look at that. It seems like Oasis will be opening up Breeze. We also have Haven. We also have Split. All of which prioritizing mid control.
Absolutely. I mean, obvious, like, you know, it's interesting to see din na ban yung Pearl kasi this is Fancy's map pick usually. Pero with Breeze, Haven, and Split, gonna be very interesting kasi we're not seeing yung map weaknesses nila for Fancy, and tapos Oasis pa rin. So this is like a refresher for everyone here. Refresher sa team nila, refresher as individuals, and refresher din sa agent selection. So, you know, Breeze is an interesting map, is what I can say. Yung mga Breeze lovers or Breeze haters din, I think you all know what we're talking about here. Pero right now, with Fancy picking Breeze, this may not be their map pick usually. Pero, I mean, as you know, the decider map is Split, so which is Fancy's, they're kind of very familiar with that one. So what do you have to say for this map picks?
Well, all I could say here is this is gonna be a bit more favorable here for Oasis, in my honest opinion. But here for Fancy, I feel like they should be loosening yung bigat ng responsibilidad doon sa dalawang players to look out for natin kanina, no? Kasi kung i-contrast natin sila for Oasis, na andyan sila Slatom, andyan sila Zind, anytime, anywhere, parang gamay na nila ang isa't isa, no? Which is quite of a different one dito, no, for Fancy United, and hence ipapakita na rin natin ang ating mga predictions, because I feel like it's already quite an obvious one wherein for both of us, we will be gearing more towards this side of our team. Yours truly, Oasis. Kasi sinabi na natin yan kanina, no, meron Pangas best, yeah, Philippines best, and Vietnam's best. Dun tayo sa Philippines best, no? Just because of their strong macro continuity, and as well as yung kanilang recent na trophy pedigree ba, no? Sa mga previous na mga pa-tournament natin, no? Walang kupas ang Oasis dyan.
Absolutely. And, you know, speaking of like keys to victory here, Fishio and Yes I Can, like, if they're going for a double controller stack, it can be, you know, very beneficial against Oasis. Like, I'm gonna put my like predictions aside and thinking of like both possible wins they can do, is that if they're gonna be opting for a double controller, they can deny information that Oasis needs. However, for Oasis wins if, you know, White Cat can pop off as early as possible, picking up first kills and, you know, dragging Fancy United's like momentum down. I think that's already enough. Like, basically, need nila na yung good opener. They need a good explosive player early round pa lang.
Yeah, especially, I feel like yung malaking sakit ng ulo dito for Fancy United is si White Cat talaga, no? Kasi when it comes down to early contacts or early point of contacts, parang siya yung maaasahan dito ni Oasis alongside with Tesseract. So, if Fancy United will find a way in order to disable itong dalawang players na ito, it would be looking a bit more better for them in the long run sa ating mga mapa na sobrang aim-heavy naman talaga, lalong-lalo na sinimulan nila sa mapa ng Breeze, no? And the same thing goes here for Oasis, no? Never underestimate tong si Bakyut and as well as si Yesican, because as much as possible, these two parang when it comes down to being individually sufficient, no? Talagang doon sila nagiging online. Although, still quite of a question for me, ano kaya yung magiging sitwasyon nila when the pressure is already at an all-time high? Kasi in standard na sitwasyon, standard din and disiplinado naman sila. Pero paano pagka unpredictable, magulo, at kailangan na ng mid-round calling? Yun yung aalamin natin din dito for Fancy United.
That is very true. Kasi Breeze, alam naman natin na this map has been changed. Like, it's been reworked. It has a lot of changes made. It's not the Breeze that we used to know before, pero ngayon, it's so different. Like, walang mid-pillar, pero ngayon, meron na. So, I think we're gonna be expecting mga double controller plays for both teams. If not, then maybe more initiators. Pero knowing that Fancy United and Oasis, might be opting for a double controller talaga because Breeze is not a breeze. It's not gonna be a breeze at all.
For sure. Kaya natin what will be the agents that our teams will be playing for this time as we head on to our selection. Because here for Oasis Gaming is just another day here in Breeze. This is their standard pick ever since the dawn of time, no? A couple of years back, it's already their lineup. They have the double controller setup, they have the double initiator, and here for Fancy United, it is quite a sprinkle of a lot of new agents. Not quite new, but you know, in contrast dito, no, kay Oasis, they got the Neon, they got the Tejo, and as well as ang ating Astra, which might be quite of a challenge for them if Oasis will be prioritizing fast pacing kasi magsiset up pa tong si Fisho. But let's see what they can offer to the table. Ang cute, may hero no sa table yung isang player.
Oh, that's so cute! Cute angle. I love that angle. I really love that. Pero yes, tama naman. Like a double controller for both teams because it's really needed kasi Breeze is a huge map kasi. Like a lot, like yes, there's just only 2 or 3 entry points, but that doesn't mean na they have the upper hand because you would have to rely on your controllers. Kasi of course, daming openings, daming threats, especially threats from different angles. Yan ang especially from B site. Ooh, you gotta look out for that kasi you don't have a lot of coverage there. Unless you have actually double controllers. That's why nakita natin dalawang controllers dito for this map alone. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be starting for this first map, Oasis versus Fancy United.
No po. Ito na nga, no? Breeze pa talaga ang piniling mapa dito ng Fancy. They might be poking the lion for all we could say. Pero again, never underestimate ang maaari nga nilang i-offer dito. Kaya naman tingnan natin no, yung magiging pang-opener natin dito. Slapon tries to see a couple of people here. Zip masyadong natuwa na makapag-extend dito. Slapon will be forced to back out. Nia will not let him do so. And right now, Nia and as well as Bakute already in the A side.
Ayan. That was fast, actually. I mean, Nia with the Neon. He's quite known for that agent selection. I think that first round alone speaks for itself. Paano nila mag-execute kapag attacking side sila. Because, I mean, despite the double controllers, you have a Nia on your side. You have a Neon on your side. So, you know, and a KO as well. So imagine the combinations that you can make together. Habang si Oasis, I mean, early, this is still an early round. Like, literally early. A lot of things can change. Pero the way they execute, it's kind of passive right now.
As they should be, no? Para dito for Oasis, they don't have the necessary guns. And here for Fancy, all they could do is to make the most out of this round. Fisho already getting a couple. Pero wait lang, Marky, susubukan ata rin na samahan kung kanyang si Slatom. Pero yun nga lang na, no? Open na. Ang ating B-set ngayon, the best that Oasis can do here is to at least get 2 galing sa kanila. And Marky is making that possible. Little by little. Tesseract, hindi pa naiispatan, but Marky is already down. And they got the plan through here for Fancy United just for additional eco points. Pero ngayon, Tesseract, what is there left for you to do?
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah. Kasi like the smokes are up, and the smokes are ready, and we have Astra smokes also like, you know, prepared. So, you know, the chances are quite low for Oasis. I mean, Tesseract would have no choice but to just back out for now and give this up to a Fancy. I mean,
and
yeah.
I feel like we can discuss about the first round nila dito. Kasi for Fancy United, parang sinimplihan, binilisan at in-ensure nila that they just be put close to each other, no? Because they expected that someone will be peeking dito sa ating A site ngayon. At yun nga yung ginawa dito ni Zind and as well as ni Slatom sa ating A site kanina. And right now, early round advantage, present dito for Fancy United.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Fancy United, they've been dominating right now. Like, consistent wins, especially sa first pistol round nila na nanalo sila. And, you know, giving them the upper hand when it comes to economy. So, it's gonna be quite difficult pa rin for Oasis if they do lose this round. Mahirapan sila for weaponry. But right now, I mean, Fancy on the attacking side, malaking advantage nila kasi they have a Neon, they're very aggressive. Tapos yung initiator natin, and si Teho. So, there's a lot of information givers. Ayan. For attacking side, especially for a map like this, you need a lot of information because this map is huge in a way.
And this is also the best time for Oasis to be a bit more passive since they're on the defense after all, no? I understand na gigil sila magkaroon ng pick-up, pero it's really important na hayaan lang nila na gumawa ng mga bagay-bagay itong si Fancy United and put themselves in a much better spot in order to cater sa mga chaotic moments kung magkakaroon man dito, no? But for now, Fancy United will be diverting their attention patungo dito sa B-site natin ngayon na kung saan ang tumatao lang naman is si Whitecat and as well as si Zen. They're on a really passive position here right now, but Whitecat should be prepared dito kay Nia.
Chaos has been happening. They're gonna force to push out. Try to get that kills. Ayan, daming chaos na pupunta dito. But now they have the upper ground for this site to themselves. It's just a matter of time as how they can retake for Oasis.
Yeah, it's quite sad to see, honestly, no? Sinalo nila yung blind pareho. Pero now that the spike has been commenced, it's all up to the remaining ones. I mean, still just one person down and just shielding the others. And I feel like they didn't expect that they will be using what just happened there. Medyo napa-question ako doon. No? What?
I don't... Okay. It's like... in Bisay, it's like lutaw. I'm not sure. Pero like...
Sabog ah.
Sabog, ayan, sabog. But like this round... What? I think
But
it
hey,
was the flash.
that's a round for Oasis. That's what matters. Pero medyo napa-question lang talaga ako. Biro mo, everyone is already at the window. All they need is to have two people peek, pero hindi nila ginawa yun. I feel like they really didn't expected na talagang pinush nila yung pag-defuse, no? I mean, first don't take, ika nga nila. Pero ngayon, mid, area control ang balak dito ni Fancy United. Whitecat, naku po. Grabe talaga umasinta. Itong jet natin dito. Really quick pick. But right now, Fisho, they are not quite aware that he is still here, present, alive and kicking. Backing out for a bit after that quick trade at regroup and execute tayo dito ngayon sa B-site.
Yep, Oasis would have to force to rotate and siguro mag-commit sila dito sa B. Ultimate's already ready. They have the site for themselves na naman. And Fancy United is gonna put that spike down habang si Oasis, they would have to make all the way to rotate para lang pupunta sila sa B site habang si Fancy United nandyan lang sila sa B back, naghihintay lang para sa nila. So what are they gonna do next for Oasis side? How are they gonna retake? I mean, look at the openings. Look saan sila pupunta from B elbow then to the opening. And nobody's there waiting sa defending side. So it's like they know already.
But I really like what they have here. They still have a lot of utilities to work with. Pero Marky, kalmahan mo yung paggamit. Sinadedeli kayo. At baka maubusan ka ng blind. Eh, saktong-sakto pa man din. Lots of people are at the backside area. But I don't think that they will be acting any more else because there's no more time.
Yep, no more time.
Which is a bit too late.
Yeah.
No, para dito for Oasis. But Fancy, first 3 rounds sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is there. We definitely see that. I mean, especially, you know, I just wanna point out pa rin din yung the way Fancy executes when it comes to the attacking side. The thing about Fancy is that one of their strengths, like, they are, you know, the storied orgs in Vietnamese Valorant. Like, he's a veteran. CS I can especially. So they know to make good call outs. They know to make the right decision, especially sa mga pressured calls nila. Because sometimes they go from passive to aggressive.
And talagang pinapatunayan nila ito. From the get-go, setting the stage and the introductions dito sa International. Zend be taking out the Sinia. Taking one for the trade-off. And even the attempt to put the spike down. Sarap. You swing dito. Gosh. Aba, yung maling decision yan.
Toxin screen.
Ay, tamang antabay na lang dito ang Fancy United ngayon. Just waiting for them to actually swing, push through, and attempt to defuse the spike. Pero their locations are a bit too safe. Here for Marky though, tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-secure ng mga pickoffs. Pero up until when? Because all of the utilities, all prepared, all unused, all just waiting na magamit dito ng mga members natin for Fancy United, and thus it's a 1v2 not planted for them. They'll try to stake it, but the time is not enough. Twilight would be ending this round for them.
Grabe! I mean, that's the beauty talaga for a KO and an Astra duo. Because first, meron siyang Gravity Well, yung Nova Pulse, yung Nebula. You know, there's like despite us being a double controller, we've seen how Astra has been so useful in terms of, you know, defending once they plant the spike.
Push them into the
Especially
ground.
din a fragment ni KO. It's like the delays are crazy, and I think that's what Fancy needs. They need nila bumigay ng delay sa kalaban nila. Because of that, I mean, from that recent round, nakita talaga natin paano nila nagde-delay, but by using fragments and by using, you know, Gravity Well. It's like they don't have enough time to defuse at this point. And even if na-block yung vision nila, they would have to rely on their KO. I think that's the beauty of balanced and agent selection here for Breeze. Especially Breeze.
Yeah, and the importance of having a couple of controllers and initiators as well, no? Na parehong team natin na po-possess at pinopossess yun. Pero here for Yes I Can, well, just 1 HP. And right now,
yep,
we're just gonna see if there will be an answer back from them. Marang hindi, kasi si Whitecat yung kanilang opener dito sa ating site. Yep, another one on his hand. And I feel like hindi na maaalis dito, no, kay Oasis yung kanilang branding na meron silang download
30
time.
seconds left.
Pero, oras na natapos yung download time na yun yung nakakatakot dito, no? And even when there are some moments when it comes to our overtime, no? Parehong time no? Para oras talaga yung usapan. Pagdating sa mga overtime, for some reason, they definitely thrive off of pressure na meron dito. Pero for now, seems like Yes I Can and as well as Nia will just gonna stand their ground here, will be saving their guns and use it somewhere else, which is our next stop.
Especially, meron din silang ultimates ready, no? CMD, tapos yung overdrive. So, it's a good thing to save pa rin. I mean, of course, the chances are quite low for Fancy United, but good call for them to just stand their ground and giving them that to Oasis. I think I like how Oasis can also stand their ground. Like, they don't fall into a bait. Ayan, yan ang sinabi ko. They don't fall into baits that they could have been lost against. Because so far, Oasis, they have 2 controllers to block off Fancy United. And that's what Oasis needs. Something to block off their vision. Something to block off their entry points. Kasi it seems like Yes I Can has been very impactful kapag bumigay ng information sa teammates nila. And somehow, Oasis, alam nila, like, okay, Yes I Can is giving a lot of information. Let's deny that. At nakita natin, like how Whitecat just picked them off one by one. And for Nia, it's like, parang nasa struggle na siya magpupush agad. So, they had been forced to push back.
And I think that is also the thing na hindi pa na-figure out dito or fancy, no? Na yung fact that having Tesseract there, it is really, really important for them to prevent Tesseract from activating as well. Kasi yun yung katumbas dito ni Yes I Can, si Tesseract. Pero now, Buckcute in a really, really cheeky position dito sa ating elbow area. Buckcute need a trade with White Cat as well. No command already being used dito sa B site natin ngayon. Nia putting down the spike.
Sa tabi niya, hindi na nakita.
Hindi nakita. Just hiding side by side. Nag-iintayan and taking all of the audio cues na maaaring makuha ata ni White Cat dito. Pero instead, siya ang nakuha. Nia, open na sana ang overdrive at magagamit niya na sana. Pero yun nga lang nga, hindi tumama yung mga kidlat niya dito. Tamang harang, epekto ba uli ang kanilang ginawa kanina? Kasi sa ngayon, ang dami atang nababato, ang daing ginagamit, ang daing available dito sa Fancy para sa kanilang post-plant position. Twilight taking 2 already. Marky na lang ang buhay and eventually wala na.
Oh my gosh! The guided salvo literally took them out. Dalawa sila. I mean, it started off strong for Oasis. Yung easy trade nila. And, you know, that moment where there was a wall literally between them. Pero narinig niya yung footsteps. And that moment, kay Twilight, he was just right there waiting sa B window and utilized yung guided salvo. I think that's what Fancy missed. That's what Oasis missed. Yung guided salvo ni Teho. And that open plant for them. I think that is already a giveaway. And it seems like they really tried to push to defuse at Oasis. And, you know, ginamit niya yung teammate as a shield.
And you can definitely see what Nia is trying to do here as well. Make it or amp up yung kanilang speed, yung pacing. Pero yun nga lang nga, it is actually working para kay Fancy United. United we stand. Yun nga ang sinasabi nila dito, no? Pero si Marky, sabi niya, wait lang, may bira pa tayo, may sagot pa tayo dyan. Zind against Twilight and as well as Buckcute. Aware ka ba na nandyan siya sa iyong kaliwa? Mukhang hindi at tatama na lang ang mga balang binabato ni Mario. 6-2, Fancy, pabor na pabor.
Grabe. I mean, from that replay alone, it's like there was so many gunfire na overwhelmed siguro silang lahat. But they made that perfect decision to just hold their ground lang for Fancy United. And right now, parang nahihirapan talaga mag-defend si Oasis. I think this just speaks, again, yung one of the things see Oasis when it comes to defending side. Sometimes they can overcommit, and that can lead to, let's say, early trade that might be not quite necessary. Pero then again, sometimes kapag si White Cat, sometimes he shuts down, and it can affect the team itself. Pero one of the strengths that I want to put out is that structured talaga yung agent selection nila. They're very structured, but it's just like it seems like their structure is not doing well against Fancy United, because Fancy United, the way they have been executing talaga as a team and individually, yung consistency nila and yung mga setups, ayan. Oh my gosh, setups is like number 1 right now we've been seeing.
Yeah, especially in terms of the abilities na meron tayo dito, no? For them. May missiles, may guiding salvo itong si Twilight, may pang-concuss pa siya kung kailangan. They got the Astra, they got the concuss for Neon as well. They got the... Oh my gosh, lahat.
Literally
may
everything.
Din tayo
Everything.
From KO. May snake bite din tayo sa kanilang Viper. Every single one kompleto at sobra pa sa recados, no? And the priority here for Oasis is to take as much as many players na pwede nilang makuha dito, kasi tignan mo naman kung ano ang meron. Buckcute, saktong-sakto sa ulo ni Mark, kamuntikan pag sumunod itong si Slatom, some damage being taken, pero iniswing niya pa yon, no? Finurse niya pa rin na i-push yun, which is quite questionable for me, pero aatras dito si Yes I Can after niya makakuha ng additional casualty from Oasis. Kaya, papaling muna sila dito ngayon sa B-site natin.
Absolutely. They can make that decision to siguro mag-commit sila sa B. But they don't know na si Tesseract nag-lurk, trying to flank them, trying to take them by surprise. And that's why si Twilight, nandyan lang na naman siya sa B window. I think he's gonna execute the same thing again. He's gonna push out, gonna put the plant spike. Habang silang dalawa, naghihintay lang dyan. And Nia taking Zen down. And it's just up to them. It is just up to Whitecat. At si Tesseract, pero ayun na nga, dalawa sila, wala na. Tesseract is just you alone trying to take the kills one by one. Getting the 2K already. Oh my gosh. And an open plant. But with their quick reaction, yes, I can. Giving them another point on the board. I mean, Nia, you are insane. Like, grabe yung mag-push niya. Especially when he puts up the fast lane. The typical, the typical plays when you plant. Like, open plant and with the covering with the fast lane in between you. But dang, just want to give it up then for Oasis, like si Tesseract. I think that flank, I do see the vision. Nakita ko talaga yung vision, just taking them up Twilight. It seems like he knows that Twilight is just staying sa B window.
Yep, and definitely just shows, no? Kung bakit nga ba pinili ng Fancy itong mapa ng Breeze natin. I mean, we've seen a bit more spicier maps, no? Kahit yung back in the day na Naos and Oasis rivalry natin dito sa mapa ng Breeze na inaabot tayo ng 30-second rounds. Pero right now, parang hindi natin nakikita. But it is already a 2v2 though. Too close for comfort as Bucket says na, alam mo, hindi ko hahayaan na equalize ang ating numero. Dapat angat, dapat may advantage ang Fancy United. Definitely showing that the Vietnam representation is running in their veins here and they are hungry for that win. But for Whitecat, would there be some time para magawa niya ng paraan at mapanalo niya itong round na ito?
Twilight and Whitecat, they're just circling around each other. At yung mga angles nila, look at that. Hindi nila alam, nandyan pala si Whitecat sa back A side. I don't think he has enough time. I mean, with an operator on his hand, he has no choice but to give it up again for Fancy United. It's gonna be quite risky play pa rin if he does risk it out. I mean, especially, for this next round, mag-expect tayo yung mga ultimates siguro, they're gonna use it. We've got an Armageddon, Viper Spit, tapos Cosmic Divide. Imagine those three are gonna be played at the same time. So maybe not three lang, pero maybe dalawa. But this round so far, from the recent round, I mean, it's like, I think they're being too passive for Oasis. I think maybe if they try to be aggressive as defending side, baka siguro they're gonna take Fancy by surprise.
We'll see if that will happen, no? And especially here for Zind, I feel like medyo kinakabahan ako minsan dito kay Zind, no? Masyado siyang close sa entrada, pero right now hindi ata sila check dito. Actually, the best thing that could ever happen for our B site to execute by Fancy. Oasis already having the spike lockdown na hindi makukuha ng Fancy unless isugal nilang mag-push dito. Pero ba cute? We're ata. Naku po, hindi pa tumama yung shot ni Whitecat sa kanya. And instead, may chance pa ata sila na makabangon dito. Hopefully not. We got Twilight Fisher and Bucket still active here. 50 seconds in the clock.
Absolutely. I mean, Marky activated his null command, trying to get that information, denying the skills kasi alam nila, their ultimates are ready to play. Pero ayun na nga, the spike is not in their hands. So they would have to find a way to just bring that back by using Armageddon side sa B back, trying to push them out. The spike, the smoke is down, trying to kill them one by one. Pero ayun na nga, bodies down on the ground. They're trying to pick them off one by one. Tisio, ikaw na lang. Pero then again, this gives it up for Oasis. Oh my gosh, that was a good call, no? That they took Nia down immediately. Because she's been usually doing the same play over and over again. Like the fast lane and then smoke planting openly.
And that is something na hindi pa nila nagagawa sa A site, no? Kasi parang madalas na napipitas itong si Zind and as well as si Slathom if they try to do the same thing into preventing na makapasok at makapag-rush itong si Fancy, no? Which for now, I guess default lang muna tayo saglit and see if there will be some pickups na maa-accumulate dito on either sides of the teams. Pero based from what we're seeing here right now, when it comes to the defense, nahihirapan talaga si Oasis and it is quite of a gamble kung mapapanalo nila ang ating mga rounds, especially pag napapasok nila itong Fancy United na nahayaan nila na makapaglapag ng spike.
Yep. And also gonna look out din for Fancy's ultimates. 4 out of 5. Ready na sila habang si Oasis, they just have to rely on mechanical skill right now if things go down. Pero right now, so far, Fancy is taking it slow. I think that's good play din.
Yeah. Ganda pa ng posisyon niya pero si Tessera nasa kabilang dulo. Twilight taking 2. But Gokyu tries to answer back in the process. Lathom, napakalayo. At ilan pa ang naiiwan at mabubuhay pa nga ata nila si SI Kan dito. Viper's Pit already activated. They're not leaving any room for chances dito para kay Fancy United. Sinisiguradong not just a single step but multiple steps ahead kay Oasis.
Yeah. No, literally. Kasi, yes, we've been seeing Nia play the same style kapag mag-neon siya, mag-plant ng B. He's gonna put the fast lane and you know, the usual. And it seems like Oasis is having a hard time to go up against that. But then again, it's gonna be switching sides. Oasis magiging offensive side, attacker side na naman. And knowing that they have a double controller and double initiator in play, siguro hindi tayo mag-expect ng explosive plays for Oasis. But compared na si Fancy United, that they're having same naman yung agent roles, but they would just have to fully rely on strong defense and a lot of smokes. Definitely a lot of smokes.
And I am also wondering what will be the difference ngayon na nasa attacking na rin itong Oasis natin maya-maya, no? Na kung saan if they can, or for Fancy United, they can have a very, very powerful post plant. I wonder if Oasis can do the same, no? And if they would manage to pick off lots of people here for Fancy United before diving into a site. Pero based from what we're seeing for Fancy United din, positioning nila ngayon, naka-stack talaga sila na maigi sa A.
That is true. I mean, I think one thing that they gotta look out for, no, I think taking down the initiators could be a great call could be a great strategy kay Oasis para lang ma-deny yung mga utilities or, something that will prevent them from using their skills. But right now, with Oasis on the attacking side, nakita natin that they're all cramped up together in elbow, trying to pick them off one by one, but of course, Tesseract gets that first kill already against their duelist, and it's what they need.
Napapa-audition ata ang fans dito ngayon. They are a bit too excited na makakuha ng pick-ups to the point na parang sila pa ang nagsasuffer. Zinda taking a couple, Tesseract following up immediately. Unang round natin, kay Oasis na mapupunta.
I think that was tama yung sinabi mo, Mochi. I think they got too excited there. Despite the wins that they've been consistently winning, pero still a pistol round, but a pistol round can leave an impression already from the first half. But we're at 4-9, round 14, and we're still so far from it. But right now, see Oasis, if they can keep this up, their momentum will be consistent. And if they could actually take their duelist, Fancy United's duelist, as early as possible, then the odds are quite high.
Bakanteng-bakante pa man din ang A-site ngayon dito for Oasis. Libreng-libre. Kahit diretso yun nila sa spawn, pwede kung gusto nila. Pero, again, it is also considering the fact that we don't have any guns para dito for Fancy United, no? Pero, sabi ni Zin, ako nang bahala. Tamang shot, isa, dalawa, pinapapila pa sana pero nagsabay-sabay bigla. two people trying to catch up and avenge itong si Zind, no? Pero ang minamata nila ay ang kanilang entrance patungo sa mid doors will be a bit weary of Tesseract, but I feel like there's a bit too much for them to handle, lalo na upgraded guns pa ang hawak nila dito. Specifically, the Bulldog dito for White Cat. And 4 more rounds remaining for Oasis. Again, when it comes to attacking and the second half, dyan mo talaga sila maaasahan.
Absolutely. I think this just goes back to what I said kanina, no? Like yung first pistol round can leave a good impression already. Because knowing that Fancy United, they lost that pistol round, giving Oasis that upper hand and in terms of weaponry and their economy. So look at their weaponry compared kay Fancy United. It's like they're quite struggling compared to Oasis. They can win a loser round but can still have good weaponry.
The concuss would not be connecting to some of the other people here for Oasis though, but ang maganda ay mabilis yung pagsuporta ni Twilight dito for Nia Bucute, even taking out etong ating lone survivor sa mid doors. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. I mean, it's a buy round after all.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, with Fancy getting another point on the board, kanto na lang para mananalo dito sila. But I can't do math, but you know, I think you see, guys, this is the score. Just a few more rounds, but in for Oasis, they could also win this map alone. But we gotta look out for Tesseract's Hunter's Fury. Baka gagamitin niya once the spike is down and they try to defuse it, and of course he's gonna be using that to counter. Oh, that was great timing against the flash. KO. Grabe, ang bilis na lang. Ang gagad. Like, the body's already down. And he doesn't know that a TP. Oh my gosh. Nia and Bucute.
Hindi kindira. Hindi yata nilyon. Miss Lathaman instead here for Tesseract. Well, okay lang. Asahan mo daw siya. Here for Nia, last person na meaning, tamang takbo pa. Saktong-sakto sa crosshair lang naman ni Marky yan.
Oh man. I think good call din, no? Yung, the spike isn't even down. Like, look at the mid play, the mid area was just a
very
cherry on
chaotic.
Top. It was too chaotic. Especially si Bucute, hindi niya alam. I mean, like, enemy remaining. He didn't notice that he was like someone was there in front of him and then immediately took that kill. I think Slatham was trying to TP like behind the pyramid, but it just didn't work out. But we're at a 6-10. Oasis, 2 ultimates ready for on their side. Habang Armageddon is what they should be looking out for pa rin.
And grabe yung performance ni Tesseract dito. Parang time and time again, despite of the odds, kahit nalugi sila dun sa round, bound to execute at meron siyang mapipitas dito sa katapat nila. And ngayon na libreng-libre ang insight na secure na nila, all they have to do is to lock this down, no? Keep themselves in really close positions wherein mabilis nilang suportahan ang isa't isa. Because based from what we're seeing here right now, they will try and push forward here for Fancy. White Cat already being eliminated. Magadon being used right now at the best time possible. Attempting to put it on the defuse, pero it's just a fake after all. Nia dire-diretso lang. Wala na atang magagawa si Market na all up to Tesseract at huling-huli pa nila. But there is gonna be no time for them at all. Oasis, humahabol.
Ayan. That was just a few seconds away. 0.29 milliseconds rather. Pero I think they got too excited there. I mean, of course, the time was running low, honestly. And dapat they have to make decisions. At tama yan ang sinabi ko kanina, like the Hunter's Fury. I mean, Tesseract is just all the way to the back. And if they do try to defuse, then he uses the Hunter's Fury. And that's what we saw. Delaying them to defuse the spike. Imagine if wala siyang Hunter's Fury. They could have that round, si Fancy United. I mean, yeah. So, just the Hunter's Fury denied that.
And here for
Vietnam's
number 1, parang they actually did a bit better dun sa pagresponde at pag-salvage nung round natin ngayon lang actually. When they tried to push, force na maalis yung post-plant prowess and advantage dito ng Oasis, kamutikan pa yun. Imagine if the members here from Oasis didn't held out for long, baka mapunta pa yung round na yun for Fancy because it's just a few milliseconds yung kailangan nila. Pero, what's good though is that Oasis, White Cat, alive right now. Being spotted ng kaunti. There's already some information pero si Tesseract na raw ang bahala doon. Twilight with the crispy shot dito kay Tesseract. How are you alive? How are you connecting these shots? Galit tuloy si White Cat sa'yo at pinatulog ka pa ngayon. Nia, remaining person here from the mid-doors area. Right, fend off. These two members in the transfer! Zinboy pa! What?
Grabe!
Anong nangyari? Oh, I didn't expect that.
Ayan, okay. Oasis has a round. Oh my gosh, that was actually a crazy kill kay Nia. Like, literally 2 enemies in front of him. I mean, it started off pretty strong kay Oasis. And that moment na, like, Nia getting that crazy 2K. We're gonna see that in a few. I think he's gonna play it out, yung replay. But look at that moment. Oh my gosh, I thought Nia would have that round. Pero it was grabe. It's 8 to 10 already. And this is still the first map, y'all. Two more maps to go if ever mag-proceed tayo sa decider.
It's
true. Intense.
Intense and close. White Cat sobrang lapit! Pinagalang kinundas at sinalo lahat. Si White Cat ang hinanakit ng mga kalaban, which leaves him with 36 HP. At marami na pa naman ng kanyang mga daggers from the Blade Storm, no? Pero still, that's already a lot of utility being used galing dito for Fancy United. Dinagdagan pa yung paggamit ng drone, pero si Bakyut, huwag ka mag-alala, boss, hindi masasayang yan, sabi niya, no? Dahil nakuha niya si Zend in the process, and it's all up to Oasis to capitalize on the late rotations na ginagawa ni Fancy dito ngayon. Fish show, taking out itong si Tesseract in the process. Hindi pa pala sila nakakapasok. Akala ko nandito na sila. Pero, Datong, Spike is already down.
Right there. Absolutely. They have the spike. They have the side to themselves, trying to pick them off one by one. Pero yun na nga, tatlo na lang sila. Dalawa na lang for Oasis. Time is ticking. Getting a 3K si Slatom. He's just hiding in between the smoke. And now he's trying to fake out from the shadows ultimate just to take them by surprise. One enemy behind you the entire time. But si Bakyut! What was that? It's like he knew. That's his Slatham. He's gonna TP right all the way to B window, and he just knew that. It's like instinct, automatic instinct.
I don't want to say it, pero medyo ano yun may pagkagano na. Yung round na yun parang sayang na sayang yun honestly, pero hey, we give that, no? Ganun din kagaling din itong si Bakyut, I guess, no? One more round away here from the match point here for Fancy. And as much as we are hyping up itong si Oasis, they really need to eliminate those margins of error na ginagawa nila dito on the attacking. Kasi biro mo, okay na sana. Biro mo, they took the site. Ganda ng position nila. They have a lot of utilities na hindi nila in-spend in the early moments from that round. But unfortunately, it boiled down to that very quick adaptation ni Bakyut. And now that they're already at the A site, overdrive already being used dito ni Nia will be caught in the tracks. Hindi sila makakapag-push for now. They will be delayed further. And this is looking good for Oasis, honestly.
Yeah, and the Cosmic Divide already preventing that visual information. Tapos, apat na lang sila for Oasis. Daming bodies! Daming crossfire dito. And this gives up for Oasis win 9 to 11. I think that Cosmic Divide was a cherry on top. Para lang to give them that, like, don't give them the information that they need. And because of Slatham, like that crazy 3K, by the way, it was just perfect for them to finally win that round kasi we're at 9-11. Very close na yung Fancy United to win this map alone. But right now, for Oasis, if they can be consistent with how they've been playing so far, which is not be aggressive, they can be winning round after round.
My ult's not ready.
And from what we're seeing
My
here
ult's
right
not
now,
ready.
no, I feel like those types of really
ult's
close
not
encounters here from Oasis were oftentimes their strengths, which here from the A site push na ginawa nila kanina, no, despite not even taking any pick off at all, as long as they are good in pinpointing yung positions natin dito from Fancy, walang problema. They have the full space in control, no? Merong naghahag ng wall, merong nasa pyramid, merong nasa mid doors, which is immaculate positioning from them. And now they'll be rotating dito sa B-site natin, nakaramdam at nagkaroon ng ideya ang Fancy United. But the question is, will Oasis react accordingly? Especially na ang hawak pa nitong mga member natin from Fancy, puro mga sheriff lang. Slot taking out itong si Rhea. Naku po! 4 triple triple passes still remaining. Mind you guys, sheriff lang ang hawak ng mga to. Pero they're doing the impossible. They're making this work. Buti na lang Slatom with the shorty. Pero the responsibility is just a bit too heavy for him. Match point secured pa ng Fancy.
I think it was because, like, imagine, I think wala pa ring chance if Slazon does try to use from the shadows tapos pupunta siya sa A site. It wouldn't work out kasi alam niya, like, they are closing in on him so he doesn't have the time to teleport. So, I mean, that was a good, switch up weapon there. Like, a sheriff then to a mini shotgun. So it's like, I see the vision, but it just didn't work out lang for Oasis just because of a timing. It was just an unfortunate timing for Oasis. Habang si Fancy United, they know how to stand their ground and immediately corner Ayan. They corner Oasis so quick that they don't know where to go next.
And hence the timeout as well, no? I am actually wondering bakit now lang sila nag-timeout. This is giving the first map natin kanina for Jade Lions nung nasa map tayo ng Fracture. Na nag-timeout sila kung kailan match point na ng kalaban, which makes it a bit more pressure heavy for them. I understand that they want to clear their minds, pero at the same time, I feel like the pressure and the one slip already gives away the map, no? Pero let's see. Bakute and as well as, yes, I can already have the No Command and the Viper's Pit in their hands. And for now, I feel like Fisho will be more than aware sa kung anong binabalak gawin dito ngayon ng Oasis. 2 people already down. I don't know kung anong meron dito for Fancy, but their shots, their accuracy, and how they were able to dissect yung mga member natin dito from Oasis, on point na on point. Regardless sa kung sino just by from what we have seen here so far. Slatom taking out the Fisho. Yes, I can trade here, pero Tesseract will be there to the rescue, taking 2. Now what is he
remaining?
Mid. Ayan!
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
No way. No way.
Oh my gosh. Fancy United wins the first map Breeze. It was a close call talaga against Oasis. I think it was just, I'm at a loss for words. I did not didn't expect that. I think he had the upper hand naman with that Hunter's Fury, and they can execute the same way that when he had the Hunter's Fury at that time. I think when it was switching sides pa lang. But then again, congratulations to Fancy United winning that first map, which is Breeze. Oh my gosh.
And you know what? All I could say, well played, Fancy United. They're clean right from the get-go until the end. They maintain that caliber. and they performed. And as much as we mentioned na nagsimula tayo dito that, this is a map here for Oasis, we are already aware sa kung ano yung kayang gawin dito ni Tesseract as well as the White Cat. Unfortunately, hindi yon sumapat. Because the difference here for Fancy United and Oasis is that when one is online, everyone is online. Di lang isa, di lang dalawa, which is very crucial dito sa mapa ng Breeze. And unfortunately here for Oasis, they haven't been able to push it through overtime. And again, the mistakes that they're doing, just a bit too much. No, they're like multiple rounds na kanila na sana yon, pero hindi nila na ma-manage na isara. They're doing the mistakes like for example, yung from the shadows na ultimate na ginamit dito ni Slathom out of nowhere kahit na hindi naman kailangan. And also, yung mga positionings nila after the pause plant, no? And those types of mistakes, I hope na hindi natin yon makita sa susunod na mapa natin. Pero ito ang ating stats.
Yup, with Fancy United, yung MVP natin si Buckyouth, I mean, we have seen him play as a Viper and how impactful talaga yung plays niya in terms of smokes. And we've seen yung teammates din nila have been performing individually well. Habang si Oasis, despite that loss, yung MVP din nila is si Tesseract. And naman, yung teammates nila, they contributed pretty well. I mean, despite yung isang duelist lang, it doesn't, we don't really see it really push out kay White Cat, pero then with Nia as Neon, we've seen how good he has been playing as an agent. Pero ano naman,
Nia's
si
so
Fancy, literally, I was like,
grabe.
I'm baffled. Yeah, I mean, if we could take a look at the first kills, look at that, 12 to 10. Tapos yung clutches is like 1-1. So it's just really crazy to see how both of these teams are incredibly impressive and how they've been executing individually and showing off that what they are truly made of.
And you can definitely see din sa number ng pause plants, no? For Fancy United, almost complete. They just need one more. And it's already a perfect plant. All of the roster nagplan sila, saktong-sakto, perfectong-perfecto. Their agent picks, wow, bon appetit talaga, no?
Yep.
Ang sarap panoorin doon. But here for Oasis, quite painful. As I say, nalatag na natin lahat ng mga pagkakamali nila dito and it's already up to them how they would be able to navigate this pagdating sa ating ikalawang mapa. Maya-maya, makikita natin sila na another map Taven. And for now, well, we'll see, no? Kung ano ang kakalabasan nito. For now, few minutes, kami ay magbabalik.
Absolutely. And with that recap, no, with Fancy United winning already from that first map alone, which will now proceed to Haven. And the Haven is gonna be the typical. We've seen this play na from the recent match we did. We've casted as a tri-site map, and double duelist play yung ibang team. Tapos dalawang controller din pa rin. So like knowing with Fancy United that they're opting for they would go for a single duelist or a single duelist rather, and double controller. We might see this again for this new map na Haven. Habang si Oasis, they did opt for a double controller pa rin, but it was for the map Breeze. So this map, it's a different story again. And it depends on the agent selection and the agent advantage. Ayun na nga, like the map result we've seen right now for Breeze, it was a 9-30, a very close win for Oasis actually, Mochi, no? But now we're proceeding Haven. It's a map pick from a Fancy United, and they're on the defending side, so this is gonna be quite pressured for Oasis, no? Unless makabawi sila, they can actually beat them. Then we're gonna be heading towards Split. Yeah.
At ang mapa pa nga natin dito ngayon is going to be Haven, and oh my gosh, this is gonna be quite of really interesting thought na i-instill ko sa'yo, Sanbino. Did you imagine the possibility of Oasis, or rather Fancy United, using the same agent pick that they have kanina sa mapa ng Breeze dito
maybe
sa Haven? Kasi honestly, pwede, no? Pero let's see if that would be the case, no? Maya-maya. And again, no, titingnan natin kung magkakaroon nga ba ng bawi dito ang Oasis ngayon. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama dito sa ating desk, no? Sanbin Mochi pa rin, taga-lathala ng aksyon para sa inyo ngayong gabi. At after nito, guys, abangan ninyo rin ang Xiaolong Bao and as well as 555 maya-maya as our last series to top this day. Pero ngayon, head na tayo dito sa ating agent selection, because here for Fancy United Esports, they'll be using a bit more of actually puro CC din to, no? And here for Oasis Gaming, could have a really standard 1 for info, 1 for contact, and as well as a cipher in the mix for both teams.
Oh my gosh. However, for Oasis, they're gonna go for a double initiator role at isang duelist. I mean, okay, yeah, we're gonna be expecting a lot of blinds here. A lot of them, actually. Tapos yung information giver, I mean, we have a cipher, a sentinel on their side para lang magsasmoke tayo at isang controller. Habang si Fancy United, yes, dalawa silang controller. But, and for Oasis, considering with the map pick, the agent selection they do have can be very beneficial. I mean, it makes sense naman, no? That dalawang initiator, knowing that you need a lot of information para lang sa mga teammate nyo, because Haven is quite huge but small at the same time. But they gotta look out for the C long, tapos yung A long, and knowing that they have initiator for Oasis, nakita naman natin na what? I see it that there's gonna be a lot of blinds and maybe just a few smokes here and there, but expect a lot of information given to them. But right now we don't see a KO naman. It makes sense as to why, but it's gonna be very interesting to see. Yep.
Yung mga breach. Hindi na kailangan ng KO. Okay na tong mga breach namin. Sabi ng parehong team natin, no? At dagdagan mo pa ng paranoia na ma-offer ng isang Omen. Yan ang masasaksiyan natin dito ngayon sa mapa ng Haven. At ang malala rin dito, no, most balanced map din natin itong si Haven. So it's really important that you are quick to secure space right from the get-go. Kasi malaki yung ma-i-offer nito as our round goes by. But here for Physio, trying to secure additional information, pero parang meron na ata siyang ideya that everyone might be vouching sa ating seaside.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see sa position nila ni Fancy United, alam siguro nila like, oh, they might be at A long, but nope, they're actually all in C, and they have to make all the way back to the C site. Well, some of them are scattered. They gotta look out for the C garage and C link, but the smoke is already down. And they just have to be very careful in entering in this site.
ito na nga, nagsisimula na nga na maghasek ng lagim. Itong si Nia ngayon, white cat pa ang unang niyang napitas dito. Trying to push in little by little, really quick reactions from the blind. Pero, babay si Maki pa nga ata ang may iwan from Oasis right now. Trying to secure the defuse. Pero, tamang assist lang dito kay Buckyut and the rest of the squad here for Fancy. Hence, pistol round kay Fancy muli.
Again, yep. And I realized that si Oasis, they have the similar agent pick, except yung changes lang is si Zind and si Marky. So, yes, that's completely fine. But the question is, paano nila mag-execute right now? Because Oasis, yes, they did have the upper hand. They have that whole sea site to themselves. Pero what happened there was that I think the odds were just quite low because Fancy United, agad-agad sila ginamit yung mga yung skills nila, giving them and denying that visual information. And it's just important kasi that you have a double initiator, a double controller on your side, because this is a huge map, like I said, compared to Oasis, the long information, but it's just, it's still the first round, second round rather. There's still a lot of things to see here.
Exactly. And the best thing that the Oasis can do here is to take at least 2, no? Para kahit papaano, hirap sa eco. Itong si Fancy kahit papaano. And for Yes I Can, though, definitely proving na, you know what, as much as possible, uubusin namin ito kaagad-agad, pushing forward despite the smoke already been placed here. Tesodak trying to prepare everything, but unfortunately, it won't be leaving a dent dito for Fancy. And everyone still complete, buhay na buhay. Unfortunately, wala silang napitas doon.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about Fancy United. That they have, yes, they have a double controller. And the odds, it's just very high because they know how to cover up the entry points para lang ma-delay yung push kay Oasis. And even then, Oasis has the entire site to themselves. Alam naman ni Fancy paano nila mag-take them up by one. And because of that, it just takes them by surprise. Therefore, si Oasis parang nahihirapan sila so far because right now, it's just with a single duelist on your side.
My ult's not
you have
ready.
to rely on your initiators and
My
rely
ult's not
on
ready.
information, what you can give to your team. They didn't see the cypher cam above them. The cypher cam. Nakita ba nila? They didn't see. I don't think
My
they saw
ult's
that.
not ready.
Did they? But I guess I already got an idea. Yep,
Yung
they know.
camera, yung CCTV.
Pinag-tripan pa talaga eh. Oh.
My ult's not ready.
Pero right now, B-site available na available. They just need to be a bit more quicker in setting off their smokes and their utilities kasi masyadong malapit si Yes I Can. And now that the spike is already here sa ating B-site is already up to how they can deflect all the damage na maaari magaling dito for Fancy right now. They're trying to regroup with one another, which is admirable because imagine that is the amount of discipline na meron sa ating players here for Fancy United. Pero White Cat already activated dito, no? Really good power position sa loob ng ating smoke. Wag lang talaga siya ma-prepare, pero ipupush niya pa rin yan. Pupush niya pa rin ba? Tama reposition lang. Buckyut actually taking down itong si White Cat in the process with the attempt to defuse the spike, but it seems like the time is a bit too short and the situation is too dire. Twilight will still ensure that there will be damage dealt kay Oasis.
Their crew got slaughtered.
What?
Punish them.
Oh my gosh, this goes back to what I said. This, like, even though, like, you know, they managed to plant the spike, yes, but yung problem kay Oasis so far, nahihirapan talaga sila mag-retake because it's the smokes. It's the smokes at the end of the day. And kay Fancy United, it's like, it's hard to even see through things. And of course, nakita natin din yung mga one-way smoke. It's just, there's so many factors that could have been different if Oasis can maybe not immediately plant the spike. Maybe playing slow is something that a strategy they can look into. But for Fancy United, so far they are crazy with the retakes.
And not only that, kahit nga yung ano nila eh, no? The way that they call yung mga pushes, yung pagre-recruit nila, yung pag-intay nila, always on
Yep.
point. But for now, really quick trade-ups, pero
My ult's not ready.
that trade is not a trade at all. Kasi tignan mo yung HP ni White Cat and as well as ni Tesseract dito, extremely low and bit too scary,
Eyes
honestly.
down. My
Pero
ult's
buti
ready.
na lang, nag-push si Twilight. And hence, advantage, balik uli kay Oasis.
Yep. And so far, scattered sila. Habang si Fancy United, they're still figure out saan sila talaga magplant ng spike from site A's to B or C.
30
But
seconds
right
left.
now, they're taking the sweet time. And that's good. This is what I mean, like not forcing to plant the spike. Just taking their time para lang kumuha ng information. And then they can make the right decision paano nila mag-defend once the spike is down. Because right now, si Fancy United, they are waiting. Still waiting. They're not scared. Even though the spike is down, they're not scared. Hindi sila magmamadali. They just know when to make the right timings, the right calls. Especially gonna look out din for Fancy United's skills here. And dami na nangyayari na so far. And the smoke's already down, denying us information. Alam nila na saan sila. And look at the position right now. They're just all cramped up in one enemy remaining.
At low pa ibang mga member dito ng Oasis, buti na lang si Slaton. Well aware. So kung kailan magpipik itong dalawang remaining people natin from Fancy. Well played ang kanilang sitwasyon dito despite Fisho taking the first blood, no? It's been quite temporary, especially after that great mistake na ginawa ni Twilight dito ngayon. Well played for Slaton once again. And I am hoping, wishing, and anticipating lalo dito kay Oasis na that they would keep up this type of mindset, no?
Yes.
Na not just about getting the early advantage, but being a bit more tactical to the
Yep.
reasoning sa kung bakit nila ginagawa yung mga bagay-bagay. Because from what we're seeing here right now, no, they're collected, much more collected than how they started this off. And especially comparing it from our last map.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes they need to take a step back lang muna before committing to planting the spike. Like this right now. They're not rushing. They're waiting for the right time lang. But I don't think Nia and White Cat doesn't know Nia was hiding there. Pero alam na ni Slatam, nandyan lang si Nia. Will he make the right decision to just go back or stay there? Try to pick them off one by one. Using that relay ball to push them all back. And Oasis, siguro magko-commit sila dito sa C-site. Pero hindi nila alam, nandyan pala yung setups ni Twilight.
But I feel like that's okay. Kasi hindi na ganun katindi yung epekto ng tripwire compared to before. And not to mention, it's entirely free. All they have to do is to keep their eyes on CE and as well as dito sa garage area natin. Because that is where most of the damage will be coming from right now. And it's nice that they allocated someone dito sa ating C-Long. But at the same time, there better be some good backup because kumpletong-kumpleto pa ang Fancy.
And look how they're all positioned right now. Si Fancy. Habang si Oasis, they're all scattered out. And pointing out that si Tesseract just flanking against Nia, waiting from that specific area, mid-doors. Pero that's risky kasi, oh my gosh, he took that risk. They're
Wala nga
forced to
pala
go
silang
back.
baril, no?
Oo.
Wala, inintay na lang nila.
Yeah.
They just waited for the run. You know what? This is not worth fighting for, no? I mean, better not give them any creds at all na pwede nila makuha pagka na patay nila tayo. So, tech pause muna tayo momentarily. Based from what we're seeing here right now, great start naman ito for Oasis. But at the same time, they better really keep this up, no? There's already no room for mistakes. I hope na mas maging malinis ang kanilang execution. Kasi aware tayo sa kapasidad ng mga players ito, and I am pretty sure that they're more than ready and hungry to do more.
Yep. And risky din for Oasis, no? If Fancy United does win this because that's gonna be the end for now. Unless that Oasis does actually manage to pull this off, mag-proceed tayo for the decider map, which is split. Which is kind of scary din kasi this is Fancy's unknown map din. So it's just like Boom Esports and JL all over again. But while we're waiting for a tech pause, dami tayo magsasabi like what's been going on so far. How have they been playing things out? Because first, for Fancy, they're not afraid. They can make decisions by what's happening right now. Parang reactive sila and they know how to just calm down under pressure. Habang si Oasis, yes, they make the quick decision, they immediately commit. But sometimes overcommitment can make some little bit of mistakes that can be detrimental sa round nito. But right now, if Oasis does keep this mental game up by just taking their sweet time, then they can be winning consistently.
Yes. I mean, I understand kung bakit gusto nila magkaroon ng malaking advantage from the get-go no? Kasi iba yung leeway and yung mga options na makukuha mo pag nakuha mo siya at na-secure mo yung mga ganung bagay like pick-off, space, makasacrifice ng utility yung kalaban mo, no? We understand that. Pero at the same time, no, dun tayo sa safe. Dun tayo sa less risk, especially that Fancy is not in a good state in terms of eco right now, no? And keeping this that way would be such of a great strength dito for Oasis, especially after seeing kung paano nagbe-behave dito si Slathom and as well as itong si Whitecat right now, and kung paano din nakaka-assiste itong si Tesseract in the simple ways that Asova can do dito, no, sa ating lobby.
That is so true. I mean, this is still the 6th round, Mochi, and there's so many things that can happen throughout the entirety of this map. Because, again, this is Haven, one of the OG maps, and little to no known changes even, like reworks. There's just a little bit. It's not as, like, severe, not as crazy change as Breeze, but Haven, everyone's familiar with this, especially mga OG players, mga Valorant dito, 2021, yep. So, it's just so many things that could be played out, especially sa mga agent selections nila. Like, it's very interesting to know, like, in a positive note, rather, that Oasis is going for double initiators. And it's knowing that sometimes they opt for a double duelist, but no, they are willing to make the changes para lang they can have that higher odds of winning. And right now, with that, sure, they've been not... I mean, it's still far. It's still 3-2. But if we can see the impact, we can see the impact from the initiators here, especially the Whitecat. I mean, with the duelist, he's like a jet main at this point, and si Sladam din pa rin, especially sa Omen. Like, they're very familiar sa agent. Ayan, I think that's the best way to describe it. They're very familiar with their agents. They know what to do. Alam nila saan mag-smoke. Alam sila paano sila mag-push through entry points. And it's just very, very significant for the side of Oasis. What do you think about Fancy United, though, Moshi?
Fancy United, well, all I could say, that this is honestly their first impression of me. Na first time kong makast yung laro nila specifically. I really like how they work. Kasi biro mo, they're very disciplined. They're pretty good in ensuring that they got each other's backs. They always ensure that they are catering one space and another angle. And they're also very disciplined with their utility usage. Especially na nakita natin yun, no, sa mapa ng Breeze. And I think that this is quite of a different one, no? Considering na pinili nila itong ating Haven map. But it seems like I cannot say that there are errors, but there is some outmaneuvers na ginagawa dito ang Oasis ngayon, because when it comes to mid-round calling, very much na mas mabilis nilang nasosolusyonan compared sa pagka nagkakaroon ng kahirapan etong si Fancy United. Kasi ito yung moments na hindi natin pwedeng mag-rely sa ating flank, no? And they got no choice but to be a bit more passive. Hindi ko masabing active. They had to be more passive to ensure na alam nila kung saan nag-stay itong ating mga miyembro here from Oasis. And as of now, we still just got like ilang rounds pa lang, no? Kakasimula lang.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a few maps. Pagdating na second half, syempre, nako po, ito na naman tayo, no? For sure, meron at merong magbabago.
Yep. And I definitely agree na sinabi mo that they're very smart with their utility usage. They don't waste it out. They use it at the best possible time. Especially, for example, si Oasis, they're committing to plant B-site, diba? And then, they're already spread out, the typical, si White Cat, naghihintay lang siya sa opening, habang si Tesseract is just waiting outside din for mid-courtyard, para lang he can use his Recon Bolt, or his Owl Drone, or Hunter's Fury, if available yung ultimate niya. And that gives Fancy United the space to use their utilities against Oasis. Like, for example, I think the best way to describe this is Omen, Buckute, and si Twilight. These two high impact players so far is that Cypher's Trapwire would have to force Tesseract to use his Owl Drone rather, and that gives them information. I mean, that alone can make a huge difference for a round. And for Buckute naman, yung smokes na nilagay, like for dark covers, he puts it on top of B-site, like the boxes. He TPs there. If not, he just puts a smoke or someone denies it for him. But no, he just knows how to go down and try to make, bawi it and to use it in another way. That's the thing. They're smart when it comes to utility usage. They know when to use it at the right time, and they don't use it as early as possible. Yung only time na ginamit nila as early as possible is Cypher setting his traps up.
And I'm really curious, no, kung ano nga ba yung magiging journey dito for both of our teams. It's nice na nakikita natin na malaki ang lamang, or hindi malaki ang lamang, na may lamang ang Oasis dito ngayon, no? Especially if they are definitely vouching na makapunta tayo sa ating decider map. And again, humihingi kami ng pasensya sa ating mga manonood dahil medyo napahaba ang ating technical pause, and sana naiintindihan at natitripan nyo ang pag-over-nerd namin ni Sunby dito sa galawan ng dalawang teams natin so far. And for now, I feel like the technical pause has finally been lifted at mukhang rekta action na tayo uli dito ngayon. And again, couple of ultimates available for White Cat as well as Latham. I doubt that they'll be using it right now, but they better be careful sa hawak na operator ni Fisho.
Absolutely. I mean, when they're considering their positions right now for Oasis, they're all waiting from mid-window, and good call that Buckute just puts the smoke there. Like what I said kanina, it just goes back to what I said. Utility usage, depending on as their predictions. And right now, si Fancy United, naghihintay lang dyan sila sa B-site. Habang si Oasis, they would have to be forced back out and making their way from A Garden. They're all just cramped up in A Garden. It's just honestly because of that smoke. Ooh, it's just, bro, it's, I'm a controller kasi. So, like, good calls.
True. And, here for Fisho, do, ibang kanyang balak, no? Kahit na controller. Away, hawak-hawak, yakap-yakap ang ating operator, pero paano niya nga ba masusolusyonan to? As I think it's quite of a really tough position to be in. Buti na lang si Nia nandyan. Grabe, no? Sinangga lahat. Ewan ko kung alam mo yung meme na parang meron siyang cape, tas yun yung pinangko-cover niya dun sa kasama niya. Yung kasama niya yun, si Fisho yun. Pero ngayon, Nia, si Nia talaga, ito mga trabaho dito. Dire-diretso lang. And as much as possible na meron siyang mapipitas, pinipitas. Yeah, Oasis, bawi tayo. 3v4, pamanda ng ating sitwasyon. Dual pa sana to. Pero parang binati ko ata kaagad. Tesseract actually taking down Nia at the best time possible. Pero anticipated ata ni Twilight na meron pang isang manggagaling dito. At si Marky nga yun. Spike now down. 3-3 tayo sa parehong teams.
Honestly, it's the cherry on top at the end was the Nova Pulse. I think good usage from that moment forward kasi alam nila like Tesseract is just he's stuck there sa mid-window, so might as well use the Nova Pulse that has been planted already by Fisho. So like this just goes back to what I said, how smart they are in terms of utility usage. And now for Oasis, with the 3-3, it's quite close. We're at the 7th round already. We're just gonna be looking out for White Cat's ultimate here. It's insane with that ultimate too.
But good start here for White Cat, pero all of them are caught dito in the grass area at pinagiging graveyard bigla. Slatom, the remaining person here, na kaya niya pang i-equalize. Now a 1v1 controller versus controller. Pero si Fisho, malalaman din kung nasa ng kanyang lokasyon. Operator pa kanyang hawak, maghahanap pa yan ng bandal, syempre. Ayun, Phantom ang kanya nakuha. Will be spotting out. Kung nasaan si Slatom, expectation niya nakapag-TP na. Ang expectation niya nakapag-TP na, I don't know. And he would be checking yung position dito ni Slatom ngayon. Fisho, trying to check every single nook and cranny, clearing out all the angles paunti-unti. Pero Fisho, kung ako sa'yo, kailangan mong bilisan kasi matatimingan ka pa nga ni Slatom dito ngayon. Another round para sa Oasis.
Grabe. I mean, that early on, dami na mga, like, a lot of deaths have been happening early round pa lang, and that leads off to Slatham against Fishio. I think close call pa rin, no? Good play for Oasis. And then nakita naman ko yung vision ni Fancy United that they do try to use their utilities as much as possible. Pero that doesn't, with Oasis, parang na-predict nila. I think the Tech Pass was an opportunity for just to bring their momentum back.
Pwede, no? Pang sira. Okay, nafe-feel na nila eh, no? Tapos biglang binawi. Pero wait, daing ulti. Baka pakainin nga ng ulti ito mga membro natin ng Fancy. Pero tignan muna natin kung ano ang balak nila dito for Oasis. Nia with the Judge. Rolling Thunder already being used. Pero again, Nia standing his ground. Hawak-hawak lang ito Judge natin. Pero matatimingan pa nga ni Zind in the process. Tamang atras tayo dito ngayon. Matapos na matrade ang isa nilang kasama. Pero ingat-ingat lang. Tingnan mo, nandito pa si Twilight. Alam din naman natin kung anong pwedeng gawin ni Twilight sa gantong sitwasyon natin. At hindi pa nga nila i-check. Hindi pa sila nag-rotate. Pero wait, may kita ata siya dito ni Zind. Zind! Mag-ingat ka, Zind! Twilight! Naku po, Twilight! Hindi tumama yung mga shots ni Zind! Neural theft already activated. All information, full access si Fancy United ngayon.
Now the spike is down. I think that was a good slow play there for Oasis. They take the step back. But look at where Twilight at si Marky, they're just back to back. Habang si Oasis, nandyan na sila sa side.
That's a good thing for Oasis though. Akala ni Twilight di magtatago doon. Pero wait lang, Bakute. We'll be taking one. Oh, not just one, but three here for Bakute.
Oh my gosh.
Pakadikit ng laban natin ngayon. Oh my gosh. Indeed.
It's gonna be a long day, everyone. Grabe, no? It's just, yes, they've been playing slow for Oasis, and good call. Like, I mean, nakita natin yung difference kapag like if they early plant and it doesn't go well for them. So, mag-iba yun yung strategy nila. So, they just play slow, play passively. And yes, they do get those wins. That is absolutely true. However, for Fancy United, they take that, they are an opportunist. I think yan ang masasabi ko. They're an opportunist, and they based on their their play from Oasis like play style. Diyan na sila mag-adapt in real time.
Camera taken out.
Now we also have the Blade Storms available na nga din dito and being used by White Cat as well. Honestly, whenever that they try to execute dito sa A-site natin, maganda nga yung nagiging outcome eh, no?
Yeah.
Pero, tamang pakinamdaman muna sila dito kasi aware na sila that there might be a couple of people in both top-down areas at nakasuporta pa nga si Yes, I Can doon. So, everyone, is this a fake rotate? It's a fake rotate! The Monday is being active dito for Oasis right now! Parang pinaasa ata ang Fancy United dito ngayon. Kung ako sa inyo, pumasok na kayo sa A-site natin kasi libreng-libre na yan, Oasis. Pakaingat lang kayo dyan kay Fisho, pero 40 seconds in the clock. The rotations were done and the A site is free. Bladestorm natin nakaprepare lang talaga dito for Whitecat if ever na meron dumaan. Pero pati itong si Zind, ang napakaganda ng kanyang sitwasyon at posisyon. Pero yun nga lang nga, basado. Na rin siya dito ni Yes, I Can. Pero ngayon, we will see kung magiging successful ba ito kung si Rolling Thunder natin activated at present na present lang din naman. Yes, I Can na yun. Whitecat from above until down. Taking 3. Kumuntikan pang umapat pero buti nilang andyan si Marky.
Twilight.
Also gonna be taken down by Marky. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Grabe, Mochi. What was that play? I think that was a really good call to fake that rotate. It literally, like, that's the best thing, no? Like, messing up your enemy's minds or messing up their thoughts or their strategy by making fake calls. And that was a perfect way to explain how faking things sometimes can make you win.
And I feel like that is also quite of a good example na rin, no? With the difference in terms of experience in mental games or mind games. Pwede may offer dito ng Oasis ngayon. Kasi kumagat talaga si Fancy United, no? Pero ngayon, Nia, gumagawa ng milagro dito sa seaside natin. Spotted na nga siya dito ni Slatom. Already taking one and another clear. Yes, I Can. Already being nullified. Si Fisher buhay pa rin. Anong meron sa right click mo? Ba't ganyan yan? Bakyut! 1v2. Wala siyang barrel. No choice but to give the round.
Ayan. I think the odds were quite high pa rin for Oasis. Because, like, based sa replay, they immediately stood their ground. And kasi hindi sila nagbaback out agad-agad because of course they have that upper hand already. Like meron na silang free side to themselves and they don't just back away just because nag-open plan sila. No. But Fancy United, they managed to just I think it was just because they backed away too far enough for Oasis to give them that open space. And by that I meant like they just know how to take them out one by one from different angles. I think yung timing lang talaga for Fancy United, they just happened to scatter. And it was just not as a great timing as what they want to. However, for Oasis now with this round, we're gonna look out for Tesserac's Hunter's Fury. Baka gagamitin niya mamaya once the spike is down or maybe not.
Let's see.
My ult's
Cosmic Divide natin, no? Pwede rin gamitin ni Fischl dito anytime.
Yep.
At yan ay kung mabubuhay siya after this. Kasi mid-area ang balak dito ngayon ng Oasis. I wonder if i-reveal agad ni Fisho ang kanyang location dito. Tripwire being spotted, located. Fisho just waiting for the drone to appear. And everyone will be coming from A-Link. They better be careful. Kasi isang buong landslide, isang katutak ng mga tao ang mamimit nila dito ngayon. Everyone just towering over all of our members here from Oasis. Not looking good at all. Twilight with 3. Zenda a bit too far. And will just be forced na i-save yung Vandal na hawak niya.
Oh my gosh! Tama yung sinabi mo, yung Cosmic Divide ginamit agad just to you know protect them all. And grabe, by the time nag-flood in si Fancy United from A-Link, that's where a lot of things went down. Kasi Oasis was taken by surprise. I mean, we've seen I think we've seen this play many times already kapag mag-plan sila sa B. Like number 1, Tesserac's drone uses that against with the trap wire, then Slatham TPs in that specific area sa box planting. So it's like they know already what happened.
And as for Nia, overdrive natin dito ngayon, ginagamit niya na maigi, already taking 2. Tamang dire-diretso lang siya dito ngayon, no? Niraratola na natin pratan lahat mga hindi nakikita nating tao from Oasis, which is quite of a 180-degree turn, no? Para sa kanila.
Switching sides.
Which is quite sad to witness. But at the same time, I admire kung gaano kabilis ginawa ito ni Nia. Really taking that opportunity and that quick decision na, you know what, this might work. Hugutin ko lang tong overdrive, didiretso na ako. At walang nagawa ang Oasis after that.
Yes. And that's the thing about for both teams, no? Like, yes, they don't really have a strategic play na permanent nila like gagawin all the time. They are both reactive. They're very quick on their feet. Madali lang sila na din mag-make ng decisions under pressure. But sure, it can make bad decisions too. But then again, nakita natin how reactive they both are in terms of what's going on in real time. Because right now, the sides have been switched, we're gonna see how Fancy United become the attacking side. Because it's gonna be very different kasi Fancy United, now on the attacking side, we've seen them play from the last match. Na knowing that ngayon, dalawang controller na sila, isang initiator, tapos isang sentinel, I think mag-rely sila ng slow plays. I think this goes out for same kay Oasis that they do play slow. Pero ngayon, now they're the defending side. Meron din silang advantage. So, at the end of the day, it's still gonna be a close match. 6-6, 7-7, It's the same story.
Yeah, and it's pretty close nga, no, yung kanilang sagutan dito. And as much as I really want na i-hype up and pumabor dito for Oasis, it's a bit too early to tell. Because ganun lang din kabilis yung clapback dito ng Fancy, no? After that highlight na nakita natin from Mia, that from time and time again, na is always bound to execute, always bound to perform. 16 kills na ang meron siya dito ngayon. It's just the first half. Pero ngayon, baliktad na ang mga pangyayari. Hindi tumatama yung mga shots ni Whitecat. No! That is so sad to see. Pero Fancy is more than confident that this space is already theirs. And it's all up to Tesseract na buhay pa, but is yet to find his way papunta dito sa ating site.
Absolutely. I mean, si Tesseract na lang wala. Like, the chances are really low. Ayun na nga, 7-6. I mean, good start. Again, it's always Fancy United mananalo for the pistol round. Just giving them that upper hand yung when it comes to weaponry and economy. So, yes, they're gonna be using good weaponry against Oasis mamaya. And like that, like right now. And kasi Oasis now on the defending side. Yes, they do use the utilities, pero parang like na-taken aback sila sa pagka dire-diretso ni Fancy United magpa-plant agad ng spike or just basically appearing from different angles na sometimes na hindi na-expect ni Oasis.
And in terms of the guns na meron tayo dito ngayon for Fancy though, this is gonna be quite tough para kay Oasis. Lalong-lalo na, they had nothing at all no on the defense. Everyone will just be hovering dito sa long A area natin as they try and wait and see kung meron nga ba silang mapipitas in the process. 3 people, 4 people in A as a stack. Would this be more than enough despite the lack in terms of firepower dito? They are yet to figure that out. Some pings already being placed dito sa ating mapa in order to see kung ano nga bang magiging placement natin dito. Mapo-force sila mag-back out at the best time possible. C-site na. In terms of the rotations, Tesseract and Whitecat being caught in the act na makapag-push dito sa sewers area natin. Fisho be spotting din itong si Zane in the process. Will be sandwiched pa itong si Fisho ngayon. Look at that. 2v2 na.
I think that was a good play for Fancy United na ginamit niya yung fault line, si Yes I Can, forcing them to push all the way back para mag-rotate, para mag-plant agad sa C site. Now, right now, silang dalawa nandyan na sa B site, gonna make their way towards C-Link possibly or C-Garage. Nope, they're actually going to C-Link. So, ayun na nga. But all of them are waiting from the different angle. Hindi na nakita. Ayan. And now he will be forced to go all on out, giving them that win from the side of Fancy United. I think sometimes na like delay is good, but is it enough for you to execute your plan? Because so far, see Oasis, I mean, the gap is not crazy. It's just how they're executing right now. I mean, you have a double controller, and you have to rely then on your initiator to make the right calls. So Pero right now, it's just Fancy United. They are... That's the thing. They are patient naman. And they're waiting for that right moment to execute their plan. However, for Oasis, it's like... sometimes they have to force to back out. Or maybe maybe if they do try to be aggressive in terms of defense, baka siguro they might get a few points here and there.
Not big of a lead din naman, no? Got 2 more rounds na kailangan bulin ng Oasis dito after that eco round that they lost. But at the same time, no? When it comes to securing these types of defaults patungo sa ating A site here for Fancy, they've been doing it phenomenally. Which is quite bad here for Oasis right now. Sayang din yung smokes na ma-offer ni Slatom sana kung hindi siya namatay kanina.
Yes.
And this makes it a lot more difficult para sa kanila na makapag-retake, no? Pero sa ngayon,
yep.
sisek pa ang panilang punteriya.
30 seconds left.
Yep. Pero, I mean, despite the time being low, they're still confident and they're still waiting. Ayan, with that fast lane, and then they just get hit and then start to shoot one another again and again. Ang daming chaos na nakita natin. 14 seconds remaining, trying to pick them up one by one from the entry point. And despite it's still not down, Tekken 10 seconds remaining by the way. Pero then again, si Whitecat, ang bilis niya. 5 seconds, Twilight versus Marky. Just have to force back out.
Enemy remaining.
Kaya ng dalawa. 2v1 Tesseract. All on you.
The possibility of taking this as a 2-0 sweep kasi
I feared. Yeah.
Yep. So,
yeah, I mean, there's a big possibility that Fancy United might win this map and just ending the game here and there. Pero unless Oasis can actually, they don't have any timeouts already. So, they just have to rely na lang on what they can do and what they should do. Because it's endgame for them if they just give this win to Fancy United.
And they just keep on repeating that cycle, no? Na buy, save, unfortunately, with no ROI in the process, and hence limits their options, limits their movements, and limits yung mga rounds na pwede nilang makuha pa sana dito sa mapa ng Haven. Which, as much as we saw some flashy plays galing dito sa Oasis kanina, fortunately, it wasn't it. They haven't been able to close up the rounds at nahihirapan sila sumagot dito kay Fancy. And nabanggit na rin naman na natin kanina kung ano nga ba yung kalakasan ng Fancy United, no? Sobrang tindi ng disiplina nila. And as much as that mind gameplay actually worked, how would they replicate such a thing? They need a thicker playbook than that. Or even higher accuracy. Pero ngayon, we are seeing palitan dito sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Fisho taking a couple already. Just one more person left. Zen, nandito lang sa ating city area na wala nang choice. Subukan mag-push. Abay na free fire pa. Dito ni Fisho ngayon. 10-6 scoreline natin ngayon.
Yep, that's the thing. Kasi, so far, yung strategy ni Fancy United, punta sila sa mid, try to get a lot of information they can. Kapag wala, either they go A site, but if they do have, it's like yung C site is their last resort. It's so far, Fancy, they like to go to plant A. And yes, mag-work out naman. I mean, you've seen them play. It's 10-6 already. However, for Oasis, parang nahihirapan talaga sila to really delay or to prevent Fancy United from winning round after round. It's because Fancy has been playing too slow for Oasis liking. Because Oasis is probably expecting na siguro mag-aggressive sila, but no.
Yeah. Will be saving himself after activating that tripwire. Pero si Bakyut, tamang chacha, tamang sayo lang, mistulang ginagawang stage ang itaas ng B-site natin ngayon. Tesseract, Slatom, and Whitecat na lang na naiiwan. Sinusubukan na sumagot, sinusubukan na lumaban. At nagagawa naman nila ngayon, no, pabor ang sitwasyon natin sa kanila. But, Bakyut will also be located by the drone. Fisho. Actually, okay sana, no? We see the vision. Pero Slatham would be connecting the shots. Okay na sana yung read niya. At ngayon, 2v2. And it's about time for the retake here. Lots of blockage. And information being gate kept. Tinatimingan lang ng maigi ni Fisho yung kanyang pag-pick dito. The moment na mawala yung smoke natin, maaaring maraming magbago at maaaring mabackstop ng maigi ang Oasis. Fisho,
One
fuck
enemy
you.
remaining.
Really good positioning, pero one wrong swing from Fisho. Never mind, he was not wrong. And instead, 11-6 na scoreline natin ngayon. One round away from the match point.
What was going on? Parang like it's like Oasis. It was a really close call. It was a 2v2. Fancy United. Yung HP nila, it's not as good compared kay Oasis, and the one-way smoke din to prevent from that C long. How did Oasis lose to that? I think it's because that. Like what I said kanina, no? That they don't like how Fancy United is taking too much of their time. Parang nasira yung momentum kay Oasis. I think yan ang problema. Nasira yung momentum. And mental game truly matters per round. Oh!
Twilight.
One kill. Neural theft.
Dire-diretso lang sila dito ngayon sa A-site natin. Kumpletong-kumpleto na sila dito. Just waiting for Oasis to make their next move. Pero how would they do so? Na puro stinger lang ang hawak nila dito. Who is willing to push into the smokes? Gagawin nga ba nilang alay si Whitecat kung sakali kasi saktong-sakto sana yung pinya, pero parang naging mid-grinder lamang sa oras na pumasok sila dito sa ating dark covers, and now Marky taking two, but that would be the end.
Oh my gosh! Isa na lang for Fancy United. 12 to wait a minute. Kasi they had a chances of winning. I mean, yes, na-activate yung neural theft, but they just decided to push out in the smoke and ended up losing most of your team. Pero ngayon, yes, timeout. It's a good call to use that timeout na, because this is the last chance for Fancy United to win. Pero this is also one of the last few chances or more chances for Oasis if makabawi sila. Because right now, every time magplant si Fancy United sa A site, things doesn't go well for Oasis. Unless they plant on mid or C. The chances are quite higher compared kay A. Because the thing about planting sa A site kasi, for when it comes to attacking side, you have a narrow entry point. Sa A long, then sa A sewer pa rin. So, of course, you just have a little bit of angle, daming mga blind spot. But I just don't understand na bakit yung hindi na take advantage for Oasis. Things might have been different if dami yung sinaset up for their initiate, or for their sentinel rather. But then again, this will be the last chance for Oasis to catch up.
Bigat no? After the signs of life na nakita natin from Oasis kanina, parang hindi na ito nasundan, napako sila sa ating 6th round. But at the same time, still lots of things na maaari nila magamit dito, no? Ulti ng ating mga agents, all available. Nia though, really making the most out of taking all of the space and as well as possible kills na pwede niya makuha dito para sa kanyang mga kasama. Wala pa man ding nalalagas for Oasis, which is a great thing. But they better be calculative. The combination of the Rolling Thunder and as well as ang ating paranoia, okay na okay. Talagang yun nga lang naantala. After that single smoke na ilipag, di ba cute dito? Hit now all of the Tesseract. Tesseract against the 3 na talaga hina-hotdown na lamang sila. At tulad ng sinabi ni Yes, I Can, yes, you can nga.
Yes.
Taking that 2-0. And as much as we don't want this to happen, as much as we want Oasis to win, they proved that they can take this in a sweep.
Absolutely. I mean, congratulations to Fancy United and GG's kay Oasis. I mean, they tried really, really hard at nakita natin yung mga vision and how they actually do try to make an effort to bawi round after round if they lose. But sometimes hindi talaga magwo-work out. But congratulations then again and GG's. They tried, but sometimes things doesn't go well for you. But I mean, nakita talaga natin yung journey for Fancy United and Oasis. Like for the first map, they executed pretty well. It was a really close match pa rin. And Oasis, nakabawi talaga sila in terms of reactive plays. Tapos si Fancy United din, showing off aggressively. Sometimes mag-play slow agad. Then for this map, Haven, it's just Fancy United has been dominating quite well. However, for Oasis, it's like they're having a hard time to keep up or adjust lang siguro.
And based sa nakita natin dito, no, I feel like we stand our criticism and as well as observation, no, from our first map until here. Yes, there were some improvements, but unfortunately, wala. Talagang mas naging matindi yung mga galawan ng Fancy United dito. How in unison they are. Literal na united sila gumalaw. At kung gaano rin sila kabilis mag-adapt after some losses that they faced along the way. Pero ito nga ang ating stats natin dito. Grabe, walang kupas talaga si Nia. Napakalala.
Yup. Not even surprised at this point. 24-13. Tapos yung ACS din. Oh my gosh, yung ACS 342. Grabe. I mean, obviously, we've seen how Nia has been playing super well for the entirety of this game and this map too. At tapos yung mga teammates din nila, how they've been executing pretty well for themselves. And look at that statistics we see. First skill's 13. And absolutely, we've seen that multiple times. First skill agad si Fancy United. Just to keep Oasis off guard.
At idagdag na rin natin talaga, no? Biro mo 13 first kills.
Oof.
That's like almost 60% ng lahat ng mga rounds na meron tayo dito ngayon, no? In-ensure nila na sila ang may upper hand. And that is crazy here for Fancy United. Arguably, parang this is gonna be pretty similar sa kung ano yung na-observe ko from our last Game Changers, no? I feel like they might be behaving like the Ninetales. Nakita ko na, oh, they're so disciplined, they're up and coming, then they're top 1 of their region, at magpapakilala lang sila, all the fire is burning. Pretty similar sa nakikita natin dito ngayon, no, for Fancy United. And I can't wait to see kung ano nga ang mangyayari or gagawin nila as they proceed at mas lumalim pa ang kanilang posisyon dito sa ating groups. But here for Oasis, nice try. I do think na kayang-kaya pa man din nila bumawi dito because this is their first match para sa kanilang groups after all. So, I hope that we can see more of Oasis sa mga susunod na araw natin.
Yep, and I think that they're very disciplined. Yan ang like the main point of this entire strategy kay Fancy United. They are very disciplined and they know to make the right plays despite na under pressure sila. And then you can see how they can stay calm and they make the right calls, especially sa gumagamit na sila ng mga utilities. But then again, we get to figure out how they won that from this interview.
Light. Hopefully, hello. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome and congratulations on the win. So, just gotta say, it's your first series here. How does it feel to get that sweep?
Wait. Gary?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
I'm a
welcome.
translator. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm a translator for Thailand.
All good. I just wanted to ask, how does it feel to win in a 2-0 fashion? Because that last few rounds on Haven, perfect from Fancy United.
It's very it's very easy for us. Nothing difficult at all. Yeah, that's what he said. I just later.
I love the confidence, honestly. Again, congratulations. I have to ask because you guys already took down Oasis Gaming in the group. Do you think your next opponent will be looking for home? Do you think that is also going to be an easy matchup because you already defeated Oasis, or is it going to be a different matchup for you guys?
We believe we are the. He said we believe we have enough confidence about the upcoming match, so we will 2-0 all the opponent. Yeah.
Ooh, it's a very confident answer here from Fancy United. I guess my question right now is, you guys made it to top 4 back in stage 1. Were there any adjustments you did here coming into Split 2? What are your expectations, of course, to who are the teams you're expecting to face off against if you do make it to the playoffs?
Năm ngoái mình top 4 ấy thì có điều chỉnh gì trong team không? Với lại muốn gặp đội nào nhất? We do not. So last season we end up top 4. So we just talk together, talk to each other. We said like we need more confidence. We need to believe in our team and ourselves. So how can I say? We want to face upcoming match. We want to face 5-5 for the revenge for Thailand team. Yes.
Ooh, I really am super excited about that. I do have a question though. What do you think is going to be the difference maker for you guys to reach up until the very end for grand finals?
Để tới cái final thì có điều gì tự tin không? Sorry, one more time.
What do you think is going to be very different this split to reach grand finals for your team?
Because we just believe in ourselves, I think.
Yeah.
More confidence.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious you guys are looking so confident. Thank you so much, Lai. Thank you for the translations as well.
Thank
and
you.
we really hope to see you guys again. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there you have it, no? From the words of Twilight himself, and they really didn't expect it to come out this way. But I guess they're also looking forward to fight against our Thailand teams as well. And let's see kung ano nga ba, no? At kung makakaabot nga ba talaga tayo doon here for our team of Fancy United. But for now, congratulations, definitely showing that Vietnam Pro Play is definitely high and soaring, no? Para dito sa ating serye ngayon. And really excited what will be next because it's going to be 555 versus Shalongbao. For now, break muna tayo.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre, no me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
After a couple of heartbreaks, dito na tayo, no, sa light na serye to top it all up para sa ating araw for day 2 ng ating challengers, no? It will be Shalomba versus 555. And what's really interesting here, Sunbi, is the fact that XLB versus 555, it's a match of a new breakout team versus a team na meron ng proven experience sa SEA stage natin.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams came from separate, regional qualifier tracks. Like C555, they won from the Thailand regional. Habang si XLB, they won the rest of the C regional first place. So, of course, they have the experience to go against each other kasi this is their first time facing against each other before. So, grabe talaga, excited ko talaga dito for this matchup for today, 555 versus Xiaolong Bao. I mean, there's just so many things to look out for. Ano pa tayo mga ina-expect? And though we have seen 555 play before, but Xiaolong Bao, this is gonna be a new thing to see. And ano ba yung mga agent selections nila, yung map vita natin mamaya. So, then again, this is a new story to tell.
Yes, and we want to say na meron sana tayong background dito for some of our players here for Xiaolong Bao in terms of teams, but unfortunately not much because it's more on like the amateur side of the competitive scene, no? Like, for instance, ang mga players to look out for natin dito will be Zace and as well as Kasilski na talagang when it came down to using that Neon and as well as for Kasilsi na gumagamit siya ng Waylay and Killjoy at certain times, their ACS are pretty high. So, yung past teams natin dito, for some of them, it's like Good Boy and as well as TUMT Shark. And yung final nila na kung saan ang tinapatan nila is si Trinity, well, yung role layout natin dito, napakalinaw. We have Zace on the Neon, we have Xiaofeng on the Omen, we have FT on the Viper. So, they have definite roles that we can expect from, especially kontra dito sa 555.
Absolutely. And these are some names that we may have not seen before, but we are now seeing today with their game faces on and ready for this matchup for today. And habang si 555, they are quite familiar players that we are already know, like si Enduist, si Alert. So then again, familiar agents nila gagamitin mamaya for 3 maps will be facing, like their map 1, map 2, and their decider map. Now, going back sa head-to-head, no, I do agree. We'd have to look out for Zace pa rin. But for me, I wanna say I would look out then for Enduist. Because these are both of their team's primary fraggers at peak performers. Kasi si Enduist, consistent siya talaga in stepping up in high-pressure moments. So basically, locked in talaga si Enduist. I mean, tingnan natin yung team lineup nila. Si Alert, Enduist, Surf, Doffy, and Kanaday. So these familiar names we have seen before. Habang I do agree si Zace din. It's a head-to-head player that, I wanna put a spotlight on as well because of his jaw-dropping ACS. I do agree what you said kanina. And one thing for sure, again, another head-to-head player spotlight, I want to give it off to Styron because Styron, he's quite unknown with making fascinating plays, making things, catching their enemies off guard. At tapos, I like how his controller anchor style for Styron, and meaning, the team getting that better value from sa smokes ni Styron. So, and then again, it's a huge story that we are holding an empty book and we're just filling them out as we go.
And I also feel like the biggest challenge din dito, for Xiaolong Bao against 555 is that they have a couple of very capable players, Lagay na natin dyan si Alert, lagay na natin dyan si Doffy. Because when it comes to Alert, biro mo, veteran controller, saan nanggaling yan? NKT, Full Sense, Sersha Esports. So we have pretty much of a stack background here for Alert. And same thing here for Doffy. I mean, not much in terms of competitive history, but when it comes down into fragging and being that duelist na talagang kinakatakutan at malaking obstacle dito sa ating laro, well, Doffy is definitely someone that you could rely on. Medyo malawak ang kanyang agent pool. You can use the Yoru, you can use the Neon, and even the Jet. So that is definitely something that we can anticipate din dito, And I feel like when it comes to Map Vito, ang kailangan lang iwasan ng 545 is Pearl. Because they don't have a good track record on Pearl at all. Series of losses to the 0-3, So we'll see kung hanggang saan aabot ang Map Vito natin maya-maya.
Absolutely. I mean, I think XLB will ban Abyss, and then maybe if 555 bans Fracture, and now we're seeing. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's absolutely right. With our first map today, picked by 555. It's Haven na naman! Haven, everyone's favorites. Tapos yung next map natin, picked by XLB, which is Lotus. And our decider map is Split. Now, this is quite interesting, yung map veto nila. Because, first of all, for map veto, yung strengths nila for a 555, it's obviously Haven. And Split as well, if they're using with a double controller, which is our decider map for this one. Habang si Xiaolong Bao, with the way that they pick their map here, is that one of their strong picks is Fracture. And obviously, that's been banned. But then, it goes out for Haven as well. Because they did win against Trinity, 13-5. And of course, Split, they've always been consistent with their wins for Xiaolong Bao. So then again, it's gonna be grabe yung mga matchup natin for this maps already. There's so many things to expect about what are the possible plays, especially yung creative plays kay Kennedy as Yoru. I think that's one of the notable players that I would like to mention.
Let's see. And dagdag na rin natin dito na from the regionals, actually lahat ng mapa natin dito is the strong map for Xiaolongbao. And yan nga lang regionals yun. So nandito sila sa ating international stage. Malalaman din natin yan later on. And here is our predictions. Well, again, in terms of experience, in terms of prowess, and in terms of awareness sa kung ano ang meta ngayon with backed up very capable players, no? That's such as itong si Alert and si Duffy. Well, yes, this is a safe bet for us to predict ng side ng 555.
Absolutely. Kasi si 555, they are more of a battle-tested squad. Dami silang na-experience. And, 555 wins if Enduist and Kennedy can maybe mag-opt sila ng double duelist, or especially sa entry nila. Dual duelist entry form. So imagine if dalawa sila sa site, taking them off guard, that can break XLB's defense. And maybe if we also know that 555, they are strong in terms of Haven. They have the most structured experience for this, either on the attacking side or the defending side. And they could exploit yung mga early aggressive duels, pushing the entries.
Yes, and we will be anticipating that one for sure, no? Lalong-lalo na sa dalawa sa ating mga mapa dito. Actually, pretty decent naman talaga yung performance ni 555, specifically itong ating Haven and Split, pero hindi natin masabing sobrang linis, kumbaga, no? So, both of these teams still in the process of building their identity, building their foundation with a bit of an advantage, syempre, here for 555. Kaya, tingnan na natin ang kanilang agent selection. And again, I don't know if magpapatuloy yung ating trend na porket merong Neon sa iyong team, Matic, malaki na agad ang advantage mo, because from what we're seeing right now, we have the Jet onto the hands of Toffee, and we also have the Neon into the hands of Zace.
Absolutely. And like what I said kanina, no? Double duelist entry. So for Doffy and Endoist, it's something that XLB should look out for. Especially these agents are quite known to be very explosive, and these players as well, they can execute both at the same time. Habang si XLB, we have a double controller in play, so maybe they have no choice but to really fully strengthen their defense.
And I hope that we can see some really interesting plays here, no? Though I most likely assume that para dito kay 555, it is the standard, it is the traditional, it is the Act 1 setup natin dito. They got the Jet, they got the Felix. Everyone there reminds me of the Act 1 once that Valorant is so pure, so new, no? Pero here sa katapat nila, quite a mix of the two, with of course a couple of controllers, which reminds us a bit for yung setup ng ating Oasis kanina, other than this Killjoy. Pero again, Haven na naman ang ating mapa, and it's all about the speed, all about the accuracy, and all about how close they'll be working alongside each other, because here right now for 555, pabor ito sa kanila.
Absolutely. And making the early picks already against their duelist, single duelist. Meron na silang upper advantage. And now, si Xiao Feng at si FT, nandyan na sila sa C-side, but the spike is still not down. I don't know why it's still not down. They have the entire side to themselves. But, ayun na nga, si 555, the rest of them, they're really making their way towards C-Long, taking it slow.
Yeah, it seems
So,
like
the spike is not down.
they're a bit too locked in, no? They're in the brink of doing a bit too much. Baka mag-overcook sila dito, no? Baka need nilang kalmahan. First round pa lang natin. Pero at the same time, we acknowledge why. Kasi they're really waiting for our members here in 555 to do their thing, try and force them into duels with advantageous
30 seconds
spots, no? Na inohold nila dito sa ating C-site. Pero not at the 30 seconds on the clock already said hi. That's already the sign for them na ilapag ang ating spike. Pero at the same time, here for 555, yun nga lang nga, they will be aware that FT is at the back.
First impression already, meron na silang advantage sa pistol round ito. First round rather. And so far, I think nakita ko talaga bakit na-delay yung plant ng spike. Because they want to take, they want 555 to think, did they rotate? Like that kind of question lingering in their mind. So, therefore, Xiaolong Bao gets an upper hand and taking their sweet time. Maybe this round is gonna be quite different for 555. Early round pa naman.
Pero at the same time, baka talagang gusto lang nila na mabawasan yung mga membro dito, no, ng 555 talaga, in which they did, no? Which is pretty overthinker of them. But at the same time, we respect that. Kasi ayaw talaga na magkaroon ng advantage itong si 555. Pero right now, XLB, open. Ang B-site natin ngayon, anytime, free entry kayo dyan kung alam niya lang. But the risk is, if magpupush ang ating two members from the garage area in which ini-start na nila right now, so they better be prepared. Someone should be looking there. Pero late nagkaroon ng answer ba? Buti na lang everyone is quick to react. Someone from the window will be arriving, and that is going to be Duffy. But seems like the gun would not be in his favor, and instead, Alert is all alone.
Exactly. I mean, by the time that the spike was already down, no? And the way na that they were just quite away from each other. Wait a minute, Alert! He doesn't know!
Hala. Ay, ang sama ng ugali mo, sis!
Grabe!
Ang bastos mo. Loko.
Wala, hindi niya alam.
Tinitigan niya pa talaga, no? Grabe.
Oo, that's crazy.
Pero,
like, hello, you did that look.
Quite of,
yeah.
Parang,
like,
parang pinapakita nila na, parang grabe yung taunt nila doon. Literal na pinapakita nila na, hindi kami underdog, Baka ginaganon nila, Pero here for Duffy daw, sabi niya, parang medyo nang gigil ako doon. So mag-o-off ako ngayon. Duffy is in the seaside area. Ang sagot lang naman ni Zays, bakit hindi rush natin? Ba't tayo matatakot dyan? And the up is now down. It is all up to Star and the rest of the squad to answer back pretty low na. Itong si Surfat ngayon maaalis pa nga nila. Canadian as well as Alert. Will they be alert enough and prepared enough para makapag-retake sila dito na yun na kung saan it's a 2v4?
Last player standing.
Now it is just Kennedy alone. Ready naman yung mga ibang skills niya. He can be used to his advantage, but considering he's outnumbered. Is he gonna take that risk knowing he has a Vandal on his hand na tapos malit na yung pera niya? I think they have to give this up again to Xiaolong Bao. I mean, right now, it seems like he does. But now he's making the noise. He has no chance to run away. Oh my gosh, actually, what? But of course, even then, this goes out to 5-5. To Xiaolong Bao's another win. Consistent win so far. But, ayun na nga, this is still early game. Pwede pa sila makabawi. I mean, we've seen literally few matches na malayong yung gap pero they managed to catch up. So this might be the same story again. Pero so far, sometimes yung early picks, yung early wins can leave a good impression already. And it can affect your dynamic with your team. Pero it just depends on how you take it.
At syempre, depende rin yan siguro sa kalakasan ng mga teams natin in the individual sides na meron tayo ngayon. May mga teams kasi na malakas sa def, may malakas sa attack, and this time, Shalong Bao, they're really making the most out of their attacking side, no? Na talagang meron silang neon, aware sila sa perks yan, aware sila sa limitation yan, especially on the defense, and they are bound to perform at panindigan yung lineup nila dito, which is great. But here for Zace though, just be trying to find out if there will be someone and who is speaking at the worst time possible, and instead South Weng will be taking him out. It is gonna be the time for some of them to rotate dito sa ating A site ngayon. There's already 3 of them. B site, kung alam niyo lang, available uli yan, no? I feel like there's also the struggle for 555 as well, is that if they keep on giving these sites, these spaces, it would not end pretty dito sa kanilang half.
Absolutely. And we've seen that many times so already. Daming spaces na binigay ni 555, basically forcing them to get that win. Pero there we have it. Surf bringing FT down. One of their controllers out and about. The spike is already down. The pressure is on. They're trying to push towards deep, pero daming smokes, denying visuals, trying to spray through the smoke, and he gets one. He's Ace. It's crazy. They're all spread out, actually.
Ramdam na ramdam ng Shalong Bao yung araw nila today. Ano
Actually.
ang meron?
Wait, what? I mean, it starts off small. Like, parang nagsusnowball na tayo dito. When one goes down, another one follows. Then another one follows. Because, tingnan mo yung position nila. Kapag mag-plant sila ng spike, si Shalong Bao, they plant the spike, 555 spreads out, they enclose in that site from different entry points. But it seems like si Shalong Bao, they know where they are. Parang na-predict nila, like, okay, it's very predictable, 555 will use their utilities, pag ganun. And it seems like Shalong Bao is hard to read.
Tsaka ang nagiging problema din dito kay 555, wala silang recovery plan. Okay, may napita sa ating dalawa, ano na? No? So I feel like hindi sila nagkakaroon ng firm and immediate reaction or answer in order to recover from the loss that they have. Hence, this na laging may napipitas, laging may nababawas, pero they are not proactively looking or doing some gestures in order to equalize everything at makabawi sila dito, no? And because at this point in time, you would be expecting na yung senti nila or even one of their duelists can try and creep forward para makakuha pa ng additional space. Pero yun nga lang nga, Canary, I feel like you're caught in the act.
Crossfire.
Basang-basa ko ano yung gusto mong gawin dito. And kasi he would be able to take out itong si Enduis in the process as well. Surf and Doffy na lang here for 555. And they are yet to find a way na makapag-retake dito because when it comes to the body system, malaki ang kalamangan ni XLB.
Absolutely. And this is Surf against 3 of Shalong Bao's team. Yung mga ultimates din nila, it's also already good for the next round. And Surf has no choice but to give this up na naman for Shalong Bao. I mean, 0 to 5, it's not as crazy as everyone thinks kasi pwede ba naman sila magbabawi dito. Pero right now, how things are going so far for 555, tama yung sinabi mo. It's like, I don't think they have an exit plan if things go wrong for them. Like, sure, it's okay. It's good to be reactive in terms of strategy. Okay lang naman. Like, if you adjust, this doesn't go well, it's fine. Plan B. But right now, 555, if things doesn't go well for them, wala silang choice, mag-force them to back out, then try to think of a spot on how to retake that site. But ayun na nga, like this is still early. It's not crazy naman, but it can definitely leave a good impression and can affect naman yung mental game mo. And the timeout is a really good call for 555. Honestly, I think depends na naman yung agent selection, and I think siguro makabawi siguro sila if mag-switching sides, considering their it's more offensive side yung agent selection nila.
Yeah, that is true. Pero at the same time, being a bit more creative, dito na rin papasok ito, no, for their end. Kasi, biro mo, they have a lot of blinds so they can work with, which is wala dito ang side ng XLB. So, that breaks the question, bakit kaya hindi sila gumagawa ng ganong mga ways in order to try and lessen the gap na meron dito na yun, no? I mean, 5 rounds pangagwat at pabor dito kay XLB ng di hamak, no, kontra sa 555. Pero let's see, no, lots of ultis available here for XLB right now, and same waiting game tayo dito ngayon. Syempre, mangangapayan kung meron silang mapipitas, and once that they do so, that is the time that they will pounce.
Absolutely. Alam nila paano sila mag-make ng decision at the perfect moment. Either mag-plan sila agad kapag 15 seconds left na lang or 20 seconds left, and parang they want to give pressure sa 555 because they know once the pressure is on for 555, they somehow become blinded. So that's a window of opportunity.
Of course. And their early call na makapasok dito sa ating B site, joke lang daw. Masyadong delikado. At aware sila doon. Run it back being used here by Endo West. No one will be taken by him. Pero that is some bit of information. Pero isa lang kasi yung nakita niya dun. Hindi niya alam that everyone is actually there. Just waiting dito sa ating window area. Na kung may mapipita sila, there might be a chance for them to still commit into B site. Pero really like, the positioning ni Doffy dito, no, na as much as possible, prepared mag-lurk, at kung mag-rotate man pa A, prepare siya na makapitas at merong maisama sa hukay dito.
Yep. 30 seconds remaining. Yung lockdown is up and about. They have entire side to themselves. They're just waiting for the perfect moment para 5 seconds na lang, tapos they can just push in and plant that spike kasi 25 seconds remaining. Habang si 555 wala silang choice but to push back. And now the spike is down. Paano nila mag-retake?
In terms of retake though, talambaw, bawas na sila. Sobrang doable ito para kay 555, pero the position that they have here is just advantageous for them.
Wow! Sprint down from Kaczynski! Oh my gosh.
Grabe! Kamuntikan pa nga na maudlot yung round na para sa kanila na sana. Nakakatakot talaga yon. Grabe si Kaczynski.
Good support kay Doffy. Immediately backed them up. I didn't expect, that was a 1v3 situation, no? Tapos in a tight spot siya dyan. So it's like one enemy remaining. Insane play. It was a really close call, very terrifying actually, considering yung HP ni Cassie L 5 na lang, 5 HP, pero nandyan pala si Doffy sa likod niya. Pero ngayon, meron na tayong point for 555, 1-5 at 7th round pala tayo, everyone. And yung mga ultimates din ready for Shalong Bao, Team and 555, pwede nila gagamitin for this round today para lang meron silang advantage para mananalo dito for this 7th round.
Heads up!
Pero nagbilis yung pag-acto dito ni Zeus, no? Quick trade-offs present para sa XLB. At ngayon na nakapagpamigay sila ng isang round, I wonder what would be the next step. Equalize pa rin naman, but they do not have a controller anymore para dito for 555, no? This might be an issue in case that they will need to retake again. Pero for now, C-site might be the priority para dito for XLB as they make their way in. Already vacant. Hunter Shuri connecting on Tuesdays at madadagdagan pa. FT already down as well. Every single one. What a great call. Out of the pocket na binunot ito ng 555. Hindi yun in-expect ng XLB.
Styron is just stuck in one area. Habang the rest of 555 nandyan sila sa ceiling waiting to push out and defuse that spike. Because, ooh, right? That was a really good play, especially yung Husky alert. Unless okay, that actually scared me. Akala ko, yan, ma-clutch. Pero then again, another point for 555. I think good call talaga nila mag-call ng timeout kanina. Para lang sila make a decision to how things should play out as soon as possible. Because 0-5 was nakakatakot for 555 side. Pero now we have 2 points up on the board. And hopefully, if magiging consistent sila by just spreading out, because alam nila like, okay, they like to plant at a really short amount of time. So we make that as a disadvantage against Xiaolongbao by slowing things down for them. Bumigay sila ng delay. They wanna give them that delay. And nakita talaga natin. Once they are delayed or once they have the upper hand na maka-plant ng spikes si Xiaolongbao, they just find a way to rotate and just take them down.
And this is also what I mean to be creative, no? Like, for example, the Thunder's Fury call is definitely unexpected dito ng XLB, no? Parang, di na alam nang gagawin after nun to the point na everyone's already falling apart and hence only one person remains, which is itong si Stardon. Pero again, the A side push here for XLB will be delayed momentarily. Pero dire-diretso pa man din. Si FT pa talaga yung nag-entry dito. Partida siya yung Viper. Nilatag agad ang ating Viper speed. Pero yung palitan dito sa ating site ngayon. Kasi si talagang siya lang naman nagpapakitang gilas na siya ang merong kalamangan dito. Pero ngayon si FT, naku po, mababasa, malalaman, may ideya pa ata kung nasaan ang naiiwan na si Doppy. Pero preparado ang Bladestorm niya dito. At kaya naman, another round for 555.
Yan! They finally caught on, and good call to get that early pick, especially against kay Zace, because so far kapag si Zace maka-push in and giving their teammates that entry point, that's where things slowly go down for 555. Pero no, alam na nila if they take Zace down, if they take their main duelist, meron silang malaking advantage para lang makabawi sila for the lost round, for the rounds that they have lost so far. And right now, it's been very, very well played kay 555. But then again, malayo pa yung gap nila. I mean, it's not crazy far, but the gap is there. And gotta look out for Zace's ultimates din at yung lockdown ni Cassie Lee. Baka siguro once the spike is down, or maybe they might put the lockdown, then put the spike down, forcing them to back out. Then that's the thing. When they back out kay 555, that's where things kind of get a bit harder for them.
Grabe, no? I like kung paano rin nakakahabol itong si 555 with the adjustments that they've been able to show dito sa mapa ng Heaven natin. And for now, it seems like they're just gonna be taking their time of day. Nawala bigla yung confidence na meron dito from Xiaolongbao into doing really quick rushes. Pero right after taking that frag here from Zace, that's more than enough for them to commit sa B site. Zace eyeing etong A-link area natin. Just be preparing and waiting. When is the best time? As si Sir caught that he might be cooking up something in terms of the flank, immediately been shot.
Yup. And that mile-wide radius, kay Cassidy sa lockdown, just giving them that little opening area para masira yung lockdown. Sayang naman, if that was pushed in forward, then that would have been the case. Pero ayun, yung position sila, trying to make that decision scarily, but isa na lang!
Kaya na naman siya.
3-6. I mean, good call that Cassidy put the lockdown para lang ma-push out agad. I mean, binalik ko na yung sinabi ko kanina, that once nang yung lockdown is out and about, na-activate, mag-force out agad si 555, then that's where they start to think na, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna break the lockdown? Or paano natin mag-retake? Like, it leaves them that question. A lot of questions, what are they gonna do? Because sometimes, a lot of questions in your mind can delay your momentum.
And the operator in the hands of Zace, nasa kanya pa rin naman hanggang ngayon, no? Pero need to be a bit more careful than hasty. Pero sabi ni Zace, wala akong pakialam. A-site can be the target here for XLB, no? And all they have to do is to take out one more Pero sabi nila, di muna natin i-risk yan, no? Let's make it a bit slow. Let's make it a bit safer for us. And instead, they'll just gonna wait it out for a bit. If there will be some people peeking or not, no information being taken here by 555 for now. But again, this is quite a fun eco, so
Yep, absolutely. I mean, look at Sansi Cassisley.
Swarm grenade.
Like he's just
Swarm
waiting
grenade
to see long, maybe letting his teammates know that the site is free, but I don't think they're gonna commit there. But alam nila, ang dami nila di dyan. So they're gonna rotate and tama. Like they're gonna go all the way back kasi may binigay ng information ni Surf,
30 seconds
rather
left.
Cassie, that the site is free. I mean, yan ang sinabi ko, they love to play time. They love to risk the little time they have para lang makaplan sila, para lang makarotate agad sila. And now the time is all theirs, the site is all theirs. So si 555, they might think, they don't have time to plant. But nope, they thought wrong. So now they're all spread out. Gonna be careful for alert though kasi nagflank siya. But hindi alam that Zace is already waiting for him. Now caught in that unfortunate kill. Oh my gosh, ang risky.
Turret out. Turret destroyed.
naku po. Surf and Kennedy. Paano nga ba i-retake to, no? Lahat nakatitig, lahat nakatingin sa kung saan ka pwedeng manggaling. Candy, with just the sheriff on his hands, exit frags na lang siya dito for sure.
Wala na silang ibang magagawa.
Ayun.
But this goes out to XLB's another win. 3-7. Not that far, pero still can be effective. Anong gagawin nila? Because so far, that Xiaolong Bao, yes, like, labi na kung sinasabi, yung nang playtime sila. But other than that, is that they are disciplined. Hindi sila nag-overheat. Hindi sila they're making disciplined decisions. Habang si 555 naman, yes, advantageous naman yung yung agent selection, but maybe hindi siguro enough because tama yung sinabi mo kanina, Mochi, that they have blinds in which XLB doesn't. But I don't know why we don't see that a lot often kay Enduis, or maybe it's just bad timing lang talaga na hindi na ginamit yung flash, and even if na ginamit nila, they just managed to cover that with smokes, and that's the beautiful thing of double controller.
Yes, and really do hope that they can realize that, no? Kasi that's all of the advantage that they need in order to take very crucial rounds din dito para sa kanila. Pero, may tayo sa mga nagagamit nila. Yun nga lang they use it when there's no one there. I feel like there is also quite of a lack in terms of information gathering din dito, no, for 555. I'm thinking that they might be reserving all the Sova's utilities pagdating sa post-plant natin, pero at the same time, parang that would mean that it seems like they're walking on eggshells, which is not the best thing to do, especially if you're on the defense.
Yep, and it seems like Canada is waiting. Giving the affirmation already na ginamit yung mga utilities, pero hindi na alam that si Canada naghihintay lang dyan siya sa taas ng box. Hiding in that smoke, 27 seconds remaining. Magko-commit talaga siguro sila sa C site or sa B, but no, they don't know. Naghihintay lang pala si Doffy, nandyan na silang lahat. All of them controlling that side. Si Doffy with an operator, 555. Xiao Feng, ikaw na lang compared against these three players. No, oh my gosh. Making that rash decision, 8 seconds left. Mag-plant agad siya sa A side. Pero hindi, si Alert nandyan pala siya. It's all on you, Xiao Feng. Oh. Okay.
Mamboboga pa dapat siya, no? But mabilis ang pag-react dito ng Triple 5. And that is already quite of a desperate effort, no? Na napa-ulti na lang siya doon despite not being the facts that, you know what, this is quite of a losing game. I'm a bit too ambitious to do this, kumbaga. Pero, again, wonderful exchanges dito sa ating C site, no? And parang binanggit natin kanina, hindi natin masyado nakikita yung blinds. At tayo na pinakita ito ni Enduist. And I feel like that is also the tendency ng ating Neon Wall to become quite of a double-edged sword. Kasi mabibigyan mo ng chance yung katapat, especially if you haven't been able to clear up all of the corners, no? Bibigyan mo pa yung chance yung kalaban makapag-set up at magawa ng ganung mga plays. But other than that, Duffy taking two, not just one, dito sa ating season.
Grabe. Pero tama yung sinabi mo, no? Despite you have a blind, like, a skill that blinds your opponents, it doesn't work well kapag you have smokes in play. It would be hard to use blinds considering you're up against double controllers na they're very heavy on using yung mga utilities nila. So because of that, we don't really see a lot of mga flashes ngayon kasi it just covers up in the smoke. But right now, like, XLB has been doing the same plays.
You should run.
Like, for example, like this. They plant, all of them rush in si 555 from different entry points. And habang si XLB, naghihintay lang sila from different angles. And just waiting for the right moment.
Waiting for the right moment indeed. At meron pang dagdag na bonus galing kay Alert, no? At mapupindown din nila remaining members natin dito from XLB. I feel like this is already where it doesn't end well para kay Shalong Bao. Pero I guess not that bad because advantage still on their end. It's just that when it came down to adaptability, doon napagluto ng magandang putahe itong si 555.
Yep, absolutely. From that play itself, that was a crazy kill kay Doffy. Like, through the smoke yung operator niya. And good call pa rin how 555 executes in terms of defending their site at pag mag-retake din. Like, yes, the spike is down, pero they forgot that they have a few utilities in play. But ngayon, magsiswitching sides na tayo. Si XLB, they're gonna be on the defending side, habang si 555, the attacking side. Now, this is where things get more interesting. Kasi, yes, dalawang duelist na to. So that means they have that higher chances of winning round per round. Kasi, of course, you're gonna be expecting a lot of flashes now. Because, of course, it's, like what I said kanina, is sure na hindi talaga na ginamit ni Enduist. Yung flashes kasi yung mga smokes nila. But right now, this is a different story, a different strategy. Kasi yung mga smokes, it might be useful, pero is it enough against a duelist with flashes and attacking side pa rin?
And here for 555, I'm really curious what they will be cooking up, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to their creativity in the attack. Kasi binanggit na rin, they have a couple of duelists and as well as yung charm of the Act 1 usual setup na meron dito here for Haven that never gets old. Nga naman talaga. So, tignan natin kung hanggang saan aabot yung ganitong setup. Especially that this is also the time where Canady, hindi siya pwedeng mamamatay dito agad like what happens nung unang half natin.
Yep. They cannot make really risky plays or rash decisions kasi that could lead up to bad plays or things that could have gone better if only this happened. Pero right now, si 555 on the attacking side, malaking advantage to kasi of course dalawang duelist. And we're seeing right now that they're attempting to do a crossfire here. Oh, first kill kay Doffy na agad.
Styron, may kakapikas ka ba, Styron? Ang sagot ay hindi. Mabilis yung pag-acto dito ni Doffy. Well, A site already available. Pwede nga sila mag-push dito, pero it seems like they're cooking up something else. You know what? Sa Sina lang ako pupunta, bahala kayo dyan, sabi ni Canady. And everyone is just gonna be grouping themselves. But unfortunately for XLB, parang masyado silang natuwa ng kanilang first half na pakitaan at mag-assert ng kanilang dominance against 555. But it seems like something else is happening. And it's not looking pretty para sa kanila.
Walang choice si Cassie but to back out from this. I mean, going up against 4 with the pistol in your hand, the odds are not quite good.
One down.
But the rest of them are quite far apart. Pero yun na nga, meron naman din silang yung ultimates. Because they're just doing an open plant. Expected naman they're gonna peek or double swing. But oh my gosh, I've been proving wrong. It is just up against Cassie against 2. Hindi pa na-defuse ng spike. They're just gonna chase each other around. Pero they're gonna go back. And they think that Cassie's actually gonna chase them down. You look out sa garage. Wala na silang time.
Yep, no choice. Hanggang gano'n na lang muna, no? Better yet na wag na lang ibigay din yung kill creds that he can allot sa 555 kung magpapapatay siya. And well, definitely just shows no that here when it comes to the attacking stance here for 555, all comfort, better movement, confidence present no para dito for 555. And before we even know it, we're just one round away. And Shalong Bao, interesting. Kasi biro mo, second round pa lang, second half, timeout kaagad.
Timeout na agad, oo. Tapos round 40 na tayo with the score of 6-7. Na-feel ko na yung mga comments dito mamaya.
6-7.
7. Pero, so far, with this early switch round, with 5-5-5 on the attacking side, they're aggressive. And tama, like dami sila na flash. And it seems like they're forcing Xiaolong Bao backing away as far as possible para lang they can maintain and dominate the site. And right now, we've been definitely seeing that. I mean, early game pa naman, baka mag-change sila. And with this timeout, things can change for the better for Xiaolong Bao or badly. Hindi natin alam.
Yep, di natin talaga sure, no? And just a quick look dito din sa stats ni Duffy and as well as ito ni Casilsi, no? Biro mo, 21-7 and 13-7 lang naman, no? And who would have known that their Killjoy would be moving mountains such as that? Pero again, hindi pwede na siya lang ang online. Kailangan lahat sila. And based on what we're seeing so far when it comes to clutching, when it comes to taking multi-frags, talagang present itong si Casilsi, no? Pero let's see, no? Now that they're on the defense, would that still be noticeable or mas malaki na ang kalamangan ng 555 ngayon? Kasi sa nakikita natin, mukhang they're really decisive whether they will be rotating or committing. And that is nice kasi parang malabo na merong maiwan sa kanila kung sakali.
Absolutely. I mean, tingnan natin, like, even though that they're making like noises from C Long, Xiaolong Bao still stood their ground. If that were the other case, they would have rotated immediately to C side, but no. They stayed in control. Yan.
All the way. I mean, wala naman silang baril here. After all, parang quite a bonus na lang to para sa kanila, no? And baka pakainin na lang din sila dito ng mga utilities na maaaring i-offer dito just to delay them further. Force them to push. If that would also be possible. Pero, ganda yung paggamit ng ecoms dito. Si Doppy nagsispray down lang at nakatatlo pa nga talaga siya. Hindi man lang inalintana. You know what? Sige, magpabait kayo dyan sa bandang window. Mag-ingay lang kayo kasi ako nang uubos sa mga to. Siguro yung sinabi ni Doppy. And my 555, we're not familiar of your game.
I mean, with that crazy, like, yung angle na where Doffy was, giving him that really big opening, especially speaking from that left side to B side's entry point. It was a huge giveaway already na, of course, someone's gonna hide there. And, you know, I've seen the vision, you know, ni Xiao Feng, once the spike is down, lagay yung smoke, tapos mag-TP dyan. But, of course, 555 immediately knew that and just sprayed down as much as possible.
Lots of people. Just hovering dito muli sa ating mid part ng ating mapa. The usual, the read here of anchoring and seeing if someone will be peeking at merong mabibinyagan. At ang nabinyagan ay ang mga miyembro ng 555. Kasi medyo anghang at spicy itong ating ginagawa na ginagawa na parehong teams natin especially in how they were able to answer back on each other. Pero based on nakikita natin so far, triple five. Ano kaya, what to do? Kaya dalawa na lang kayo.
That's true. I mean, that was crazy yung high-low sa mid. Just took them down as fast as possible. Forcing 5-5-5. Pupunta na lang sila sa A kasi grabe yung
30
risk
seconds
ng
left.
B side. Hindi natin look at the positioning, yung crossfire position nila habang si Zace at si Cassie naghihintay din sa garage. But right now, hindi nila alam yet that nandyan pala sila sa A side. Trying to make some noise already. All of them moving forward. And look at where Cassie is. Rotating. Going towards A lobby para lang catching them by surprise rather.
Pero ito si Kanadi. Buti na lang. Napakaganda ng timing at placement na kanyang paranoia. Pero meron ng nakapuslit. Hindi nila alam kasi si on the side and Sardon following up is not exactly what they expected when they put themselves in their particular positions, no? And another round heads para dito for XLB. And it just keeps on going here, Sunby.
That is true. I mean, this is a close match. Without the entire thing today, it's very close talaga yung match nila. Like, it's really intense for both teams. And we know how desperate they are for a win, at least. Pero we're at 16th round. 8-7. They're just one-upping each other round after round. I mean, like, with 5-5-5, let's say, execution, sometimes it can be good on their end, pero sometimes it can be bad as well. Because, for example, they make sometimes decisions that could catch them off guard themselves even. But there are a few times that, that has been, let's say, debunked in a way. They just know how to back themselves up as fast as possible.
True. And we've already seen multiple exhibits, no, kanina. Kahit simula nung first half pa. Pero, here for Zace, though. Imbis na umatras, umabante ka pa nga. Hindi mo malang inintay yung iyo, mga kasama. Buti na lang, FP is there in order to trade it off somehow. 4 people still. Dito, 4-5-5. Amang antabay lamang.
The rest of them there.
Nako.
Uy.
How's your retake game? Lalong-lalo na well aware at na-timingan pa kayo ng lahat ng mga miyembro natin dito from 555. All time tayo ulit.
Yep, it's gonna be the same thing again and again. It's just what we said kanina na Mochi, that it's gonna be like one-upping each other round after round. And so far, how things are going for both teams is that 5-5-5 on the attacking style aside, rather, it's the thing about 5-5-5. Yung team cohesion nila, they played together a long time. Like, they have history, and you know they can be very flexible rin. And that way, they can get the upper advantage, and especially on the attacking. Sometimes in the defending, not so much. I mean, as far as what we have seen for this match alone, but already taking one of their controllers down against XLB, 5-5-5 would just have to make a decision paano sila magpa-plant ng spike either sa C, because so far whenever magplant sila sa A, the pressure is too high for them. And if the pressure is too high for them, they can make decisions that might not go well.
And when it comes down to being very put, no, in terms of their pushes, well, 5-5-5, they're doing it right now as much as possible. Pero XLV, ito na naman nga tayo, no? Iko na naman. Paunahan na lang makakuha ng barrel, pero instead, parang hindi sila binagbibigyan dito na 5-5 ngayon. And they are yet to find a good trade here na mataan pa si Zace. At may isa pa na masusunod dito, which is Styron and FT all alone, just holding the bandit. would you be sneaky enough in order to take someone here from Triple Five? Because based from what we are seeing, parang may chance na baka ialay niya na lang yung sarili niya dito. Inaantay. Never mind. And Lewis will be taking that bounty.
Yep. I mean, with that round alone, no? Like, based on the replays we're currently seeing right now, taking 1 kill already can be a great impact for 555. Habang si Xiao Longbao, it's like they're kind of having a hard time. Parang nahihirapan talaga sila in terms of defense because it's like, sure, okay, yes, they have been one-upping their scores, but that doesn't mean like how the way they executed their plan so far. Because right now, Xiao Longbao, it's like, yes, their smokes does work for denying information, but it's Doffy and Enduist at the same time. It just goes back to what I said, the double duelist entry or creating independent entry threats. And that's na nakita talaga natin for this entire side switch against XLB. Because once mag-create ng independent entry threats, parang mapapanik na yung XLB. Habang si Surf naman, he's already there to support as a sentinel. And si Alert, I mean, the information has been given a lot, but right now si Kennedy as the controller, yeah, the support is there, and it does help denying information. But maybe it's not as significant enough for XLB to, pop off.
Kasi, biro mo, little by little, Doffy is already catching up dito, no, for Kasilsi. And the only thing na hindi na supplement ng XLB is the support that came in, no, when trying to combat itong pushes natin from 555. Their executes were actually straightforward so far. Pero, when it comes down to countering, nahihirapan dito si XLB. And the plan here is to ensure that they won't be taking the sites. Pero with how they play around and keep XLB thinking na magko-commit ba kami dito sa site na to o hindi, nahihirapan sila dito na kumounter at gumawa ng move. And hence now the B side commitment is already shown, attempting to group themselves in a better position here. Hunter's Fury being used. Tamang abang at banat ng itong si Alert mo.
Yep, the typical play, kapag mag-open plan sila, and the Hunter's Fury is already there, alam nila, okay, we're gonna make some noise para gagamitin nila. Pero kikita natin, daming fires ready everywhere. Bodies down on the ground. Si SP nagiging naka 2K. First, Kennedy denies that, and Xiao Longbao gets that win, and oh my gosh, it's a 9-9. Grabe, there's no gap at all. Like, malayo. Like, at first, the gap was so near, it was so far, pero ngayon, they're just one-upping each other. And it was because of chaos. I think alam nila, like when it comes to chaos, si Xiao Longbao, alam nila paano mag-control ng chaos. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But right now, from that recent round alone, they knew how to control that chaos by taking one of their duelists down, and especially sa mga smokes ni Phoenix rather. And now with that win, take a look at their utilities. 4 out of 5 ready and about. These are very beneficial kapag mag-defend sila.
And I feel like nagko-contribute dun sa chaos na yun is yung bursts of bravery na meron dito for XLB na hindi pa natin nakikita for 555. Kasi si 555, the way that they move is certain. Like, they know what they're doing is actually in favor of them. Pero here for XLB, depende sa kung anong feel ng isa sa kanila, no? Like, for example, feel ni Zace, pipick nga yan. Etong feel ni FT, abay, parang magpupush pa yan. Mag-e-extend yan ng kaunti, no? And for some reason, it actually works para sa kanilang pabor. And now, 555 is stuck, giving away and taking some rounds, which leads us to this equalizer. But now, Canadian remaining will be spotted here. Si Zace, with just one more. Kennedy, may spatan at predicted pa nga ata siya dito.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the chances were low na naman for 5-5-5 considering the position he's in and nagfo-force out siya para lang makaplan sa A site. It's just right now, we have that one point rather, kay XLB. I mean, they are really saving yung utilities nila for the right and perfect moment. I mean, yung first kill agad, they immediately knew that siguro hindi natin gagamitin yung mga ultimates natin kasi so far, it's like we have been taking a lot of things at an advantage in terms of manpower. And nakita talaga natin how that has been executed from that round. And maybe this round, maybe it might be different for 5-5-5 because knowing that almost everyone's utility available now for Xiaolongbao, 5-5-5 needs to find a way paano nila to slowly get in without losing one of their men, but now one of them is lost. It's early.
Naku, grabe, no? Hindi pa napuruhan itong si Ziggs, pero ayun, sabi ni Gana din, hindi pwedeng panitiliin yung buhay niyan. Taking another in the process of securing the sewers area as well. Tamang paranoia, titipid ba siya? Hindi, pero si Doffy na raw ang bahala para matuluyan itong si Styron. At ngayon,
Uy.
Xiaofeng, Odin pa ang hawak mo. Ang layo mo din masyado. Kasi si all alone. We know that you're quite of a powerhouse, pero this is not sustainable at all.
That is true. 10 to 10 again. Oh, I think that play itself was just, I think they scattered away too much. I mean, okay naman, yes, they're the defending team. But when it comes to going back or mag-retake sila, it can make delays and that would leave your teammates alone against your opponents. I mean, maybe this time it's gonna be different na naman for XLB. I think the Odin wasn't a really good time for that. Just a few more rounds na lang for both teams. 3 for each, by the way.
Medyo naging awkward, no? Pero may judge tayo sa kamay ni Ziggs. Kaya oras na nakaramdam sila dito, nag-rotate na sila kaagad. We'll be backing out and we'll be focusing more on the retake at hand. We'll just let them pick itong C-site natin ngayon. Spotting a couple dito sa ating garage area from the Tranit back na nilatag ni Enduist. And the lockdown is also been used here by them, ensuring that the delay will be used dito, no? And might be possible na oras na magkaroon ng additional space itong si Ziggs. Baka makapag-retake pa nga sila dito, pero ang dae masyadong utilities na ginagamit dito ng ating mga member from XLB. Overdrive being used, pero parang napaso pa nga dito si Ziggs. And after all of the efforts and the preparation, hindi nila ito na-handle.
I think it was just a really good call kapag when Surf's lockdown was placed, forcing them to back out and thinking that XLB magbaway na lang sila sa retake, but it was just not enough because again, time matters. Even millisecond pa lang, it still matters because of that. Si XLB would have to find a way kasi like based on the recent round, they were all cramped up in C link. Wala silang choice kasi naghihintay lang sila din sa C garage, like especially with C Surf. So that's the thing. They are immediately anchored on their sides that they need to be, yung mga angles nila. That's the thing about 5-5-5. That's one of their strengths. They can anchor pretty well.
And they also have the quick judgment, no, na ile-let go ba namin tong space na to o magko-contest kami, no? And based on nakikita natin right now here for XLB, it's not looking that good. And despite that they have quite a 3 stack dito sa ating A-site area, again, the Sheriffs can only do so much. Pero, not that I am underestimating that, no? Underestimating that, pero still, no, this is gonna be quite tough for them. And I also admire the respect galing dito kay 555 na, you know what, kahit maka-eco yung mga yan, dun tayo sa mas safe option.
And that would be the C site. They have all of that site to themselves, but with the noise being made, alam na nila, okay, they're rotating to C site. At nandyan na si Cassie naghihintay, giving that information that their team needs. And now they have the site to themselves rather. Nakita natin paano nila mag-anchor sa site. Ang dami nila, taking them down one by one. Nandyan sila trying to enter from the C-link, but of course not. It is just 4v3 na lang. Nandyan na sila lahat, but taking them one by one. Si Surf, almost there. Ready na yung Viper Spit ni FT, pero hindi pa niya gagamitin kasi the risk is still low, but then it's getting higher and higher. 2v1! Oh my gosh! 555 gets that win for this round. Oh.
Grabe. Match point secured na ito for 555. At nakita na rin natin kung gaano kagulo yung buhok ni FT, no? Parang hindi na siya natutuwa sa nangyayari sa buhay nila. Pero dito, no, for Alert and the squad, they're just a bit too focused with what is currently happening right now. And what is happening is that they are winning. They just need one more round, para dito. And time for XLB to cancel this out. They have the Viper Spit, Hunter Shuri para dito kay Alert. At gagamitin nila ito kaagad-agad. They want the early pick-off so bad, but unfortunately, that wouldn't be giving them an ROI.
Definitely. One of the controllers down already. Dalawa ng controller. Risky na for the side of XLB. What are they gonna do? One more round na lang. Isa na lang Zays for them. Nandiyan sa likod. Trying to get them one by one. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Kennedy versus Zays. 11 HP. What are you gonna do? You have available skills ready. And the spike is already down. The time is ticking. The pressure is definitely on for XLB's side.
Wala dyan.
Nasa likod.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Look at them feeling themselves. They are content with that win. Even after all of the small acts of asserting dominance na nanggaling dito, no? For XLB kanina, pinakita nila that is temporary. And thus, the win in Haven is taken by 555. Congratulations, no? It's really nice yung isa nakatalon pa na shirt. Pero it is really nice that we can witness how 555 can definitely bite back. And also how XLB, as much as they started off pretty strong, what matters is how they would be able to end it. Especially na here for 555, they ensured that they will keep it close. Despite some careless checking in terms of spaces, no, yung mga times na naiiwan nila yung isa't isa, the calls that they did, and the adjustments that transpired as the map goes on, what mattered the most. And congratulations here for 555. And here for XLB, nice try. Sobrang props kay Kasilsi. Kasi biro mo, grabe. Yung kanyang, I don't know if you can call him a Senti kasi he's not behaving like a Senti at all. Pero, ang lala niya trumabaho.
Absolutely. With XLB starting off strong as early as possible, it still gave them that winning moment kay fans, Sky XLB. I mean, look at that statistics na nakita natin for Duffy, 22-14. How about the rest of his team as well, double-digit scores. But it seems like for the side of XLB, si Omen, si Xiaofeng at si Cyrong, it's kind of, there's still, I think, still a few things that needs to be worked on in terms of support. Pero ayun na nga, we're gonna be proceeding with the next map, which is Lotus. So it's gonna be very interesting to see anong agent selection din na naman. And hopefully, they can be selecting a few agents that they're quite more comfortable with.
That is true. I mean, we already saw some glimpses, no? Sa kung gaano din ka-versatile yung ating mga players dito for 555 for Shalong Bao, though that is yet to be confirmed, especially that they got pretty recent appearances here so far. And seems like their roles are quite absolute, no? Which is unlike for 555, no? They can switch it up depending on the map at kung ano ang kakailanganin nila. Pero ito nga, no? In terms of first skills, 555 talaga na mayagpag. For post plans, almost magmayroong pagkakatalo. And at the same time, for the clutches, well, Dude. Just one. Pero that one also broke the momentum dito ng XLB, no? Despite their efforts na makabawi, hindi nila yon magawa-gawa because of the assistance na na-offer dito. And such as ito kay Duffy, no? With 264 ACS and for sure ball na merong isang kill at may mapupuruhan sa isang round.
Absolutely. I mean, with Duffy as the Jet, I mean, very expected na talaga how he executed individually, because with that double duelist entry, even aggressive way, it can create a huge impact for the team nila. Basically taking off XLB either by surprise or leaves them overthinking. Ganon. They like to overthink their enemies. Despite yung mga close matchups, like yung mga points nila, just one-upping each other, they still manage to keep a strong mental game. I think yung pinaka-importante talaga yun. And yung strategies nila, like, they're very quick to adjust and making the correct decisions depende sa rounds. So, but then again, it's not just over for us yet. We're gonna be proceeding with the next map, which is Lotus, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat at tayo nagbabalik muli dito no sa ating last series for today. It is still 555 versus Shalongbao, and earlier on sa mapa ng Haven natin, despite Shalongbao starting off really strong, unfortunately, our numbers here from 555 has been able to end it stronger. And hence 1-0 na tayo ngayon, pabor for 555. Ang tanong, may bawi kaya ang XLB?
That is true. With a quick recap from last map, which is Haven. Grabbing intense, started off pretty strong for Shalongbao. Then si 555 naka-catch up agad-agad. And then the story goes on from there. Now with this new map, Lotus, it's gonna be quite interesting din kasi it's still a tri-site map. Baka mag-expect tayo din maybe same role, agent role selection, baka different ito. But now this is 555's map pick, by the way. So, Lotus. This is gonna be quite interesting.
Yep, interesting indeed. This is also the stronger maps ng 555, no? And even though sabihin natin na quite of a 50-50 pa nga sila, no, for Haven and as well as Split, Lotus is quite of a sure ball para sa kanila, no? And we'll see if that will be the case indeed, because XLV ensuring that the Lotus map will be available for 555 to choose it is a challenge statement, no? Na, sige, kung kayo ay pipili ng ating mapa ng Lotus, well, ready kami na ma-encounter at i-contest kayo dyan. So, we'll see, no? If XLB, will they be able to starting off strong and end it strong na dito sa mapa ng Lotus natin, or will 555 still maintain ang kanilang estado dito ngayon with the 2-0 sweep?
Absolutely. And yung mga agent selections nila, let's say like the agent role, I'm gonna be expecting a double duelist na naman, because with the, typical with Doffy and Enders, ayun na nga, double duelist for the side of 555 and XLB. Same din naman that si Doffy at si Enders, the duelists for 555. At perfectly balanced actually in terms of Lotus, no? Kasi despite a tri-site map, you need to take a lot of control. So Vice is definitely a one to go for this one.
Also a bit interesting sa mata ko na they chose Sky, no, for Styron to use. Normally parang the teams or the usual teams natin already straying away from a Sky pick and instead utilizing a Fade, no, which is similar to what Alert has on their end. But we'll see, what they are gonna be cooking up on this one. I understand that they want more blinds given with the setups that they have earlier with the Phoenix pick. But again, parang mas malaki yung merit of a Fade for me personally, and just by basing on yung mga agent selections natin alongside with other teams dito sa ating league. But again, still, would this be the last map for the series or may kasunod pa ba? Alaman natin yan. Lotus map na pick pa nga ng 555. Meron kayang kasa ang XLB?
And what's actually interesting din pa rin for both matches, for both teams rather, is that we have a Vice on their side. Alam na natin how useful yung utilities ni Vice, especially sa Razor, Vine, at sa Sheer. So, there will be a lot of delays to be made para lang hindi makapush agad si 555 kasi sila yung attacking side ngayon. And with considering their explosive plays for Enduist at si Doffy already creating the impression of they're gonna dominate as early as possible.
But the question is, magkakaroon ba ng answer back dito ang 555? Yes, there will be. And there is just a series of exchanges ang nangyayari dito sa seaside area natin. They actually got in faster than I expected. I thought that they will be manning this down a bit more heavier. But I guess they are under the impression they expected na A-site dapat ang kanilang prior dito. Pero ngayon, C-site already here. Tamang intay na lamang ang rest ng mga member natin dito from 555 na nakadaan sa kanilang mga crosshairs. Now all up to Xiao Fei at nabomba pa nga at napasabog pa siya dito ni Endoist.
With 555 winning the early round, the first round of today's map. This is a great momentum to start with for 555 kasi from the last map it was Xiaolong Bao winning consistently. So it's nice to see 555 getting their momentum ready and hopefully magiging consistent sila. Because this is very, very important, very impactful talaga yung agent selection nila. This is a huge advantage on the attacking side. They are really explosive players, si Enduis at si Doffy. Habang si Surf, like, he's already ready to set up some plays para lang madelay si XLB. But right now, the way they are positioned right now, si XLB waiting for that entry point with a one-way smoke.
Nakaabang na maigi itong si Kennedy imbes na in case na merong magpupush dito, no, from XLB right now. Lots of time, but the preparation is quite good here. Ang tanong, iti-check ba nila ang kanilang right corner? Because if no, it's gonna be a problem. Na-check, pero kulang ng assiste. Kulang ang nangyayari dito for the side of 555 and instead though si Doffy sabi niya alam niyo tama na itong kalokohan na ito magpa-pop off na lang ako taking 3. Surf also being able to assist him as well and all they have to do, they can actually rotate right now. A site is definitely available pero si Surf may idea na rin ata kung saan manggagaling itong si Xiaofeng.
Especially sa Arc Rose giving that information away already. Then this gives them another win kay 555. And by consistency, I hope it remains the same. Para lang they can win round after round and it's like a dessert for them, like a treat that they deserve. So, but right now for Xiaolong Bao, it seems like when it comes to defending, we don't really see a lot of utility plays for the Sentinel here. But then again, early na naman dito na round, it's still round 3. They're still testing the waters if in a way. But right now, considering yung mga position nila, all of the setups are there from A. But timing lang siguro na hindi nila magko-commit towards A side. But even if they do, either FT is down. So hindi na magagamit yung utilities niya.
And dagdag na rin natin dito, no, na kung gaano kagaling makapag-recover ang mga members natin from 555, even just by basing dun sa mapa natin kanina, no. And this is like it's still evident right now, but on a stronger start, lalong-lalo na, first 2 rounds, kanila, no. And I admire the early setups that we have here for XLB, pero unfortunately, when it comes down sa patindihan ng tutok, medyo may kalugihan talaga against Doffy.
Absolutely. 45 seconds remaining pala. And they're just trying to make as noise as possible. They're gonna push in agad, trying to get that 1 kill and then another kill. They having dominating that site already. Si Kennedy, siya na lang isa. But then again, 4v1. Anong gagawin mo, Cassidy? Nandyan na naghihintay lang pala si Kennedy sa smoke dyan. With 30 seconds remaining, the spike is still on his hands. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go back? But with that high-low, the odds are quite below them.
Buy round actually doing it para dito for XLB, no? Though it still costed them a couple of casualties, which is still not bad as long as they got the round, no? Pero some of them parang doable pa rin naman na makakuha ng mga full shields this time, but not everyone. But again, third round, I feel like tama lang na nakapag retribution round sila doon, no, after getting that buy for themselves as well. And dito na sisimula. If 555 would be able to continue this type of addressment sa mga nagiging problema nila against XLB. Because for now, they're just trying to capitalize on their audio cues too. Yeah, and taking their time.
And by taking their time, they don't really know their whereabouts. Where the Flash is definitely ready to take them by surprise. And it just Surf and Alert alone. And it's just always them. Surf with that setups ready and about. Is it enough for them to push them back away? Pero yes, absolutely. Wala na silang Sentinel. It is just Zace, Tyron, Cassie na naman. the spike is protected by Xiaolongbao. I think it might be a good decision for Surf to just back away for now. Bigyan nila yung punto nito. So it doesn't really, it's not really a pain sa wallet nila.
It is, for sure, no?
30
And
seconds left.
I feel like the issue for them as well is yung fact na they're being a bit too predictable with the sites that they want to decide and push on. Kasi kanina, we actually saw them na they're playing for picks, no? Starting this. Pero
10 seconds
ngayon,
left.
it's like all in tayo dito, which makes it a bit easier for XLB na mapakinamdaman makapag-rotate ka agad-agad if they think it is needed. So let's see if they can be adjusting some things, knowing that is being a bit more readable for XLB ngayon yung kanilang galawan. But for now, parang some of them, parang may nakita ako nag-hover sa operator. Di ko alam kung itutuloy niya yun though.
I mean, considering yung mga agent selection nila, they've got a double duelist on their side. Same goes for both teams. Mag-rely na lang sila sa mga information na binigay sa teammates nila. For example, si Alert, the initiator, habang si Styron, yung mga flashes nila, very useful and very impactful din, especially sa mga sudden flashes from the smoke. So, that, I mean, nakita natin how that has happened from the recent round. But maybe it's gonna be quite different on their side. Their usual one-way smoke denying the information sa C lobby. So they just have to force their way back out or just waiting for that perfect moment again. There. Oof. Close call.
There.
Close call. Already some information being given na rin dito for XLB, no? That is also the cost of not hitting the shots as well. There's already some information, no? Pero with that being said, this is gonna be quite of a mix, no? Paano hahatiin ng XLB ang kanilang manpower? Because there's mixed signals being sent galing dito for 555. Some of them at RA, some of them are at C, but no one is actually making a move at all. Pero hamak lalim na nila dito sa ating A site ngayon. It's just a matter of time. Parang lalo pang napanatag itong si XLB nung merong na-blind sa ating mound area. Pero parang malaking pagkakamali ito. Kasi si taking out itong si Kennedy in the process here in B site. Balik sila dito sa kanilang anchor, but it appears that it might be a bit too late. Wala pa man din silang mga barel na hawak.
Absolutely. Si FT, tumama yung shot against each other. Now with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, shots being fired, the spike is finally down. Paano nila mag-retake si XLB is considering dalawa. We have convergent paths already, by the way, so pwede nila ma-delay. Lapit na lapit. It is just you against Surf. Ikaw na naman with that Phantom on your hand. The odds are quite low. If you push out, then you're still gonna go down without a fight. Actually, yes. Okay.
Muntik na.
Almost messed me up.
But valiant effort, no? Galing kay Surf. Pero again, I feel like medyo naipit sila dito sa call na makapag-push dito sa ating A site. Well, I admire how they're trying to switch up in between sites and ensuring it. Pero this giveaway here from Casil, si gitna talaga. Taking out itong ating Omen. Gusto ko yung pa-highlight pang ganun. But right now, well, here XLB, they're just catching up. And it seems like they're doing quite a really good job into preparing themselves in more forward positions, no, on the defense side. Wag lang talaga na merong mapita sa kanila kaagad-agad.
And now what XLB is gonna look out for is definitely 555's ultimates, especially sa convergent paths with the mix of Arc Rose, Steel Garden rather, because that's gonna be very, very risky if they do actually play that against XLB. But XLB on the other hand, they have a few utilities ready, but will it be impactful? Ooh, great timing.
Great timing nga. At hindi pa man din namang nalalagas ang kahit sino dito, no? Ready ang Convergent Paths and as well as a lot of ultimates dito from both sides of the teams. Maaaring magkaroon ng kagulo. Prepare na nga dito ngayon ni CUC. Naantay niya na lang na may umabante. Galing dito from 555 and hence it begins. Endoist Benches, kukonekta ba? Hindi. Nako, siguraduhin yung i-check nyo. Yung kalihong part nyo. Wait lang, nag-TP out pala. Safe na safe. Ready na sila pumasok dito. Okay na sana yung position doon ni Xiaofeng, pero napa-atras siya kaagad-agad. Pero Enduist, last remaining person here from 555. As much as possible, I would have prioritized the objective, pero seems like the thought and mind is to ensure na much doable once na makapita siya ng isa. But yun nga lang nga, hindi niya nagawa.
I mean, na-execute naman yung utilities, like, especially Steel Garden, tapos yung Convergent Paths. But it was just unfortunate timing lang for 555 that that nauna si Cassie na ginamit yung Convergent Paths. Therefore, delaying them and not giving them that entry point para lang sila makapasok tapos mag-plant ng spike. And it's like Xiaolongbao, they have been anchoring pretty well for the defending side considering dalawang duelists dito. But it just truly shows how important Vice could be on the defense side, because of course, yung Razor Vine niya, like, it just takes out a lot of health from you. Tapos yung Sheer, it also gives you information in a way. And si Arcros, it's also a giveaway din. So, daming like creative plays na nakikita natin so far, and hopefully in the next coming rounds as well.
And I agree what you mentioned, no? Sana nga na we can see some signs of life din dito from 555, because the moment na nakapag-eco round sila dito at hindi nag-work ang kanilang buy round, parang nagtuloy-tuloy na yung delubyo on their end. They haven't found a way in order to come back from that one, and hence ngayon naka-save at naka-eco na naman sila, which is not good, not a sign. Pero here for XLB, they're looking better than ever. Biro mo, got all of the artillery, they got the sniper rifle as well ang ating op, no? Tapos ang dae pang available na ulti na maaari nila magamit dito sa ating round. Pero I doubt that they will, kasi biro mo, eco naman ang kanilang katapat. They don't need to.
Absolutely. Forcing them back out, wala silang choice, knowing na malaki yung risk if they actually push through C. Pero right now, si Xiaofeng at si Styron, they're all stacking up a 3-stack. Immediately taking that kills from left to right already, leaving two of them alone. No, it's just Surf. Ikaw naman si Surf. Yung spike is already down, pero nandyan ang layong-layo mo. But just gonna be very risky unless someone puts up a smoke, but I don't think that's gonna do well for you. Oh, they're actually pushing back. One peek, one wrong peek. Then the point goes to Xiaolongbao. Ang sakit.
30 seconds left.
Tumama pala yung baril.
And there. Kinapos na lang ng panandalian ito ni Xiaofeng ngayon. Well, it's 3-round advantage already here for XLV. I mean, really like how they've been able to switch up amongst each other dito, no? Para kay Xiaofeng and as well as kay Styron. This definitely shows how much trust they also put sa isa't isa. Pero at the same time, no, lots of ultimates pa din ang meron dito. Hindi man lang ginamit ng isa ng mga miyembro natin. And at the same time, Convergent Paths ni Doffy, pwede na rin magamit ng 555 ngayon in order to snatch back the momentum on their end. They can do that right now. Pero at the same time, basado ata sila dito sa ating C-site if magpupush sila.
Making a lot of noises in C-Mount already, forcing them to do a high-low situation sa C-site for Xiaolongbao. But now they're all rotating and making their way towards A site, pero hindi nila alam that FT setups are actually ready against them. Look at the positioning right now. All stacking up against each other habang si Surf just peeking from A-Link just to watch their backs.
Face your fear!
Iniingatan ng maigi, no? Pero ngayon, parang mako-caught off guard pa nga ang ilan sa mga member natin dito from XLB. At these Thorn Rose pa nga madedelay pa ang rotation ng ilan nila mga kasama. 4v4, kompletong-kompleto. Duffy in a really good position here. Mababasa niya nga ito at expected niya dito si FT, which is well played for him. But also, everyone is so close dito sa ating B-site area. I like this positioning. They're ensuring that they got each other's back in case that they needed. Kasi see, nakita ang barrel. It will be a surprise pick for him. Surf more than prepared para doon. Pero si Zace, andyan na din si M2S despite of his effort na i-brute force ang ating site. Well, look at that. Really great round para dito for 555.
Absolutely. Imagine if nagpupunta talaga sila sa A site. Things would have gone differently bad. But it was a good call for them to decide na mag-plan sila sa B para lang marami silang entry points na pwede nilang use with their utilities on. And yes, ginamit talaga nila yung mga ultimates ni Styron, yung Seeker, trying to get that intel as much as they need, pero hindi pala enough for them to win that round. But
this time, would they do the same thing again? At hahayaan ba sila ni XLB doon? They already figured something out, but making it a bit too repetitive will be readable para dito for XLB. Pero yung convergent paths natin dito, naku po, nagkasagutan lang silang dalawa. Tama nga, trust. Some damage being dealt dito, no, from the paint shells. FT already aware of someone attempting to put pressure on B. Pero this is also the sign for them na makapag-rotate sa ating A site na bakanteng-bakante ngayon. Yung dalawang omen natin, maghahanapan pa. Ganda ng mga counter nila dito, ng mga ultimates, no? Nagbabasahan lang sila. Kala mo, naglalaro tayo ng chess Pero yung C site natin ngayon, bakanteng-bakante. Yun nga lang no? Sa giging ka-proactive nila dito sa pagsagot sa mga aksyon. Pero wait lang, basado ata sila ng Excel because all of them were already heading dito sa ating A-site ngayon. Showstopper natin. The sacrifice na pineke just to make them think that they'll be heading into C. Hindi rin dito nagamit. Hindi tumama yung shot dito ng Zace. At saktong-sakto pa ang timing ni Kennedy alongside ni Duffy. 10 seconds on the clock. That is more than enough to put the spike down dito sa ating A-site. The game and the plan of the century unfolding sa harap natin ngayon.
Absolutely. Tapos si FT, wala siyang choice but to back away sa A lobby because the way they played out and that fake play kay Endois, though sayang naman yung showstopper niya, but then again, it could be useful if nandyan pala sila, the rest of XLB. But no, they managed to make that objective is to plant that spike and defend it. And habang si FT, wala siyang choice but to save and give this win to 555. Because as of right now, so far, 9th round na tayo, 5-3. And they have been doing their best to make as early decision making. Yes, they need to make a lot of decision making on the spot for XLB because right now 555 has been popping off lately. They are adjusting pretty well. And the question is, will XLB try something different that could take 555 by surprise? Or si 555, they can be consistent in playing slow, making fakes, and utilizing as much as skills as they can.
Ito rin yung maganda sa basa ng 555, no? They discovered that if they move slowly and ensure that the pacing control is on their end, favors sa kanila, no? There's a lot of time for them to think and adjust. That would be more than doable para dito for them, na pabor sa kanila. Kasi kay XLB, dyan sila nagtathrive, no? Sa mga mabibilis na mga pangyayari, it activates them as a whole. So, what if bagalan natin, no? Like, kayaan natin sila magkamali, kayaan natin sila na mag-peak hayaan natin sila mag-push given almost yung kill natin dito sa bandang rubble area natin. Pero at the same time, Duffy, already good for 2.
The rest of the team, nandyan na sila sa C mound, taking high impact players here. They have the sight to themselves.
Naiwan niya ba?
Naiwan nila. Trying to pick them off. Pero no, XLB is still making their way
30 seconds
towards
left.
C Hall. And now the spike has been down. It is up to XLB paano nila mag-retake because right now, tingnan na yung mga position nila. Dalawa, they're trying to activate the convergent paths.
Yun lang. Na-blind pa ang iba. Pero medyo delay ata sila gumalaw dito ngayon kasi you see, despite getting one, it seems like more than prepared itong ating mga kasama dito. Tamang pinaglalaro, nagchachacha lamang sila dito sa ating site ngayon. And the West just will be taking his time. 1 bullet na lang ang meron siya dito ngayon. Would he time it? Would they peek it? No, but Surf will. 5-5 na ngayon. 5 ng 5 ang nasa screen natin ngayon. Is this a sign?
Angel number though. Pero
Real.
it was a good call for a good backup kay Kennedy na nandyan. No, Kennedy, it was Surf. Nandyan pala siya sa mound. You know, the typical place we see from Lotus. That specific area you plant in Seaside. Tapos it gives them that little bit of entry point, a little bit of opening pala for you to shoot from C mound at nakita natin na pag-execute because even if Endoist goes down, nandyan na naman si Surf naghihintay sa C mound, so they're just there and ready. So every plant matters. The places of the wherever you plant the spike literally matters because just one wrong move or just a centimeter wrong or a centimeter away from what you want it to be, it's gonna be impactful on your team either in a good way or a bad way. But now with the timeout being called for a Xiaolong Bao, hopefully things might be different for them. Or baka naman si 555, they're gonna be consistent na naman. Because so far, it seems like we're saying the same story again as last map, Haven. Just one-upping each other. If this keeps up, baka siguro pupunta tayo sa next decider map natin, which is Split.
Yeah, sobrang dikit talaga anong laban natin dito ngayon, no? And it's all up to 555 to prove na they're not like XLB. And same thing goes for XLB na hindi sila ang underdog dito. Lalong-lalo na with how close they've been able to pull yung ating last map and this one, no, in particular. So, A-site might already be the decision and the call here, pero here for XLB, they're proving that is quite a wrong decision. Canadido, maso-surprise niya si FT. And little do they know, there's already someone dito sa ating basket, pero kasi sinapakabastos mo, just one shot from the Bakich, even taking that third kill sa kanyang amay. Talagang pinapakita niya hindi siya pang senti dito with the waylay kill. Triple kill rather. Alert already, super low, pero the segregation might be doing it para sa kanila. The expectation, the spray down is not entirely what Alert would like to do in that situation. And instead, Styron, thrifty round pa nga para sa kanila.
That could have been winnable for 555 side. It was just unfortunate timing lang, nag-spray down tapos hindi tumama yung mga bullets. Pero then again, this is gonna be the last round before we switch sides and determine the fate of these two teams. Either we proceed with the next map or end game na for 555 and XLB. Pero right now, from base to recent round nito, it's like they're waiting for an opportunity, a window of opportunity to take that kill as much as possible. Like literally as much as possible. by showing this, disciplined kills. I mean, nakita natin right now, it's literally just two of them left trying to commit towards B with Nightfall down, getting information. Pero yun na nga, it's just FT bringing Doffy down. Wala na sila ng duelist. It's just up to you, Kennedy!
Ooh. Kennedy, kakayanin mo ba natapatan itong dalawa? Especially the Zaze is already super close to you. Zaze, you have all the advantage, the angle, the operator. Pero will Kennedy be aware that someone is in here sa ating main area ngayon? Really good positioning. Yeah, expected nga ba siya dito ni FT? Malalaman natin yan kasi walang choice si FT kundi mag-push na dito.
Oh,
so, wala
no.
nang oras. I-check siya. Corners there.
Nakita
Oh,
niya.
no, natatakpan yung baril. And instead, FT would be connecting the shot dito kay Kennedy.
bullshit.
First half, pabor kay XLB.
Oh my gosh. Sayang, pero it was almost there for a good play kay XLB. Wow, that play alone.
Switching sides.
They had the advantage talaga for 5-5-5, but XLB nabawi talaga nila from the making up for the past losses they faced throughout this entire first half. Pero ngayon, we're gonna be proceeding with the second half of the match rather, where XLB is now on the attacking side at C555 on the defending side. Now, this is the part where things should get serious for both teams now because 555, yes, a double duelist, but isang controller. Now, this is kind of a problem kasi this is a tri-site map with large openings and you have to rely on mga openings because hindi mo alam, baka naglo-lurk ng iba and one of them is just in front of you or by your side, literally. Habang for Xiaolong Bao, yes, same story pa rin, but it's gonna be an advantage for them kasi they're gonna be on the attacking side. What we have to worry, or what would 555 have to worry about? Paano nila find a substitute para lang make up with to cover up a single controller? So they have to rely on their, I'd say, a sentinel. They need a lot of information.
Mm-hmm. And now that the size has been swapped, lalo pang madadagdagan, no? Yung need atupagin dito na Xiaolong Bao in order to keep that advantage on their side as well. Pero here for 555, despite having that double duelist lineup, parang hindi nila masyado na-capitalize yun. But let's see what will happen the other way around. Especially that when it comes to continuity sa ating mga utilities, mas meron silang advantage dito with alert on the fade. Pero si Duffy, di na ispatan. Kukuha pa sana ng isa pero hindi. Xiaofeng would be able to take him down. Pero that's what matters. All of the information. Kasi dito for XLB, personality nila, ituloy pa rin ang push sa A side kahit na found out na sila.
The triggered discipline too, though, kay Cassie. Hindi nakita ni Doffy, ang dawi na nila. And now they're gonna be pushing towards A side with that side on their hand. They're taking 2 kills already against against 555. And the spike is finally down with just Kennedy and Endoist on your side, trying to make their way from A3. Habang si Kennedy, nandyan na pala siya sa A main.
Pero it seems like they're occupying a bit too far in terms of spaces. Pero susubukan pa rin ito na tapatan ni Kennedy. Kennedy, walang tao dyan. Kennedy, sa gilid mo. 2 people here sa likod ng shed, just taking their time, playing for the body system. And it worked wonders. 8-5 pabor kay XLB.
And that pistol round alone remains a big impression already of how this will start off. So now, hopefully, this will be a lesson learned kay 555. No? I mean, it's very risky na naman, considering that dalawa na lang sila and dami nila sa taas. Like, most of them nandyan sa A top, habang si Xiaofeng nandyan na siya sa main. Basically, they are quick to back themselves up. And I think that's the reason why nanalo sila for this round. However, for 555, sana it's gonna be a different strategy na naman para lang makapunto sila sa board kasi it's just a few more rounds na lang for XLB to call it a day. For 555 rather.
They need to part this up, but how? Especially without the guns that they need. Actually, parang may mga times na nagiging mali lang yung kanilang mga posisyon dito. Pero when it comes to finding out additional information, nagagawa naman ni 555 yun eh, no? Nagkakatalo lang talaga sa kung anong gagawin nila pagkatapos nila kunin yung impormasyon na yun. And right now, they're just waiting and shooting. That they have everything in control. Pero XLB, kanya-kanyang pick-up, kanya-kanyang solo, kanya-kanyang kuha at pitas. Ang naman kanilang gagawin dito. Pero, again, second round, what they have to do here for 555 is makakuha ng at least 2. And they've been able to do that.
Oh man, I think they made too much noise at the point that they all swung at him. Oh my gosh. Grabe. It's gonna be very risky na talaga for 555 if they really want to win this. Because it's just 4 more. Yeah, I just counted. 4 more na lang for XLB para mananalo sila. Habang si 555 need nila ibawi. Maybe if they do lose this round, they need to call for a timeout and just decide what should we do next.
Doffy? It's been quite a while, my friend. Ngayon ka lang uli nagparamdam. Pero, ang maigi naman dito is the pickup is already active dito, no? From 555. Ang lala mo talaga, no? Kasi kahit na na-damage ka, dumire-derecho ka pa rin talaga, no? Ganun katindi, ganun ka-ironclad. Yung decision dito ng XLB na pag meron silang gagawin nga talaga nila. And as much as stubbornness can be a good thing, unfortunately, sa nakikita natin ngayon, it isn't working the way that they envision it to. As Tyron and Casilcito, buhay pa man din sila. And they are about to equalize the numbers here, which is crazy to me.
Yep. It is just Tyron and Cassie. Habang silang tatlo nandyan sa A-top. With Arc Crows available that can be used anytime now. They're all positioned far away from each other para na makasupport just in case things go wrong. But then again, this gives them that finally a win for 555. They need this momentum to keep things going for them. I think that's XLB. One of the reasons why bakit sila nanalo every round after round, it's because they pick them off separately. They don't take them off like as a group, but like the way that have been taking them one by one can leave a significant impact. Why? Because once you do that, once na their duelists are down, first of all, nasira na yung momentum. Like, they don't know what to do next, but they have to make do. So that's why those could be the biggest factors na bakit lagi silang nanalo. It's just they like to take the duelists down.
And iba lang din talaga yung sheer confidence and definitive decisions, no, for XLB right now. And kamuntikan pa nga nilang makuha yung round na yun against 555, pero seems like the wall will be triggered here for Surf. But as of now, they're just waiting, preparing and ensuring na kahit na na-trigger itong wall na ito, they might think that they will be rotating, but that is not the case at all. And instead, they're preparing sa maaaring pagpasok nila dito sa ating A site ngayon, which might just do a couple of things para dito kay 555, no? Malaki at maganda naman yung kanilang positioning sa 3. But will they be able to cater 4 members na maaaring mag-push dito?
FT and Kennedy. Take a look at them from C side. C Mound and Z side. It's gonna be quite risky for them. Wala silang choice but push agad-agad. Styron Road, bringing them down with a quick trade.
Yeah,
it is just 2v4 situation. The time is ticking. The spike is still not down. It's heavily protected by 555. Ayan na nga. FT. Ikaw na lang.
Layo.
Layo.
Layo mo pa-save the light siya dito, no? Parang yung stress ni FT, kitang-kita mo sa buhok niya, eh. Hindi ko alam kung stress yan o yan yung percentage na nakapokus siya dun sa laro niya.
Lock in.
Pero, talaga naka-lock in lang, no? Yun nga lang nga, no? Hindi siya magkakaroon ng chance para salvage yung ating round. I mean, they were the ones who decided na magpupush sila once that the 30-second mark hits. After all, and unfortunately, that's a bit too much pressure.
And a timeout calls for Xiaolong Bao. I think it's a good decision din, no? Para lang sila come together and decide what are the next steps. Para lang sila so that they can win. Because it's just a few more, by the way, for Xiaolong Bao compared to 555. But it shouldn't be underestimated because this is their map pick. They chose this map for a reason. And yung map familiarity nila, it's in the books. Pero I think it's not as effective as it could be kasi what they're up against they're kind of a little bit of a disadvantage. Because they're kind of popping out one by one, especially yung aggressive push ni Cassidy. And, and that is quite difficult kapag wala na si Endoist at si Doffy. So it's just either Surf is alone, it would have to rely yung mga skills niya, or si Kennedy lang na naman. But it's good, I like the way Xiao Feng covers up some entry points as soon as they have information. And yung nakita natin so far is that once they make a noise, C555, Xiao Feng immediately makes that decision para lang ma-block yung vision nila. And that already is a good play so far.
And she's like, itong kasi talagang ipilit niya na magkaroon ng additional information, maka-force si 555 na makapag-rotate, pero parang mali ata. Ipipilit nila yung push. FT taking one. Trade-offs already happening. I am quite in awe sa kung ano yung nangyayari dito ngayon at kung gaano katindi yung ginagawa dito ni XLB. Ang kukulit nila. I feel like that is the best personality trait that I can describe them. Ang kukulit nila. And that almost worked in their favor. But, little do we know, 9-8 na ang scoreline natin.
Yep. Just one more para lang where it's gonna be the same thing again, one-upping each other. When one of them reaches 10 score point, either one of them wins or one of them loses. Pero right now, with a few ultimates in play, with the convergent paths, and with the Seeker, I can imagine how this will play out. One, Styron. He's gonna use his ultimate, then followed up by Castle C. But I could be wrong, but it could be a possibility here. They might go for an aggressive route, or they're just gonna stay back and wait for the right time to just push out. Ooh, and do an FP. Nakita agad. Bilis ng trade nila.
At yun pa nga, nabinyagan. Hindi na pala binyag to. Dalawa na agad din napipitas dito. Canady, trying to move mountain. Sabi niya, hindi pwedeng wala tayong bawi dito. Ensuring that the space is not gonna be given. Pero, ang naging plan of action pumunta na lang sa ating B site. Zay's well aware kung nasan si Surf and it's all up to Canady. And the moment that they thought that they already found the answer, already gotten things figured out, XLB proved them otherwise.
And that trade alone at the beginning, actually, like it was, the pressure was already given. And considering na si Canady lang siya na ng isa, it was just quite difficult for them to catch up on that. But hopefully this time, C555 makabawi sila. Or maybe, honestly, XLB is quite really close. I think it's best mag-time out sila for the next round if they lose. Because it's just a few more. Oh, are we seeing the same play again?
There.
Parang, ayan.
Naku! I mean, honestly, FT, I respect that, no? You're cooking up something, pero
Gusto division.
wala eh. Expected eh, no? And more than prepared ang ating mga miyembro dito from 555 Alert and as well as Doffy actually just dealing huge amounts of damage dito from or to XLV. Styron.
The spike is heavily protected. Wala siyang choice
Layo Hirap
babalik
pa.
siya. Pero yung dangerous part din, meron siyang ready din yung ano niya. Trailblazer. Pero never mind. This goes up to 555 and good play. I mean, like, considering the play kay Enduist versus FT, it's like almost the same story being told. Pero it was a really close one. Imagine if it actually happens again, like si Zace naghihintay pa lang siya dyan para makatrade. But it didn't happen. And unfortunately, he flashed himself. So that kind of gives it away for him to get a free kill from Enduist. Pero right now, it's a 10-9. Very, very close. If 555 does win this round, they need to stay consistent. Kapag hindi, mag-call na sila ng timeout. Ang lapit ng lapit na to para ma-endgame for today's map.
Pero makikita din natin dito, no, how 555 will they get the answer back na ninanais nila. Especially that for Duffy, meron siyang ibang pinaplano dito, no? Attempting to try and get a pick-off if and as much as possible. At matatimingan niya pa nga ata na hindi nakatingin dito ang ating mga miyembro. Naku po, kamuntikan pa nga kasilsi. Puti na lang. The game sense is game sensing on their end. And right now, -1 na kaagad kay 555.
Look how they're all scattered din. So in case one of them gets cornered by 555, ang bilis na nila mag-retake. But they think that B is open, and absolutely right, it is freely open, but they gotta look out din for Enduist. Naghintay lang dyan from A stairs. So will they make the right decision and put that spike down at B? With 30 seconds remaining na lang, habang si Fade, Alert, at si FT almost getting that kill against each other.
Face your fear! Spike planted.
Not to mention, on point ang ating mga member dito, pero wait lang, meron natang bawi ang 555 ngayon. It would be a bit more difficult for them to secure the spaces that they need, pero si Zace, napakabilis lang ng kanya solusyon dito. What if i-push na nga lang din natin? And he's been able to do that wonderfully. And West will be spotted. Nag-leave pa nga ng impormasyon at mapapasave na nga lang siya dito.
I mean, it was a close call. Actually, sayang lang hindi na ginamit yung ultimate ni Surf. It would have been, things would have gone differently if actually na-execute yung Steel Garden niya. Forcing them to use that pistol and maybe a high chance of winning that round. Pero XLB gets that one more point on the board with 11-9. 555, you need to call that timeout. It is super, super close to winning for this map kay XLB. I mean, look at that replay there. By the time you're nag-activate yung, about to activate yung Steel Garden, dyan lang na things slowly went down. But then again, pwede na sila makabawi dito for 555 if they just try to push out when it comes to defense. Like staying strong in like anchoring certain areas. Habang si Xiao Longbao, if they keep this up, the same strategy up, they can definitely win this.
We also have the operator in the hands of Duffy right now though. Surf also using the judge as we see lots of information being secured by Enduist in the process. Ano ba ang magiging call? Kasi si Surf, ang call niya, tumambay sa tree, dumikit dito at patayin ang dalawang miyembro. Spike drop, pero na-corner at napagsarahan siya dito ng pinto. And he's like, what matters is they got the exchange. And the favor is still catered kay 555.
Yep, that was a really ways to start off from that round. I think getting 2K was already a good good strat to start with, especially removing their initiators and their sentinel. That leaves out to the double duelist. Tapos isang controller lang. Nandyan sila lahat. Nag-all stack up. Grabe! That crazy 3
Grabe
stack.
si Alert.
But Alert was locked in.
Alert talaga siya.
Literally.
Sige na, ikaw na yung alert, no? So talagang pinakita mo lang naman talaga na kaya mong ubusin yung tatlo dito. And how on point the accuracy din ng kanyang crosshair is just evident in this situation. And here for XLB, so they want to secure the match point. They have a couple of ultimates that they can work with. Pero here for 555, they better make sure that the pick-off advantage will be on their end kasi may operator pang hawak itong si Duffy. Imagine na lang the possibility na what if ma-steal guard din ano yan. But right now, really like the watcher lineup na meron dito from Alert. But also, Zace nag-iingay dito sa ating B-side. May think that will be committing here.
Tapos si Duffy, nandyan siya sa C-mount just in case meron lang mag-sneak their way towards C-site, and that could be Castlesy. But nope, they're gonna be heading towards B or taking that door towards C-site.
Really good usage of all of our utilities here, pero si Styron, ang layo ng nilayag, ang layo ng narating, at nagkaroon pa nga ng libreng baril sa kamay niya dito ngayon. And as much as gusto nitong tapatan ng ating mga member from 555, no, it's a bit too risky. And the way that they're handling all our angles here ensures that they are gatekeeping a lot of people. Steel Garden being used, and Luis tumatrabaho, makakuha ng dalawa. Showstopper being here. Anong meron?
Hala!
Kanan mo! Meron dyan! Inaantay lang siya! Pero hindi pa nila dito si Xiaopeng. Kanina pa silang nagtititigan doon. Pero ngayon, 3v3 ang ating labanan. 6 seconds on the clock. Meron bang enough time para kay Xiaopeng makapaglapag ng ating spike FT? Naku po! Mamuntikan pa nga. Oy! Pero kasi it's a 1v1. All you have to do is to get the higher ground. Nakita ka pa! Alert is online until now! 11-11, make a wish. Sinong gusto niyong manalo dito? Kasi 11-11 ang dikit. Isang pagkakamali. Match point tayo.
Oh, the things are getting intense as we speak, no? I mean, that was like that replay enough. Like that replay alone showed the dominance kay 555, especially si Alert. That silly moment too. Hindi talaga nakita. I mean, I think that one of the best parts din sa B upper that you can't really tell saan sila naghintay or saan sila nag-hide. But this puts a lot of pressure on both sides because these scores are so close to ending the game right now. But with that
wala pang pera.
Very risky for XLB din. With that stinger up against Vandals and an operator. Ooh, gotta be careful.
Tsaka malungkot dun, yung Steel Garden ginamit nila kanina. Tas wala silang nakuha dun after FT tried to use that. Pero here, it's really important for them to just stand their ground. Dahil patras na rin naman dito ngayon ang XLB. Alert, well aware that there were already some rotations coming in. Libreng-libre ang C-site natin. That is more than enough information for them to rotate right now. And I also respect the reasoning why they chose the C-site. It is gonna be a bit more manageable for them to use the stingers too. So, let's see if this will be in their favor.
The Seeker already giving away information, especially yung Sheer for just pushing them back away. Oh my gosh!
Ano nangyari dun? Ang dami pag hindi tumatama yung mga bala sa kanila. Napuruhan pa to. Napuruhan pa. Pero still, TV3 Nightfall already being used. Tamaan na maigit ang si Xiaofeng. Duffy being spotted. I don't know what is happening here for 555. But they should have won that round. What happened?
Match point.
The
Oh my
rest of
gosh.
them, the paranoia connected. The timing is absolute para dito sa kanilang Omen. And Xiaofei couldn't be more happier.
I think the moment the sheer was up in A lobby, tapos yung isang 555, na siya yung isa lang nalabas, I knew things wouldn't go well na kasi nilabas niya yung seeker ni Styron. Getting a lot of early information needed. Whew, that was already a giveaway. You do not peek again.
Ensuring din na merong balik, no? Doki taking out itong si FT in the process. Alert. Siya lang mag-isa dito ngayon. Virgin pass not gonna be connecting on to anyone, but Alert is gonna be more than prepared. Not gonna be connecting the shots in the process, and seems like every single one is being hunted down by XLB. Doffy taken out. Kanadi na lang ang naiiwan. Ano ang gagawin mo against the 4? I guess it is gonna be a bit too difficult for you to pull it off or not for a time or an overtime, and hence our second map will be taken by XLB.
Oh man, that was a really close call for 555, especially when meron silang advantage, no? By against Stingers, and they had the upper advantage sa weaponry, but things just didn't go well for them. But it's still not game over for both teams kasi we're gonna be proceeding now with the final and decider map, which is gonna be split. And alam natin that 555 has quite remarkable history for this map. But then Xiaolong Bao has really dominated throughout the entire map. Grabe, close call na naman tayo dito. Throughout this entire series, this has been like an entire seat gripper. Like, we've been like really holding things out. I mean, we've seen them play on the defending side, tapos sa attacking side na naman. It just shows how well they've been individually playing and as a team as well.
And they definitely just showed, no, that despite Lotus being the best map here for our members from 555, it seems like they've done their assignment na pag-aralan nila na maigi, and they've been able to stay true sa kanilang playstyle, no? Very, very iron-headed, very, very stubborn, but for all of the good reasons that definitely surprises a lot of people, no, and how they were actually taking their rounds. And despite yung mga efforts na makasagot dito ng 555, unfortunately, hindi ito sumapat para sa kanila.
Absolutely. It started off pretty strong for 555, but I guess it wasn't enough for them to stay consistent kasi yung kalaban nila, si XLB, grabe, they're really strong-headed and very dominant. And now we have our MVP, si Castle C. I mean, we've definitely seen them execute pretty well as these duelists play. And as well as their teammates. Grabe din yung mga support kay Xiao Feng at si Vice. Especially then, I just want to point out kay Styron. Like, the crazy guiding lights, especially mga unexpected guiding lights, it really takes 555 by surprise. Now, for 555, we see that Enduist is the MVP, but then again, 298 ACS, guy Castle C is insane.
Yeah, grabe, no? Talagang kanina pa natin din siya na bibigyan ng mga violent reactions and strong emotions, especially nung kaninang mapa natin sa Haven, no, na despite being on the Killjoy pick, despite na right now is on the Waylay pick siya, no, consistent at wala pa ring kupas ang kanyang performance. It seems like it's pretty close to how Nai plays, no. It's with the difference of flexibility sa mga agents na ginagamit niya dito. As you have mentioned, 298 ACS, kamuntikan pang mag 300. And with the kill assists as well, definitely shows that he doesn't just play for himself, but also kasama yung kanyang mga ka-teammate dito.
I think the way Castle C plays as Waylay, grabe yung mga impactful yung mga frags niya, because first, ginamit talaga niya yung light speed and he used a lot of saturate. And because of that, parang ma-delay din yung mga kalaban nila. And I think it's what he needs. He uses himself as an information giver in a way, other than, Styron's role for that. Pero it's still important for them to have that extra information. Kasi si Waylay meron siyang refract. So it's very quick to give them off the information. Tapos yung convergent paths, we've seen him play that a lot. So it's just a lot of things that we can talk about right now. But then again, we'll be proceeding with the decider map, which is gonna be split, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. डरूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण पानी पे.
The do or die action is now active dito sa ating serye ng 555 versus Shalong Bao na kung kanina akala natin, no, there is already a tendency na matapos na ito ng 555. Sabi ni Shalong Bao, no, my friend, kasi dadako tayo ngayon sa mapa ng, oh my gosh, susunod dito, another map na pabasa kaya is gonna be Split. No, na kung kanina pinopoint out natin, Split is a map of rather 355. It's not entirely a perfect map. So, pwede pa itong maagaw sa kanila ng XLB for sure. Even after the twin that they garnered dito sa mapa ng Lotus natin.
Absolutely. I mean, like, taking a look at these points and these wins, si Haven, like, it's so close already. Tapos si Lotus, ang close naman yung points nila. So the question is it gonna be the same story we will be seeing for Split? Because this is a decider map, and knowing sa history nila for 555, Split is it's okay as long as siguro they're gonna be picking double controller. They're more dominant in double controllers. Habang si XLB, Xiaolong Bao, if they do a Split for them, is also a constant win for them. So this is a matter of a life and death situation already, because 1-1 both teams. So if one of them wins, that's a game over for them. So grabe na yung pressure nilang dalawa. So they need to win. Both teams are desperate for that win.
And I do wonder what will be the strategies and set plays present dito sa mapa ng Split natin. We already know na this is gonna be quite of a really tricky map. Most importantly, we will be expecting a raise, a relay possible, no, dito, and as well as a Tejo na nakita na rin natin gamitin ng ilan sa ating mga players. But at the same time, Brimstone would most likely be our choice of controller here just because of kung gaano rin katagal and yung space na nakakater ng mga orbital smokes natin. So, in a bit, we will have quite of an idea what our teams are trying and prioritizing dito sa mapa ng Split natin as we head onto our Agent Select.
Absolutely. Definitely opting for a double controller here. For the side of 555 and a double duelist, walang Sentinel, by the way. Same din kay Xiaolong Bao, opting for a double duelist play and a double controller. Almost a mirror match, pero quite far from that. Pero it's still significant enough to make a huge difference, especially sa early round pa lang. So it's quite interesting to see how these agents will play out. I mean, they are quite the OG and familiar agents we see, except Waylay. So maybe some explosive plays here and there, but hopefully we will be seeing maybe some passive for 555, especially, defending side sila. So they need to really hold their ground because first of all, wala silang Sentinel. Same din kay Xiaolong Bao. But they have the upper hand because at the start of this first half, attacking side sila.
Yeah, and I feel like the reasoning why they no longer need the Sentinel is the fact that they can use the Viper instead, no? The temporary damage will just be a bit too much para isugal ng kanilang opposition dito na i-push nga. And might as well add a bit more coverage in the process, no? Since yun din ang mabibigay dito ng Viper. Hindi lang makaka-delay, makaka-gatekeep pa ng information. And right now, it appears na they will also have quite of a really good stack in terms of utilities, balance. They got aggression, they got the blights, they got the coverage, they got the possible space control dito sa mapa ng Split, and the only denominator different here is the fact na mas matalim yung mga duelist na meron tayo for Shalom Bao against the 555. That will be a bit more traditional with the choices of duelists that they have, which is a Raze and as well as a Jet.
And considering saan sila ngayon, like their positionings right now, denying that visual information that they need, forcing them to push out agad-agad, getting that first kill si Kennedy with a quick trade, and it's just 2v3 ahead. A lot of things are happening consistently because dami silang nandyan under that smoke, giving them an upper hand already to finally put that spike down. And it's just Surf and Doffy against Xiaofeng and FT. All of them packed closely together in A site. Almost getting that trade, but they did manage to pull that off. Given that as a first win already for 555. I think ito na yung needed win at least for the start of the game. They need to be consistent kasi like last time this happened before, na-catch up na yung Xiaolong Bao, and we know how that story ended, that they won.
And they're pretty decisive with how they were able to address this one. No? You know what? Let them in. Total mahirap mag-clear dito sa A site. Actually, in Split in general, no? Hintayin na lang natin sila lumakad papunta sa crosshair natin. And they did that very thing dito, no? For 555. Now, Byron tayo dito ngayon, no? We will see and check out if this would be probable for them. Again, total here for Duffy. He's really in a good position dito sa ating A side. Yun nga lang ay di tatama kanya makashot to this side. Start would be able to take him down in the process. FT in the Rams area. Medyo nakakatakot yung position niya. Hindi naman siya nakagat dito ng Trailblazer, but at the same time, it seems like the winning conditions are already active and present para dito kay 555 as they put themselves into the site na antala pansamantala. But what matters is they're already present, they're already in, and they're about to secure the round itself.
Absolutely. And that play alone, considering how heavy on the defense they are, mga retakes nila, like nandyan na sila, they're just waiting for them to at least flood in si XLB. Kapag nag-flood in na sila, they are ready. They're already waiting for them. I think it was just a matter of not just luck, but at least game sense and, you know, quick reactions. So if this can be kept up consistently, at least first half, it's gonna leave a significant impact already, and hopefully keep that mental game strong and, you know, that momentum going for 555 if they really want to win this entire game. How about si Xiaolong Bao starting off? Well, it's okay. It's still early. We've seen this play out many times before. So maybe things might go differently for them. I mean, considering with their economy, it's quite not looking pretty well if they do lose this round again.
And with the bonus round at hand na meron dito, no, for 555, it seems like they have quite of a really interesting mixture in terms of guns, no? From the pistol to eco to very, very maunlad na ekonomiya, no? Meron at kumpleto dito ang 555. Pero I am really looking for what they're planning to cook up here if that would be the case, because there could have been something that pushed them into doing this despite of the risks of having that operator backed up by semi-automatic guns pa nga and yung ating SMGs and shotguns. Pero 555, the confidence that they have here in the map is showing. Pero may mga kasagutan din na pinapakita dito ngayon. Ang XLB, Doffy with the up will try to counteract itong si Styron. Really good swing! Akala ko ay makukuha pa siya dito ni Doffy, pero sabi ni Styron, alam mo, puntik lang. Pero makukuha lang
pa din. I think yung timing talaga yung smoke ni Omen, it just happened to went down and giving them that kill. I think the way, you know, CXLB just managed to pick them off one by one. Parang ginagawa nila yung strategy na nakita natin sa Haven at sa Lotus, that picking them off one by one can literally break that momentum, especially killing their high fragger dito, which is si and Duist. And now we're at a 2-1. It's still not something to be feared of, but it can still leave an impression amongst your team. Pero right now, the way they're playing, it's still slow. Si 555 holding their ground, habang si XLB na naman, one of them is at least looking behind them or watching their back while waiting for the correct decision. Kasi the thing about split, it's the best thing to make quick rotates as long as meron yung teammates mo naghintay lang sa likod mo or at least ready to back you up if ever one of you goes down. Pero right now, we still have 1 minute on the clock. Naghintay lang sila for the right time. And that's information alone, at least one of them. And that showstopper immediately taking Zays down.
What?
Wala silang dami na nangyari dito.
There's something with split maps na every time na dito naglalaro yung mga teams natin, laging merong wow factor na inaabangan. And that is just present right now. Kennedy sitting pretty lang dito malapit sa ating bulletin board as the rest of our members from 555 are yet to reveal their locations. Really admire the positioning here, pero at the same time, Xiaofeng well aware and sigurista.
And that guiding light again from Styron. I think that's an agent that everyone needs to look out for, no? Now with Doffy with an operator, I don't think it's a genuine good idea to at least fight them off against 3 of them. So wala siyang choice but to back it out for now. Bigyan na yung punto for Xiaolongbao. Now, so far, 555 when it comes to defense, it's like, how do I say this? When it comes to defense for 555, they can stand their ground. And yes, they're resilient naman. But sometimes, na-notice ko din yung agent flexibility for each and every one of them. Like, yes, they are doing a double controller setups, especially with an Omen and a Viper. So, obviously, nakita natin, we have an Omen and Viper on their side. And, but sometimes, they can struggle on maps with heavy defender-sided. So, that's why yung mga commitments nila, parang mahirapan sila. But, the thing is, for that goes to Xiaolongbao's one of their strengths, that they're very strong on split, especially lang yung win rates nila in their qualifier run. So that's why we've been seeing really tight scores so far. I think it's gonna be the same thing over and over again. Very close points.
Cover going out.
Super close nga yung nakikita natin dito. And even from the past few maps, there are some moments where for 555, as much as they already have that sort of experience, there is this sort of instability into their executes. No, would it be creative? Would it be stagnant? Would it be lacking? It is quite of uncertain sa mga nakikita natin dito. Pero XLB, saktong-sakto. All of the room dito sa ating B-site natin, preparado na para sa kanila. Doffy just keeps on spamming the operator as well. Di ko alam kung saan niya hinuhugot yung pera pang gastos dyan. Pero somehow, the last 3 rounds, meron siya, no? Pero alert, and as well as Doffy,
gun here.
They will just get the guns kung meron man silang mapupulot. And for now, they got no choice but to save itong ating operator, which honestly, in my humble opinion, is not a sustainable way to secure rounds and go about things.
Yep. Pero considering yung kalaban nila, the odds are quite high din. Kasi ready din yung mga ultimates, yung fast lane ni Zays, tapos yung regrowth ni Styron if ever nasaktan sila. But it seems like Doffy has been really saving this operator. It's considering that they're at the defense side and they need that opening. But I think Xiaolongbao is not giving them that opening dahil sa smokes. And like nakita natin yung replay. Look at how Doffy tries to use that operator and then getting that 1 kill. But is it enough though to stay consistent and getting, supporting your team or giving them that opening? Because you have an initiator, you have guiding light and information givers. Pero I guess it's not enough compared kay XLB.
And sinimula na nga rin ito ni Zeus ngayon in terms of first look. Siya talaga yung maaasahan mo. Pero si Doppy meron din panumbalik na kasagutan from that Styron, taking him down in return. Well, medyo may kakulangan na nga dito for 555 because of the overdrive na meron si Zeus dito ngayon. It's all up to Enduist and Alert, and before they even try and offer a retake, no, hindi na sila hinahayaan kasi talagang nirerekta at inuubos na lamang sila dito ng mga miyembro natin from XLB, which is not a good thing at all. Enduist being spotted by Jace, Alert still alive, Alert still in the site, pero Styron is gonna be more than aware sa kanyang whereabouts, but will he deciding to play all of these safe? The awkwardness and Alert actually being able to do that very decisive crosshair placement too, which we thought is a losing round, is actually a clutch.
Good call actually, kay Alert. Instead of pushing agad-agad, he had to go back to B alley para maghintay lang, at least he gets that a little peek of information like that enough. He doesn't push out. He stayed triggered disciplined. I think that's one of the factors, no? Para lang so you can get, you know, decent amount of kills that can support for your team, is that to not be too trigger happy, or because sometimes it can lead to overheating, and nakita naman natin how that usually happens in terms of like full on pressure, mag-overheat, leading to making rash decisions. Pero ngayon, it's as early as now, the game is still quite far from victory, but it's still close. It's still 3-3, but I think considering from the past few maps, ladies and gentlemen, it's always like this. It's like this. Once they reach a double digit, that's where things get serious.
Dikit na naman uli ang ating labanan dito. At as much as masasabi kong masakit na ang likod ko, mas masakit yung palitan dito na dalawang teams natin. But also, lots of ultimates na naman muli. Pero merong isang nag-aabang sa ilalim ng smoke at susubukan na mamboga. Pero yun nga lang nga, hindi yun uubra kay FT. Every single one attempting to demolish our side here from 555. Si Alert na lang naman ang naiwan ngayon. Pero ang tanong, aware ba sila na nandito siya sa heaven? Kasi mamaya mga clutch na naman siya uli. Pero sinimulan niya na ito. Already one down. Oras na may mag-peak, oras na may magpakita, mapupunta pa ata to sa kanya, pero the timing is not in his side.
Parang same story na nakita natin for the past few rounds. No? Si Alert na lang Alert left, but now with this next round, we've got ultimates in play already. And considering how Xiaolong Bao, as the attacking side, we might be seeing yung mga strong pushes, at meron din tayo ng Viper Spit. And now this calls out for a timeout for 555, because then again, grabe na yung pressure ng dalawang teams natin. Especially, this is the very last map for today. So, it's gonna be interesting to see how the next round will play, considering na nag-timeout na dito si 555, para lang sila magkausap na how we're gonna keep winning this, because it seems like Alert is always the one left. Parang he's trying to like clutch things out. And the reason is that, again, babalik ko lang yung sinabi ko, like, they pick them off one by one, and it's the agents that they need too. It's like yung mga information, yung smoke. And right now, the only time na makita natin yung mag-smoke si Surf dito is from the typical, you know, from A site to A main. Sure, it does work, but I don't think it has been working pretty well so far, kasi parang they don't have enough information to know saan sila, because they don't have a lot of initiator or even a sentinel. I think that's one of the factors din, yung mga sentinel. They can actually delay a lot of things and bumigay din ng mga information. Usually, makita natin si Killjoy in this map, but you know, they can, even without a sentinel, pwede naman silang they can still execute pretty well. But I think this is still the same story. Kapag merong sentinel, you have enough support to back for your team.
And when it comes to that situation as well, no, I feel like dun din nagkakaroon ng kakulangan dito si Triple Five, which I assume that they might also face the same issue dito for XLB the moment that the sides became the opposite. Pero again, convergent paths and as well as Viper Spit available dito for XLB in order to ensure that advantage. Pero si Alert, marami na siyang sinasabi, marami na siyang binabalita, marami na rin siyang nakikita ngayon dahil pumapasok na yung mga member natin dito for XLB. Pero for Endoways, siya pa ata mga kapitas, KZs, maaalintana ang ating push dito from XLB. But in the process of it, kasi si NFT would be getting 1 for each.
And the rest of 555 making their way towards B alley,
30
or maybe
seconds
gonna go to B site above. But it seems like they're gonna make their way to B rafters actually. Waiting for that perfect moment and that opening, and then that alone is a giveaway. Alam na siguro si Styron na nandyan na pala sila sa hihintay sa kanya. But what that showstopper already online, hindi tumama. But tumama yung bandit ni Doffy. It is just Castle and FT alone. Now, shots being fired. Tumama yung mga shots nila. Castle C, ikaw na lang. With no ultimates left, with no utilities, except with that. Ooh! Grabe yung... What? The clutch? What?
Wala talagang kupas.
Discipline talaga.
I mean, I expected that kasi he will be able to take a lot of people in return. Pero every time that I see that na ginagawa na yun, it just amazes me every single time. Kasi ganon katindi yung mechanical prowess niya as a person, being able to actually do these types of things. And again, this is a team that is just up and coming, no? Ang tindi ng mga quote-unquote underdogs natin ngayon. Because at this point, we can't no longer say that they are underdogs. Kasi tumutulad at humahabol na sila sa kalibre ng mga teams natin na may eksperyensya dito sa VCT ngayon. And right now, 4 more rounds before this half ends, they really need it here for 555, and hence the heroics and the early pickups na pinapakita at binibigay na rin ni Alert dito para sa mga kasama niya.
Parang nahihirapan sila mag-make ng decision saan sila talaga pupunta to commit the site. It's like they're all cramped up in sewers, then they decide if it's really worth going towards A. But look at how well defended the two sites are. Oh wow. Dami na nangyayari dito.
Angkor lang kung angkor, pero here for 555, you know what? They're already figuring out and ensuring that this is gonna be the answer
30 seconds left.
na kailangan at ipagpapatuloy nilang gawin with the remaining rounds. Meron tayo! Nataranta pa naman! Nataranta pa tayo itong si kasi hindi yata ina-expect na someone would be there.
Close call now. It's 5-5. 4-5 ata. Oh my gosh. Na-feel ko like, I don't know what's going on. Hindi na alam saan sila. Pero ngayon, round 10 na tayo, 4-5. Grabe, guys. Like, it's, you can see how strong these teams are. Like, Xiaolong Bao doesn't go down without a fight. Same din kay 555. And that's one of the reasons why we are literally here and seeing a decider map.
Be right back.
Grabe. Very, very interesting kung ano yung mga nakikita natin dito ngayon.
Oh, wow.
Very, very interesting din yung ginagawa dito ni Cecil and as well as ni Sis because Kennedy, despite of all of that effort, kaya nga daw patasan yan. Yun nga lang alert. Parang madalas natin siyang nakikita na siya na lang yung naiiwat ngayon. He has to face up against 3 more people here na kung saan si FT lang ang walang barel with the sheriff in his hands, spotting out itong si Shoplang in the process, being well aware, prepared for style as well. Bro is locked in. Do you see that face? Sa kung gaano katindi yung kanyang focus at hinahanap niya ng halang itong si FT that is just waiting. He's just waiting dito sa B-main area natin. At more than prepared siya dito. Pero yun nga lang nga na-bait siya with the expectation that you'll be planting, but FT got additional tricks on his sleeve.
And that fake plant itself was the reason why they won. I mean, that crazy way how he just rushes in to get the kill, no? Taking them back by surprise. I mean, we've seen how Alert is really, ang tawag dito, he's really reliable. Ayan, he's really reliable in terms of clutch plays and individual plays, but then even if it's just he's alone, he can manage it pretty well. Pero sometimes, like, XLB is very tricky.
Pero, parang masyado atang natutuwa si Zay sa kaka-entry niya to the point na nagkanda iwan at nagkanda dapa lahat ng mga kasunod niya. Style na as well as kasi buhay pa man din dito for XLB. Pero ngayon si Duffy, hawak mo ba ang beat? Makukuha mo ba itong dalawang naiwang membro natin dito from XLB? Kasi tignan mo naman, magkadikit, magkalapit, saktong-sakto pagkahugot ng Viper Spit. Nako po, napakalupit. Styron actually taking that kill dito kay Duffy in the process. One last round dito sa ating first half.
Grabe, imagine if hindi siya updraft towards si Styron. Maybe things would have gone different. Kasi first of all, that great timing, taking down FT as soon na ginamit niya yung Viper Spit, meron na siyang upper advantage to win that. Pero however, he just updrafts towards him and giving him that easy kill na naman. Pero ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, we're now at round 12, 7-4, quite closer now. But I don't think that intimidates 555 at the end of the day. Para naman silang bumawi. And that's something we've seen the story, the same thing over and over again. No.
Down A.
Oh my god. With that Guardian on hand, ang dami niya nang kinuha. This is Xiao Feng and FT alone with 5 HP na lang. Dalawang controllers up against isa na lang controller against 5.
Grabe. At naubos na nga rin kaagad ito ni Duffy ngayon. The first half natin was secured by XLB, pero at the same time, 2 rounds is not gonna be that much for 555 to catch up upon, lalo-lalo na the sides has been swapped. Pero again, yung kung usapang putok lang naman, ay walang kupas parehong teams natin, no? Talagang nagkakatalo na lamang with the expectations kung ano nga ba yung gagawin the moment na nandun na tayo sa sitwasyon na ipit na ang parehong sides. Like yung 1v1 natin kanina, the predictability that he would actually be planting the spike pero hindi, actually pinik pa siya, no? Pinik pa itong si CLC. Pero again, these two teams, kahit na ganda na nga late time check tayo, no, it's 11:44, they just continuously show that they keep on amping, they keep up adjusting, and they keep up ensuring that their quality of play is up to par ng bawat isa.
Absolutely. I mean, yung na-notice ko so far, Mochi, kapag si 555 magiging on the defending side, it's parang ma-taken aback sila kapag si Xiao lang ba mag-aggression. And we've seen so far, once they immediately push aggressively, either 555 struggles or will be forced to push back and then can retake. But right now, yung nag-switching sides na tayo with Xiao Longbao on the defending side, we might be expecting or siguro makita natin yung mga explosive plays na naman kay Duffy and Enduist or maybe Alert at the end of the day because right now he's been showing quite a lot compared ka, for Xiao Longbao, they would have to decide or mag-make ng strategy para lang i-push out para hindi sila mag-rush in agad-agad si 555. Yeah, they're trying to get information as soon as possible.
That is gonna be for sure. Pero, sinimula na kangagad ng kaunting impormasyon, no? Dito ngayon, na 4XLB, taking one, a couple, sunod-sunod, na mid-grinder dito sa B-site natin. All of the 5 members here trying to fight for life until sa tigisa na lang na iwan. Pero si Kennedy, taking 4. And I don't know if it is just me, pero hindi ganito ka-flashy yung mga laruan natin for both of our sides earlier on sa ating mga mapa. And I feel like, ito na yung gamer hours na sinasabi natin, no? Na kung kailan palalim yung gabi, ganun din tumitindi yung laruan ng mga players natin.
It's literally peak gaming hours, especially ngayon, no, 11:46 p.m. Na-activate na, na-lock in na silang lahat dito. Now with the score of 6-7, round 14, it's gonna be again a close, super close match ngayon. And right now, nakita natin how the positionings are being held for Xiaolongbao. Spread out, smokes up ready, habang yung mga duelists nila is just waiting from that entry point with that Neon, with that Bucky. So it's gonna be risky kapag si 555 mag-push agad sila. Unless they're gonna be pulling out with the guiding light. But I don't think that's gonna be played out right now. Habang si Doffy, si Surf, nandyan pa rin din sa A lobby, sa A main rather. They're still making the right decision. They're still making, they're still thinking paano nila mag-plant or paano sila magko-commit dito. With early, since the clock is still at 56, malayo pa rin. Pero right now, Xiaolongbao still doesn't have a lot of information saan sila pupunta, pero it's looking like they're gonna be committing towards B. So imagine, no, if Zayce actually stayed there from the opening site of B site. You would have gotten a lot of kills, but ooh, take note that Doffy is
30 seconds left.
Just behind them, habang si Styron is following him.
That is true. And despite na meron na nawala dito, no, for 555, alam din naman natin yung kapasidad at this point, wala nang sigurado sa kung paano nagagawa na paraan ng ilan sa ating mga players na makabangon ulit even after a lot of destruction that they're facing up against, like what we're seeing here right now. And the Wiz buhay pa rin for some reason at kamuntikan pa na makuha itong si FT. You know what? If there is 3 additional bullets in that classic, that could have ended badly for XLB.
No, literally. It's like, it's crazy to think how things might have gone differently with that decision alone. Like, that one single decision alone para mag-butterfly effect tayo, no? Pero now we're at a 6-8. Let me guess, it's gonna be 7-8, tapos 8-8. It's, oh my gosh, it's, para na-predict na natin yung mga scores dito, no? It's like, it's literally like a football match. Point after point, running left to right. Ang daming nangyayari at the same time din. Oo, like, oh my gosh, daming nangyayari talaga. Right now. With the 555's positioning right now, nandito sila naghihintay sa A lobby. They don't want to push it out yet. Because they probably think that it's quite risky. Because look at where FT is. Vandal, all looking at that entry point. Everyone is looking at FT right now.
Toxins going up. At wala pa man ding pera nga ang 3.5. I admire the stack. But hanggang sana abot ang 5 stack mo dito sa ating A tower ngayon. Kasi parang nauubos na nga ang mga biyabas natin dito for 555. But Kennedy would not be lasting and taking another breath. 6-9 ang ating scoreline. Very nice. Dinawan din talaga ang nakikita natin dito ngayon. In terms of performance from both sides, everything is being interesting. I swear, there is something na wala sa mga mapa natin kanina because for some reason, this split map is so lit.
Absolutely. I think dito na nakita talaga natin yung desperation. Because both teams are really desperate because this is their last chance na kasi, so they need to go on all out. They have no chance but to really push it no matter what. Because look at this. Like, look at the situation right now. If 555 consistently loses, mawawala yung mga momentum nila. How si XLB, they're gonna be confident, more even confident that it can be risky as well. But at the end of the day, it's still unpredictable yung mga scores nila, honestly. What if this is 6-9, but we don't even know if they would actually catch up.
parang depende na lang to kung sino maiiwan at magkakaroon ng mga quick bursts of energy and bravery, para tapatan kung sino yung mga naiiwan sa kabilang team. Pero Ace, inalis na kaagad ang buhay dito ni Kennedy. Pero, Styron, will you be locating someone dito, na nandito sa ating heaven area ngayon? Si Alert Present, Zace, katabi niya na. Kitang-kita yung barrel ni Alert, which is quite unfortunate. Kasi we all know kung gaano ka-importante ang papel ni Alert dito for 555, no? Pero ngayon, wala silang choice kundi pumalag ng kulang. Buti na lang si Doffy, nakaisa pa. Baka madagdagan pa. At magagawa niya ngayon. Zace for the trade though. 2v3 ang labanan.
Zace with that overdrive ready and about, by the way. Tapos dalawa sila, si Xiao Feng at si Styron, nandyan lang, pero hindi na pala. Meron siyang... Oh my gosh, hindi tumama! Dalawa na lang sila!
Alright.
Oh, 7 to 9 yung sinabi ko kanina, Mochi. Even if it's 6 to 9, baka siguro magka-catch up sila agad. Ooh, I mean, that alone was a really good play for 555. Despite one of their high fraggers went down as early round, nakabawi talaga sila. I think it just truly shows na even in individual plays, despite a team setting type of game, it still makes a huge difference if you know how to just clutch a round up or at least, stand your ground.
By the definition of standing their ground, would it be the continuous tug of war in terms of the rounds, or would it be them being able to ensure na meron silang maipang susumbat dito sa kanilang katapat ngayon? Because right now, 555 is trying to create and think of all of the strategies na maaari nilang hugutin at a certain time because they really want to catch up. Pero for now, 1-for-1 exchange ang meron dito between Zace and as well as kay Duffy. Trailblazers spotting some people galing dito sa Ramen. They'll be rotating patungo dito sa A-site ngayon. And I wouldn't be surprised kung merong sumunod sa kanila dito sa sewers. Because that is a very XLB thing to do. And it seems like they're doing the very thing daw, pero sa kabila daw sila iikot.
The opposite way!
Oh my gosh, these people, I swear. Pero ngayon, A-side.
They're gonna make the right decision here. Attempting to commit to plant.
Yes.
Surf already taking their controller down. Xiao Feng, Styron at Castle C, ikaw na lang ang layo nyo. Ang layo talaga. Habang si Castle C, nandyan na siya naghihintay sa A tower while the rest of them tries to be as fast as possible kasi tingnan natin yung position nila. Si Kennedy, nandyan na siya sa A back habang si Alert, nandyan pa rin siya sa corner in case someone tries to peek out or at least take Kennedy down. Time is already running low. Wala na silang gagawa, but of course, a lot of shots have been fired. Dalawa na lang sila for the side of 555. Xiao Feng, ikaw na lang. Hambang naghihintay lang pala si Surf. Just a few angles right there, pero Kennedy, ang bilis niya nag-react. I think it was a really good decision to stay in A back. Kasi imagine if he actually does move or tries to transfer a different angle or position, it's gonna be very, very different.
Bro is one step ahead, no? Bilis nga ng ranking niya doon sa elbow area natin, eh. Oh, grabe, nakatigil na siya agad. Sayang out natin ngayon for XLB kasi sabi na, wait lang ha. Akala ko nasa atin na, but pero tayo dalawang round na pinabigay dito for 555. At ngayon, they still have their last buy dito, no, sa upcoming round natin. But the thing here is, sasapat ba to until next round? Kasi hindi nila pwedeng ibigay itong 18th round natin. And, oh my gosh, yeah, no. Pero, ang lala lang din talaga kung gaano kadikit yung mga placements natin dito. And it's crazy how every single player, we can often think of their counterpart din, no? kung paano yung mga piyesang ito ay merong pare-parehong impact for the team and also how different they are in terms of their playstyle.
And now, with this round ready and about, ready din yung mga ultimates kay Xiaolong Bao. Imagine these combos being played at, especially yung convergent paths ni Castle C. Literally delaying them from pushing. But look at that area where they are in. Habang almost everyone is in A lobby. Habang si Alert is just waiting to get information lang. And I think it was a good play din kay XLB na ni-activate yung Viper Spit nila para lang to deny that information. Rather surface a Viper Spit, actually.
Ready nga, you know? And definitely denying that mid control against 555 as well. And the confidence, no? The balls na meron nila dito para dumiretso sa A-site at mukhang naranasan nila na para mali ata ay ginawa natin doon. Zace will be forced out sa kanyang posisyon dito sa screens area natin, pero babalik lang din naman siya. Convergent paths natin kokonekta sa iilan, pero hindi ito magiging sapat para magkaroon ng kalamangan in terms of the pickoffs right now. Xiaolong Bao, 3 more people remaining here as Canadian Alert puts themselves into a very safe position. Pero si Alert, napakaganda ng position dito. Heaven area. No one would be predicting it. Pero yun nga lang ay hindi tumama ang inland sa kanya mga bala. Pinaglaruan, inilapag lahat ng mga smoke natin dito for Canada or just present. Actually connecting that shorty. Pero time, sapat na sapat para sa XLV.
Even with that fake TP, it still wouldn't work out for their side. Kasi where would they even TP? It could be behind that specific box there's a site, pero it seems like their game sense is quite strong enough to determine na hindi pa sila nag-fake TP pala si Canady. But good play pa rin with a lot of smokes being put down sa A site and Canady immediately teleporting on top sa boxes just to hide a bit longer. Pero again, it hindi naman enough para sila mananalo this round. Now we're at 8 to 10. Just tatlo na lang. 3 more points for Xiaolong Bao, but it's still not, they're still not afraid how near they are. Si Xiaolong Bao.
True. At felt ni Duffy, no? Na kaya niyang lamangan to.
I've got your trail.
And still, yeah, someone here, dire-diretso na si Duffy dito sa ating city area. Umabot na siya nag-spawn. Ganun na siya kalatin. Ganun na siya kagigil. Nababawi yung 2 round na hinahabol nila dito against XLV. Pero sa ngayon, Taofeng and as well as Hefty na lang buhay dito from XLV. It seems like they're denying every single possibility from them na mga pag-retake dito ngayon. Pero kita, Duffy is just on fire, taking the 3K dito sa ating 19th round.
Grabe. Yan ang sinasabi ko palagi. Even if near na yung points nila to match point, it still doesn't matter. Kasi grabe makabawi si Xiaolong Bao or the other team around si 555. No matter how close they are to winning, they are close to being tied actually. Yung chances of tying around, it's quite closer than winning. So, pero right now, at this point, yeah. Si 555, seems like they're gonna be stacking up once more sa B lobby habang si Surf na naman nandyan siya sa A lobby para lang just in case baka meron maglalurk dito. I mean, even then, if mapupunta sila sa mid-bottom and B-link, nandyan na naman si Duffy, naghihintay, just in case meron mga lurkers dito. Pero so far, the lurks are quite doubtful right now. With that Blazer, trying to get information. Pero di na nakita, so they have to force and rush in with a showstopper trying to get one. Ooh. And he does get one, si Xiaofeng, wala na. Styron, ikaw na naman against a classic. Phantom on hand.
Tayong tao. Kompletong-kompleto. Wala pa man din kasing barel ang Xiaolong Bao ngayon, pero si Calcisi ginagawang rifle, yung classic. Anong meron kanina ka pa, pero FT won't be able to replicate that very thing, and instead Alert would be able to put Calcisi down. 10 ang scoreline natin ngayon. By the way, quick shout out to our production. I hope that they are well.
Yup.
Oh my.
High five din lang tayo dito lahat.
Power.
Long day.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
But you can't help but admire the caliber that both of our teams are actually playing right now because
Yes.
I really did hope that our first 2 series are like this or is like this kasi grabe yung galawan nila dito. And as much as I can say na maraming energy yung kinokonsume sa akin itong series na to, I really like it because their match is so fun, is so interesting. And no one has any plans on backing down, which we're all here for. Pero Viper's Pit and as well as Overdrive available na dito for Surf and as well as KJ's. And I am pretty excited kung ano ang kanilang niluluto for our next round here for 555.
It's the determination, Mochi. Like, the determination is so strong for both teams. Parang there's nothing that can bring them down. Both teams really hungry for this win. And every loss they feel, it doesn't waver them. It doesn't waver that determination. It even makes them keep on going even further. And yun ang pinaka-scary part. Kapag strong na yung determination mo, and nothing can waver you down, that's one thing to be scared of against your enemy.
And everyone's so locked in, no? Parang, talagang ganun sila kaseryoso. Even just by looking their face cams, how they're communicating, seryoso ang lahat. No one's even smiling at all. And they're just certain, no, that they are indeed in the game and in the zone. And paunahan na lang, no? Paunahan na lang na merong matip off the balance. Paunahan na merong mawala sa laro. Dahil sa nakikita natin ngayon, parang walang plano ang parehong team natin dito. And the West, alongside itong si Alert, will be throwing a bit of abilities dito sa ating BSAT ngayon, which didn't connect to anyone at all, no? Except for Xiaofeng ng kaunti. But right now, 45 seconds in the clock. Sometimes yung pag-iingat natin dito can cause our teams to lose themselves in the round. Tulad na nakikita natin dito, Xiaofeng already good for 1. And seems like this already the call na walang choice ang 555 kundi mag-push dito sa ating heaven area and commit sa ating B site. 20 seconds na lang.
Wala pang spike na put down. I mean, from mid-mail down to B rafters, tapos B site, they're just waiting. 13 seconds remaining, na pressure agad sila. Viper Spit activated. They have enough time to plant if they execute this as strong as possible. Ayun na nga. Now 555 got it. Hintay lang pala siya sa entrance, but no, Xiaofeng immediately takes that kill.
Oh my God,
Enemy remaining.
Pakalala mo! Wait lang, si Styron buhay pa! Makagawa ba ng milagro dito si Styron ngayon? Tamang abang, tamang hintay lamang dito sa ating Viper's Pit. Absolute madness lang din yung placement ng crosshair niya dito. 1v1. Surf, mababasa mo ba? Mapapakiramdaman mo ba? Nag-iikutan na lang kayo dito sa pillar natin. Pinaglalaroan nyo lang ang isa't isa. Pero si Styron, parang siya paata ang checkmate dito ngayon. Dahil ubos na rin ang kanyang oras. Wala siyang choice kundi i-defuse yung spike imbis na hanapin ka.
Grabe.
Tayo dito ulit. Almost.
Gusto ko lang i-point out din yung 3K ni Doffy. That was intense. Under pressure. Nakukuha din niya yung 3K. Pero ayun na nga. By the time of that moment when silang dalawa na lang, 1v1, very understandable. Wala na siyang time magde-defuse, so he has no choice but to really defuse that spike. And that was a giveaway. That noise, that ping was a giveaway na just like, okay, I'm gonna bring you down as soon as possible. Na 11-10. But let me expect 11-11 na naman. Mag-predict tayo dito. 11-11. Overtime.
Tingnan natin, no? Or would this be actually the match point na for 555? Kasi sa nakikita natin dito yung ultimo yung palitan natin. Sobrang dikit at sobrang hapit. Pero dito ngayon, Xiaofeng and Styron, FT, trying to put themselves in a better position. Sobrang layo ni Styron dito ngayon. Pero parang merong anticipation and expectation itong si Canady na maaaring meron ngang manggagaling dito, no? That someone might already be closing up to them, taking the safer route of rotating patungo sa ating B-site ngayon. They're just walking. Pero more or less pagdating sa lobby, kailangan na nilang tumakbo.
Yes, and risky din. If they actually do run, marinig din ni Styron yung mga footsteps nila at alam nila, magro-rotate na sila. And Styron is it's gonna be quick for him to peek out din from that entry point. I mean, 25 seconds is more than enough for them to plant. Pero look at them. Look saan silang lahat. Si Xiao Longbao, hindi talaga nila alam. Nandyan na pala sila sa B site. Now, Kennedy is just gonna go all the way back from B back. 10 seconds left. Hindi pa nila alam. They're not even rotating.
Alam na nila ngayon.
That was oh my gosh.
They'll be losing a lot of time though. The moment na umikot sila dito patungo sa bisa, they give a bit too much space dito kay 555, no? Pero, what is the plan here? Would they just be saving?
Parang hindi ko na, okay, if they are saving, considering the amount of weaponry they have, wala na silang pera, so it makes sense na bakit nagsisave sila dito. And giving them that win from 555, but as a result of the high-risk situation na for Xiao Longbao, because this is a match point already for 555, but then again, this goes back to me saying it doesn't matter. Kasi XLB, there could be a possibility na makatch up din nila against 555. So despite this match point, I don't think XLB is quite afraid of that.
True. And whoever will be winning or losing, all we know, it's hard fought. And I say hard fought with 60 kilogram weight. Ganun ka ba? Pero ang lala lang din talaga, no? Kasi when it comes down into how they were able to address each other and be a bit quick sa kung paano sila gumagalaw, yun yung specialty ng dalawang team natin ngayon. Kaya it's so nice that we can see kung gaano ipinaglalaban ng XLB na pahirapan itong kanilang katapat. Pero for now, again, it's gonna be pretty tough because
that's exact guiding light.
There are guns
Trying
here as
to-
well, no? We have Zays on the judge and as well as the Casilsi with the Guardian. Our heavy hitters are forced to use something else.
Yeah, good idea din for them to save, pero then it just goes back no na grabe yung risk nila. That Xiao Longbao needs to win this. They really need to win this because imagine if they don't win this, then it's game over, but not just game over, pero it could go back to the situation na they shouldn't have saved instead. So they need to win this because they've gotten this far at this point. Even sa mga viewers natin, you guys have gotten this far. It's already 12:09 a.m. Good morning, everyone.
Sim. It's just a matter of time as this will be strengthened further ng XLB. Pero sabi ni Dofi, okay lang. May kapalit tayo dyan. So, taking a really good position. Nag-align at nadagdagan pa ng isa. Everyone is just finding every member from 555. And ngayon, 12-11 pa ang scoreline natin.
It's so hard to predict at this point. I mean, it's good to see no na si Xiao Longbao they did win this because it's gonna be very painful for them kapag hindi sila nananalo, knowing that they risk a save from that from round 22. But now this calls for a timeout for 555 because isa na lang for 555. Pero tatlo pa lang si Xiao Longbao para mananalo dito. But considering how far we've gotten at tapos na observe natin paano sila lalaro dito, a gap doesn't matter. Kasi they are so strong. They're literally strong. Nope! Not a single one.
No? Walang sila kalala. Grabe. Gagaling nila. Pero, again, timeout. This is the timeout. The usage of the timeout that we're looking for from our past two series na hindi natin makita-kita. They use the timeout ng sobrang alanganin. 12-5 yung scoreline. Question mark? Pero ngayon, madikit. Saktong-sakto, tamang-tama ang kanilang paggamit niyan ngayon. To clear their heads a bit, cook up something new, try and avoid na tayo ay makatapak sa overtime because that is the best case scenario here for Thailand's number 2, proving that they're also, that despite being number 2 sa kanilang region, they can step up against the top ones of every single region na meron tayo dito sa SEA. Pero ngayon, Kennedy, sinisimulan niya na there's already a -1 and XLB are gonna be propping up something new in order to answer back.
Also gonna look out din kay Cassie's convergent paths kasi he can use at any second now, delaying them, pausing them. Ayun na nga. Now it's used. He's gonna be pushing out, trying to get that information, trying to get that kill. He does get that 2K and then 3K. Isa na lang, dalawa na lang sila for 555. The showstopper tumama. Kayo na lang dalawa. Oh my gosh, anong gagawin nyo?
Wait lang, si Surf ipit.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, ipit na si Surf dito pero si Star mapapatubad niya pa nga itong si Endo eh. Surf, would you be the game changer para dito sa ating laban ngayon? Hindi. More than prepared itong si Kasiuski. And right now, we head into overtime.
Absolutely overtime.
Overtime.
Oh my gosh. Now this is something to be more nervous about. Kasi of course gonna be switching sides and nakita natin how well they performed si 555 sa when they became rather Xiaolongbao when they became attackers. So now with that happening, high chances of them winning. So that's terrifying now for the side of 555. They could have ended that round as much as possible, pero it was just unfortunate angles that they have gotten throughout the entire throughout that entire round. So 555 now on the defending side. They need to hold on strong. They cannot give this away to Xiaolongbao. And Xiaolongbao, they would need to rush in order to win kasi nakita natin kapag nag-attacking tapos magra-rush line sila agad, it gave them that win. So maybe that might happen.
And as much as we want to capitalize more with the pickups na maaaring makuha dito ng Xiaolongbao, parang nagiging imposible na ito for us because the priority is to be quick in the executes and make the most out of the mid controls if pwede, no? Which is right now meron dito ngayon ng Xiaolongbao. Lots of people preparing themselves with an execute patungo sa A site natin ngayon. Si Surf nakakatunog. May idea. Smokes will be used. Immediate blockage here from Surf as well. Pero again, they are yet to find themselves a pick from either sides. Ang dali nilang mag-conceal pero yung barrel dito ni Styron kitang-kita ni Doppy. Hindi niya tayo in-expect yun. And right now, they'll be going somewhere else to make it a bit more comfortable for them.
Very risky din. Kasi yes, that's the risky part. Kasi naghihintay na sa C555. Si Alert na dyan. XLB getting a 2K already as soon as possible. And now, with a few seconds left remaining. And the spike is finally down. 3v2 by the way. No, 3v1 again. Anong nangyayari dito? Parang daming entry points that they need to look out for. They have to give this up to 555. Ayan. I think the reason why Xiaolongbao lost that round because yan ang sinabi ko kapag hindi sila mag-rush agad, hindi sila makukuha ng a point on the board. So this gives out for 555. And it goes back to what I said kanina din. If si 555 holds their ground, then they can defend pretty well. As long as they don't scatter, as long as they don't fall for baits, dyan na sila mananalo. And ito yung nakita natin from that round and from the past few rounds na defensive side sila. And a timeout calls then again for 555. This could be the last round or not. Another timeout.
Pero alam mo, hindi na ako magtataka pag nakasagot pa uli si Excel video. Ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Pero parang medyo napapadalang yung mga multi-kills dito ni Casilcino, which is normally yun yung inaabangan natin sa kanya. And we're actually seeing Endo is a bit more online right now. If earlier it's more on si Alert, it's more on si Duffy, si Canady. No, Endoist is doing the moves right now, ensuring na masasalo niya yung mga naiiwang mga bagay at responsibilidad dito ng mga kasama niya, no? Which is super, super great. But I wonder what is the plan at hand dito ngayon na nilapag nila ang kanilang timeout. But I don't know if I am seeing something here. There might be the chance or the idea for them na maglapag kagad ng smoke ng RA sites with possible expectation of an early engagement sa ating B or mid area. Pero for now, nakatunog na kaagad ang XLB.
Tingnan natin saan sila nagpo-position ngayon. They're all scattered out, holding out different entry points, looking at certain angles, especially sa mid. Si Styron especially, naghihintay pa lang and using that guiding light as far as he could possibly can. They're trying to make some noise, at least trying to bait them out. Pero, good risk. Good play kay Styron kapag when he put that guiding light out, immediately backed away despite blinding 555. Now they're gonna take their sweet time. I think being as very pushy, it's gonna be risky din.
Nice spot pa. I'm really curious na din sa position dito ni FT, no? Out in the open. All trust dito kay Xiaofeng. Two of them ensuring that the anchor in B is more than strong despite the absence of a sentinel. Canady as well as tong si Alert na lang naiiwan. And look at that, Xiaofeng sweeping them up, taking and garnering that third kill as well. All tie. We have another set.
Another set of overtime. Honestly, Mochi, at this point, I'm not gonna say na lang isang punto para mananalo sila because it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Because they are so quick to catch up. These teams, these two strong teams, have been shown great determination. Tapos great din yung execution sa plays. Not just individuals, but as a team, collectively. Because look at that statistics. They are insane.
Grabe.
Double digits tayo dito. And like we've seen, compared sa mga past maps nila, one of them could be like 1 digit lang, at least dalawa silang 1 digit. Pero no, right now, this is a life and death situation na dapat mananalo sila. Because it's just 2 more points away for both teams. At ito na yung last time out call kay Xiaolongbao. And maybe now with the sides have been switched, we're gonna be expecting again si Xiaolongbao magpupush agad. And with 555, it is up to them paano nila mag-hold their ground and not fall for such baits.
Couldn't agree more. And even for such though, I feel like we're already out of that territory na eh. Yung mga baits and yung mga mind games natin dito, I feel like lahat sila dito sinisigurado. Heck, sometimes even overthinking just to make sure that they have the upper hand and they secure the information that they need. Someone will be blinded from that, yes. And this is like quite of a rinse and repeat from what we seen kanina.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, considering nasaan yung si Xiaolongbao ngayon, they're all spread out. Hindi na sila nag-over-aggressive as what we've usually seen so far. Pero ngayon, they are really taking their time because it's so risky already for both teams if they do manage to lose this round. And that could lead to consistency of losing and giving them that win. Oh,
And
man.
everyone just waiting, playing for time, ensuring that they're making the most out of the minutes and seconds na meron tayo dito ngayon. 40 seconds on the clock. It seems like the call here is to put themselves dito sa ating B site. Pero si Canady lang ang nandito. The focus, the look away, on time. Buhay pa rin naman daw siya. Pero not for long. As now, it is just 3 more people here from 555.
Absolutely. No choice but to run towards B site. Lahat sila nandyan sa B alley. They will scatter B stairs but hindi. It would barely work kasi nandyan. Naghihintay lang sila para they could look at B tower and B rafters pa rin. So this is gonna be, it's a hard position. Si 555, they are literally waiting outside for them. Ayan, yun ang sinasabi ko. One down already. And this gives out a point for Xiaolong Bao. One more. No, I'm not gonna say it anymore because it's gonna be the same story. Nope. Moving forward, paano nila na how they won that round is that the way that they scattered was significant. It was a great impact play for them. Because imagine if 555 actually went towards B garage or at least had the time to go to B garage. At least it could take them by surprise against Xiaolong Bao because of course one of them was hiding in B back and they weren't looking. Lahat sila they were looking at B rafters at B alley. So the odds were, it was almost there talaga.
True. And based from what we have witnessed din dito, galing sa dalawang teams natin so far, as much as possible that they would be able to take that advantage, they would gladly do so. At sinimula na ito kaagad dito sa ating B-Heaven area. And the West looking for the trade-off as well, pero it's a bit too difficult for them to do. Really, the interesting placements here in smokes and confidence na hindi magpupush dito si the West, which we truly understand. Styron titikim ng bahagya, no? Pero siya pa ata ang madadamage from that moment. Blind connecting here from some of our members here from 555, but right now 50 seconds on the clock. Pwede pa.
Versus Xiaolong Bao. Look how scattered they are. Wait, like literally flanking one of them, shooting through the smoke. Tumama yung bala. Oh my gosh!
Check PC! Check PC, guys! Anong meron? Si Sir pa yung naiiwan at hindi na siya nakagawa pa ng kahit ano. Hindi na siya nakagalaw. Hindi na sila naka-atras. Because for some reason, there is something here for Xiaolong Bao. And they prove they're not underdogs, they're prodigies.
Absolutely. Now that was worth the overtime. That was worth the close points calls. Like honestly, grabe yung plays nila so far from the start pa lang. It's been a really, really close match for Xiaolong Bao and 555. GG's 555. It was a really close call. And congratulations to Xiaolong Bao. Pwede na kayo kumain ng Xiaolong Bao. Maglibre tayo sa'yo.
Parang gusto ko din, no? Parang napakrib ako dahil doon, honestly.
Lagi tayo nang sinasabi ng Xiaolong Bao.
What if din Typhoon? Not sponsored, by the way. Pero, grabe nga, itong ating mga players dito ngayon. No one deserves to be underestimated dito sa lobby na ito. Kasi every single one of them has something to offer, which is pretty scary. Our team here from XLB playing at this caliber with 555 is just insane. I mean, hindi quite aware sa kung ano yung capacity dito ni 555 sa ating international stages, pero biro mo, nahigitan pa ito ng XLB. Congrats at congrats talaga.
Yup. We've seen them play round after round, different yung play sila. It's like from being structured to reactive. It's great to see how they easily adapted despite the struggles na na-finesse nila. But at the end of the day, they managed to bring that objective is to get that point. And from that, they also learned from that recent round. And man, that was a really intense match. Now that's what I call an intense match for this series, you know. Like, daming nangyayari round after round.
Malala kung malala talaga ang ating mga players dito. It's just crazy how every single one of them stayed true dito sa kanilang mga roles dito. We got the likes of Duffy, we got the likes of Alert. Andyan din itong si, kahit nabubulol ako sabihin, ang kulang ko lang sabihin ko, Khaleesi. Kala mo Game of Thrones lang, no? Yung pangalan niya dito. And again, we're gonna check out ang ating mga statistics for our players because the West, kung kanina, he's doing a pretty decent job, no, sa kanilang mga galawan. Right now, he is actually the top frag, but here on the other side, because you'll see, oh my gosh, just crazy. as well dito, no, sa ating Whaley na pick. Talagang pinapatunayan na, and as well as mga kasama niya dito, no, talagang pag mas matigas ang ulo mo, mas maganda. Basically.
Yeah. I mean, same goes for 555 despite the loss. Nakita natin yung mga statistics in terms of kills nila and sa mga supports, and it truly shows how well have they've been using their skills para lang they can really execute round after round. At ngayon, look at that first shown from Xiaolongbao, 16 compared kay 555, it's a 12. Same din yung mga post plants, pero dalawang clutches for 555. So statistically speaking, that Xiaolongbao loves to take that first kill, and because of those,
that's
malaking yung impact from that round itself.
Dito na talaga rin na mapapakita kung in terms of the mechanical prowess, sino talaga yung may kalamangan, no? At talagang ipinakita yun dito ng Xiaolongbao, even just by the statistics on its own. And of course dito, no, kay Casilsi. And you know what, honestly, I cannot view this as his ACS. Kasi parang sa lahat ng mga pinaggagawa niya dito sa mapa ng Split, I envision that is gonna be 300 onward. Pero, again, KDA, for sure, may isang pitas at may isang mapupuruhan. And the kill assist is also pretty high din para sa kanya dito. Definitely providing the space, the executions, and the support sa kanyang mga kasama na talagang present simula unang mapa hanggang dulo. Yun ang pinakita niya.
Yes, this really pushed back the narrative, no, from the start of this map, that Haven is a signature map kay Xiaolongbao. They won against Trinity after that, and ngayon, they won against 555. So, you know, this adds more to their statistics for their map pick. So maybe the next few days, we're gonna be probably seeing mabanto yung map ito. Because considering how well they really
for
played,
sure.
not just an individual, but as a team. Like, they are so coordinated and they work well together. Like, grabe yung dynamic nila. Despite a few losses here and there, they immediately knew how to pick themselves up. But it is just crazy to see how everything played out.
And I do think na makakarinig din tayo kung ano ang pag-uusapan nila in our interview in a bit. Pakinggan natin.
XLB, welcome Styron Castle Sea. Hello, how are you guys doing?
Hello. Relieved, at least. Yeah, it was a very close game.
Well, gotta ask you some questions real quick here. Keep this interview brief because we know it's late there too. Well, Styron, gotta ask you, how does it feel to win your first match here in Southeast Asia? Just because in comparison, right, back in rest of Southeast Asia, you dropped your first match. You had to go for that lower bracket run. What felt different here in SEA?
I think we've gotten more used to like the competition setting. So like I just like after the first map, right, like I just had to like switch back on, right? Because you know, after a while, if you don't play tournaments, the first game is always a little shaky. So I think after the first map, we realized like our biggest problems, right? And we fixed that going into map 2 and 3. And yeah, I think we managed to do okay. It was a very close game. Yeah.
It really was, right? And it makes me wonder, I'm very curious what the communication was like, especially how back-to-back everything was from map 1 till, you know, overtime in map 3.
I mean, map 1, I think we were a little like low energy. Like we were playing a bit like scared. We gave a bit too much respect. So comms-wise, it was like low energy, right? But going into map 2 and 3, it was much better, like higher energy, like more like more chaotic in a sense, where it kind of works for us when it's chaotic, you know, high energy, high pace. So yeah, that was how it was like.
Makes sense, right? You guys were so incredible at keeping the tempo. And I do want to ask for Casualty especially, did he feel any pressure? Because from start to finish, from map number 1, he was hitting some of the nuttiest shots. And did he feel any kind of like, I need to keep at this level to keep the team in the running?
I wouldn't 打这个比赛的时候有没有什么压力？然后你打完第一张图有没有很像什么压力？就是你要表现杀很多才有机会这种，你有什么想法？
先说第一个好了，那时候我其实挺怕对面的，因为对面那时候我挺怕对面，因为对面都是排位很厉害的人，然后也是我都认识的人，我也知道他们很厉害，所以在打之前有点紧张。先跟他说。
He said like the opponents we were playing today is like people they know, right? Like people he is familiar with, and he knows like how good they are, like especially because they are like in ranked, you know, they meet often. And going into the first map, he said he felt a little nervous, like because he knows the opponent's capability, but like after that, he eased into it and performed, you know. And yeah, he said after the first map, he felt like there was a lot of pressure on him. Yeah, but I mean.
我就一个人坐在那边听歌解放压力，然后第二把就当做
我帮你回答了。So after the first map, he felt a lot of pressure, right? Like he has to perform. Then going into map 2 and 3, like we just had to switch back in, and he just had to do what he had to do, right? Like which is perform, and he just had to trust the rest of the team, and yeah, we will win.
I mean, it really shows the adjustments and like locking it at map 2 and 3. And despite the pressure, I feel like map 1, Castle C did a fantastic job still nonetheless. But I have to ask this question as well. Is there any, now that you guys won your first match, is there any other team that you guys are excited to face here in VCT SEA?
Ask him, okay? So
okay.
然后你有没有想跟还有什么其他的队你想跟他们打？就有什么就最想打的队？还有什么队你想对吗？He wants to play Fancy.
Oh, Fancy United. Okay.
Yeah, they've been impressive too. But wow, thank you guys so much for your time. Just one last thing, any shout outs here from you guys? Anyone you wanna? Well, you're on the C stage, might as well, use the platform here.
你想就跟什么人说一点话吗？就朋友、家里人就。I'll let him do it. 你就用中文说吧。不要了，对的。Give him the answer. Come on. 你说话就是用机会来说一句。
Hello. All good.
Hello. I want to say to my family, my father and my mom. Okay, I speak Chinese. Okay, 谢谢我的爸爸妈妈，就他们一开始其实不支持我，但我现在就像今天表现这么好，我就很开心。你刚刚英文说一下吧。
Yeah, he just said that like he's thankful for his parents and like all the support, and like hope his parents saw like his good performance today, you know.
Yeah, you guys did amazing, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much too for translations there, Styron. Oh, it's all good. You guys still got more. Big kudos to Castle C for an incredible series. Thank you guys. An incredible night, and we'll let you go because it's getting late here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Congrats again.
You know what? That's very sweet. I was like,
I was tearing up.
We can feel the sense of fulfillment from them. I am pretty sure that must have felt so good, giving your all and then actually winning and reaping what you sow, planting the seeds and finally harvesting hard-earned work round by round, brick by brick. At my congratulations. And with that, no, ang masasabi ko gongsi Shalong Bao, no? And again, we are already at the end of our day. At maya-maya 12:34 na kasi, no? Maya-maya, makikita natin kung sino-sino ang mga magtatapat ng mga teams. Pero for now, here is a quick update of our groups.
Absolutely, with Shalong Bao with a record of 1 and 555 1-1 and Sipto 0-1. And for Group B, we have SP 1-0 and Trinity 0-0 and AE 0-1. We will be seeing these team play again. As sasabi ni Xiaolong Bao that he wants to face Fancy, Gonna be very excited for that. It does happen. Now for Group C, we have Fancy 1-0 home, 0-0 Oasis 0-1. Habang sa Group D naman sa Boom Esports 2-0 Jade 0-1 and Roy 0-1. So nakita natin how high these teams are from Group A to Group D. So these teams are gonna be looking out forward to go against each other for the next following days.
Couldn't agree more. And I'm also looking forward what will be the look here para sa ating Group C, because I feel like groups that has the least amount of matches that they played so far, and it seems like naumpisaan na ito kaagad ng Fancy. Pero here is our schedule for tomorrow. We have Jade Lions versus Roy, and we also have Xiaolongbao versus Sipto, which is really exciting to watch, honestly, because again, PH represent, and I'm pretty sure that our casters for tomorrow will be down to see kung ano nga bang mga offer nila dito, kasi I'm pretty sure na ito si Jade Lions gigil ito na manalo this time around after their loss earlier on. And also to add that Xiaolongbao will just be further hungry for more. Pinagkaibahan na syempre ang susuportahan natin is of course itong si Sipto as well. Pero oh my Sunbino, what a long day. Baka meron kang mga gustong sabihin before we wrap up.
Everyone, thank you so much for watching us since the start of this live and to now. I know it's late for everyone there. Gusto na kayo matutulog. But thank you din for your support, for your unending support, and thank you din sa production team namin. We really appreciate you all. And what about you, Mochi?
Yes, thank you so much to everyone. And again, if you would like more of all these Valorant actions, please be sure to check it out in every single platform that you may think of. We are present. We have Valorant Esports PH, and the only different one is sa Twitch with Valorant_PA. So if I were you, I would be checking that out right now, following / subscribing / liking every single one, so that you will be updated for our pro scene and game or in-game happenings here dito, not only in PH but also in Pacific or APAC or SEA. Lahat na, you name it, you get the gist. So
yeah.
Oh dude, grabe. We started it off with a couple of 2-0s, and biro mo, inabot natin dito for XLB with the 2-1, super tight, and this is just group stage. Paano pa kaya sa mga susunod na mga araw? Maraming salamat for tuning in to us, and I feel like this also a day where we would like to thank everyone, our prod, your time, to my co-caster, and as well as to everyone who stayed in tune dito sa ating broadcast. And with that, remember to keep the fire burning, and good night. See you tomorrow.
open. This is your moment. Turn away, feel the pain. It's your fate. Celebrate. We gotta stay awake.